Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Night Soldiers by Alan Furst, narrated by George Guedel and directed by Lynn Flanagan. This book is copyrighted 1988 by Alan Furst. This recording is copyrighted 2004 by Recorded Books. The author opens with the following two quotes. The first is by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin in May of 1922. Push out a bayonet. If it strikes fat, push deeper. If it strikes iron, pull back for another day. The second quote is of Executive Order number 9621, issued by President Harry S. Truman, for the termination of the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, on September 20th, 1945. The Secretary of War shall, whenever he deems it compatible with the national interest, discontinue any activity transferred by this paragraph and wind up all affairs relating thereto. And now, Night Soldiers.
Levitsky's Geese. In Bulgaria, in 1934, on a muddy street in the river town of Vidin, Khristo Stoianev saw his brother kicked to death by fascist militia. His brother was 15, no more than a blameless fool with a big mouth, and in calmer days his foolishness would have been accommodated in the usual ways. A slap in the face for humiliation, a few cold words to chill the blood, and a kick in the backside to send him on his way. That much was tradition. But these were political times, and it was very important to think before you spoke. Niko Stoyanev spoke without thinking, and so he died. On both sides of the river, Romania to the north and Bulgaria to the south, the political passion ran white-hot. People talked of little else, in the marketplace, in the church, even, a mark of just how far matters had progressed, in the kitchen. Something has happened in Bucharest. Something has happened in Sofia. Soon, something will happen here. And, lately, they marched. Torchlight parades with singing and stiff-armed salutes, and the most splendid uniforms. The Romanians, who considered themselves much the more stylish and urbane, wore green shirts and red armbands with blue swastikas on a yellow field. They thrust their banners into the air in time with the drum. We are the guard of Archangel Michael. See our insignia, the blazing crucifix and pistol. They were pious on behalf of both symbols. In 1933, one of their number had murdered Ion Duca, the prime minister, as he waited for a train at Sinaia railway station. A splinter group, led by a Romanian of Polish descent named Cornelius Codreanu, called itself the Iron Guard. Not to be outdone by his rivals, Codreanu had recently assassinated the prefect of Iași, because he favored the Jews. Political times, it seemed, brought the keenest sort of competitive instincts into play, and the passionate reached deep within themselves for acts of great magnitude. The men of Vidin were not quite so fashionable, but that was to be expected. They were, after all, Slavs, who prided themselves on simplicity and honesty, while their brethren across the river were of Latin descent, the inheritors of a corner of the Roman Empire, fancified, indolent fellows who worshipped everything French and indulged themselves in a passion for the barber, the tailor, and the gossip of the cafes. Thus the Bulgarian marchers had selected for themselves a black and olive-green uniform which was, compared with Romanian finery, simple and severe. Still, though simple and severe, they were uniforms, and the men of Vidin were yet at some pains in 1934 to explain to the local population how greatly that altered matters. It was a soft autumn evening just after dusk, when Khristo Stoianev called Omar Veiko a dog prick. A white mist hung in the tops of the willows and poplars that lined the bank of the river. Clouds of swallows veered back and forth above the town square, the beating of their wings audible to those below. The Stoianev brothers were on their way home from the baker's house. Nico, being the younger, had to carry the bread. They were lucky to have it. The European continent lay in the ashes of economic ruin. The printing presses of the state treasuries cranked out reams of paper currency showing wise kings and blissful martyrs, while bankers wept and peasants starved. It was certainly never quite so bad as the great famines of Asia. No dead lay bloated in the streets. European starvation was rather more cunning and wore a series of clever masks. Death came by drink, by tuberculosis, by the knife, by despair in all its manifestations. In Hamburg, an unemployed railway brakeman took off his clothes, climbed into a barrel of tar, and burned himself to death. The Stoianevs had the river. They had fished for carp and pike, sturgeon and black sea herring for generations. They were not wealthy, but they did earn a few leva. That meant the Stoianev women could spend their days mending lines and nets, and the family could pay the Braunsteins in their flour-dusted yarmulkes to do the baking. They had, frankly, a weakness for the Braunstein bread, which was achieved in the Austrian manner with a hard brown crust. Most of their neighbors preferred the old-fashioned Turkish loaf, flat and round in the Eastern tradition, but the Stoianev clan looked west for their bread and their civilization. They were a proud, feisty bunch, some said much too proud, with quick tempers, and they were ambitious. They meant to rise in the world. Much too ambitious, some thought. A time might just come, and come fairly soon, when the Stoianevs would have to bow the head. Who were they, one might ask, to have their damned noses stuck so high in the air? After all, had not the eldest son of landlord Veiko sought the hand of the eldest Stoianev daughter, the one with the ice-blue eyes and thick black hair? And had he not been refused? A shameful slight in the watchful eyes of Vidin. The Veiko were a family of power and position, property owners, men of substance and high rank. Any fool could see that. What fools could and could not see became something of a topic in Vidin following Khristo Stoianev's death. A few leading citizens, self-appointed wise men and local wits who read newspapers and frequented the coffee-house, asked each other discreetly if Nico had not perhaps seen the wrong Veiko, that is, landlord Veiko, for landlord Veiko was not in the town square that autumn evening. Colonel Veiko was. In his black and olive-green uniform, marching at the head of the Bulgarian National Union, all 18 of them present that night. You see, the wise men told each other to call a landlord a dog prick was to risk a slap in the face for humiliation, a few cold words to chill the blood, and a kick in the backside to send you on your way. That much was tradition. It had happened before, it would happen again. But to say such things to a colonel, well, that was another matter altogether, was it not? Omar Veiko, in either manifestation, landlord or colonel, was a man to be reckoned with in Vidin. A man whose studied effeminacy was a covert tribute to his power, for only a very powerful man raised neither voice nor fist. Only a very powerful man could afford to be so soft, so fussy, so plump, so fastidious. It was said that he dined like a cat. This Veiko had a moustache, a sharp, stiff, well-waxed affair that shone jet black against his cream-colored skin. He was a short man who stood on his toes, a fat man who sucked in his stomach, a curly-haired man who oiled his curls until they brushed flat. A man, obviously, of some considerable vanity and, like most vain men, a close accountant of small insults. A note of sarcasm in the voice, a glance of ill-concealed anger, a rental payment slapped over-hard on the wooden desk. All such sins were entered in a ledger no less permanent for being kept in Veiko's razor-sharp memory rather than on bookkeepers' pages. It was, in fine, the Turkish style. An effete, polished surface just barely concealing interior tides of terrible anger. An Eastern tactic of great antiquity meant to frighten and intimidate. For Omar Veiko's most urgent desire on this earth was that people be frightened of him. He lived on fear. It set him above his fellows, content to live out their days animated by less ambitious cravings. Some weeks later, Antipin, the Russian who pretended to be a Bulgarian, would nod slowly with grave understanding. "Yes, yes," he would say, pausing to light a cigarette. "The village bully." "We know them," he would add, eyes narrowing, head nodding, in a way that meant, "And we know what to do with him." Colonel Veiko marched his troop into the main square from the west. The sky was touched with the last red streaks of the setting sun. The 25 minarets which gave the town its fame along the river were now no more than dark shapes on the horizon. There was a light evening breeze off the water, and at the center of the town square the last leaves of the great beech tree rattled in the wind, a harsh, dry sound. The Bulgarian National Union marched with legs locked stiff, chins tucked in, arms fully extended, fingers pointing at the ground. Legs and arms moved like ratchets, as though operated by machinery. All in time to Kosov the postman, who kept the beat with a homemade drumstick on a block of wood. They badly wanted a drum, but there was no drum to be had unless one went all the way to Sofia. No matter. The desired effect was achieved. A great modern age was now marching into the ancient river town of Vidin. Colonel Veiko and his troopers had not themselves conceived this fresh approach to parades. It had come down the river from Germany, 1,200 miles away, brought by an odd little man in a mint-colored overcoat. He arrived by passenger steamer with tins of German newsreels and a film projector. To the people of Vidin, these were indeed thrilling spectacles. Nobody had ever seen anything like it, such enormous banners, huge bonfires, ranks of torches, songs lifted high by 1,000 voices. The people of Vidin worked hard, squeezed the soul from every lev, watched helplessly as their infants died of diphtheria. Life was a struggle to breathe. Now came an odd little man in a mint-colored overcoat, and he offered them pride, a new spirit, a new destiny. Omar Veiko, who could read the wind like a wolf, realized that this time belonged to him, that it was his turn. First he made himself a captain, later a colonel. The uniforms were sewn up by a tailor named Levitsky, whose family had for generations outfitted the local military. Turkish policemen stationed in the town, Austro-Hungarian infantry going to war against Napoleon, Bulgarian officers in World War I when the country had sided with Germany. The fact that money passed into the hands of Levitsky, a Jew, was regrettable, but was viewed as a necessary evil. In time, such things would be put right. The uniforms were soon ready. The heavy cotton blouse was olive green, an Eastern preference. The trousers and tunic of thickly woven drill were a deep, ominous black. A black tie set off the shirt. Each tunic had a shoulder patch, a fiery crucifix with crossed arrow. The uniforms were received with delight. The heavy double-breasted cut of the jackets made the National Union members look fit and broad-shouldered. But the caps. Now, that was a problem. Military caps were not the proper domain of a tailor. That was capmaker's business. Different materials and skills were required. There was, however, no capmaker about, so the job fell on Levitsky. A progressive, a reader of tracts on Palestinian repatriation, a serious student of the Talmud, a man who wore eyeglasses. Levitsky had an old book of illustrations. He thumbed through it by the light of a kerosene lamp. All Europe was represented. There were Swiss Vatican Guards, Hungarian Hussars, French Foreign Legionnaires, Italian Alpine regiments of the Great War. From the last, he selected a cap style, though he hadn't the proper materials. But Levitsky was resourceful. 2 layers of black drill were sewn together, then curved into a conical shape. The bill of the cap was fashioned by sewing material on both sides of a cardboard form. All that was lacking, then, was the feather, and this problem was soon solved by a visit to the ritual slaughterer who sold the tailor an armful of long, white goose quills. Colonel Vaco and his troopers thought the caps were magnificent, a little flamboyant, a daring touch to offset the somber tone of the uniforms, and wore them with pride. The local wise men, however, laughed behind their hands. It was entirely ridiculous. Really it was. Vidin's petite bourgeoise, tricked out in goose feathers, strutting up and down the streets of the town. The grocer preceded by his monstrous belly, the postman beating time on a wooden block. Laughable. Khristo Stoianev thought so too, standing with his arms full of Braunstein's loaves on a soft evening in autumn. The Stoianev brothers had stopped a moment to watch the parade. Very nearly anything out of the ordinary that happened in Vidin was worth spending a moment on. Vaco marched in front. Next came the 2 tallest troopers, each with a pole that stretched a banner, the blazing crucifix with crossed arrow. 3 ranks of 5 followed, the man on the end of each line holding a torch, pitch-soaked rope wound around the end of a length of oak branch. 5 of the torches were blazing. The 6th had gone out, sending aloft only a column of oily black smoke. Here's a thing," Khristo said quietly. "The glory of the nation." "Levitsky's geese," Nico answered, a title conferred by the local wise men. "How they strut," Khristo said. They took great strength from each other, the Stoianev brothers. Good big kids. Nico was 15, had had his first woman, was hard at work on his second. Khristo was 19, introspective like his father. He shied away from the local girls, knowing too well the prevailing courtship rituals that prescribed pregnancy, followed by marriage, followed by another pregnancy, to prove you meant it the first time. Khristo held back from that, harboring instead a very private dream, something to do with Vienna, or even, the ways of God were infinite, Paris. But of this he rarely spoke. It was simply not wise to reach too far above what you were. They stood together on the muddy, cobbled street, hard-muscled from the fishing, black-haired, fair-skinned, good-natured because not much else was tolerated. Nico had a peculiarly enlarged upper lip that curled away from his teeth a little, giving him a sort of permanent sneer, a wise guy face. It got him into trouble often enough. In good order, the unit marched past the grand old Turkish post office that anchored the main square, then reached the intersection. "Halt!" Colonel Vaco thrust his arm into the air, held tension for a moment, then shouted, "Left, turn!" They marched around the corner of the open square, heading now toward the Stoianevs, white feathers bobbing. Veiko the landlord, the grocer, the postman, several clerks, a schoolteacher, a farmer, a fisherman, even the local matchmaker. Nico's grin widened. "Hup! Hup!" he said. They watched the parade coming toward them. "Here's trouble," Khristo said. There was a hen in the street. It belonged to an old blind woman who lived down by the fishing sheds, and it wandered about freely, protected from the pot by local uncertainty over what the fates might have in store for someone who stole from the blind. It tottered along, pecking at the mud from time to time, looked up suddenly, saw the Bulgarian National Union bearing down upon it, and froze, seemingly hypnotized, perhaps dazzled by the sparking torches. Veiko marched like an angry toy, legs thrusting stiffly into the air, heels banging hard against the earth. The hen stood like a stone. What could Veiko do? The local wise men were later to debate the point. Stop the parade for a hen? Never. The National Union had its dignity to consider. It had, in fact, very little else but its dignity, so it simply could not afford the sacrifice. It had to, this became immediately clear to everybody, march through the hen. No hen could stop them. So the hen was deemed not to exist. True to its breed, the hen did not cooperate. It did exist. When the first black boot swung over its head, it rose into the air like a cyclone, wings beating frantically with a huge horrified squawk. It could not really fly, of course, so descended rapidly into the scissoring legs of the following rank, which stopped short, legs splayed, arms and torches waving to keep balance amid great cursing and shouting. The following rank did its part in the business by crashing into the backs of those in front of them. This happened directly in front of Khristo and Nico, who clamped their teeth together and pressed their lips shut, which made the thing, when finally it came tearing up out of them, a great bursting explosion indeed. First, as control slipped away, a series of strangled snorts, then, at last, helplessly, they collapsed against each other and roared. Veiko could have ignored it, with little enough loss of face, for everyone knows that giggling teenagers must at all costs be ignored. But he did not. He turned slowly, like a man of great power and dignity, and stared at them. Khristo, older, understood the warning and shut up. Nico went on with it a little, the issue altering subtly to encompass his right to laugh. Then changed again, so that by some fleeting alchemy of communication, it was now very plain that Nico was laughing at Veiko and not at the misadventures of a stray hen. But the hen did its part. Everyone was to agree on that point at least, for as Colonel Veiko stared, the hen ran back and forth, just beyond arm's length of the milling troopers, cackling with fury and outraged dignity, raucous, infuriated, absurd. Thus there were two outraged dignities, and the relation between them, a cartoon moment, made itself evident to Nico, and he laughed even harder. His brother almost saved his life by belting him in the ribs with a sharp elbow, a time-honored blow, antidote in classrooms, at funerals, to impossible laughter. Nico stopped, sighing once or twice in the aftermath and wiping his eyes. Behind Veiko the troop was very quiet. He could feel their silence. Slowly he walked the few paces that separated him from the brothers, then stood close enough so that they could smell the mastica on his breath, a sharp odor of licorice and raw alcohol. They always drank before they marched. "Christ and King," he said. It was what they said. It was what they believed in. It was, in this instance, a challenge. "Christ and King," Khristo answered promptly. He'd heard what was in the voice, something itching to get out, something inside Veiko that could at any moment be born, be alive and running free in the street. "Christ and King," Nico echoed his brother, perhaps in a bit of a mumble. He was confused. He knew what a challenge was, on the boats, in the schoolyard, and he knew the appropriate response, which was anything but submission. Anything. But here the provocation was coming from an adult, a man of some standing in the community, no matter what one thought of his damn feathers and banners. Between Nico and the other kids his age, it was just a snarly thing, cub feints, a quick flash, perhaps a few punches were thrown, and then it was over. But this was domination for its own sake, a nasty reek of the adult world, unjust, mean-spirited, and it made Nico angry. Veiko saw it happen, the tightening of the mouth, the slight flush along the cheekbones, and it pleased him. And he let Nico know it pleased him, showed him a face that most of the world never saw, a victorious little smirk of a face that said, "See how I got the best of you, and all I did was say 3 words." The troop reformed itself. Veiko squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, thrust his lead marching leg into the air. "Forward!" From Nico, "Yes, sir, Colonel Dogprick." Not too loud, just loud enough. An audible mumble particularly native to 15-year-olds. You can choose to hear this or not hear it. That's up to you. A harsh insult. Huisobachi. But by a great deal not the worst thing you could say in a language that provided its user with a vast range of oath and invective. It was a small dog, the phrase suggested, but an excited one, dancing on its hind legs in expectation of affection, or table scraps. Veiko chose to hear it, stopped the troop, backed up until he was even with Nico, and, in the same motion, swept his hand backward across Nico's face. It didn't hurt. It wasn't meant to hurt. It was the blow of a tenor striking a waiter, and it was meant simply to demonstrate the proposition, "I am someone who can slap your face." Veiko returned the hand halfway to a point in line with Nico's nose, pointed with an index finger, and shook it firmly twice. Lifted his eyebrows, raised his chin, meaning, "Naughty boy. See what happens when you curse your betters?" Nico let him have it. He could toss 100-pound sack of fish onto his shoulder. The shot was open-handed and loud, and the force surprised even Nico. The feathered cap flew off, and Veiko staggered back a step. He stood absolutely still for a long moment, the red and white image of a hand blooming on his cheek. Both brothers went down under the first rush. There were no shouted commands or battle cries. It was an instinctive reaction, blind and furious, and it no longer had anything to do with military formations or political slogans. It had become entirely Vidin business, Bulgarian business, Balkan business. There was an initial rain of blows, ineffective flailing punches that hit the Stoianevs, the ground, other troopers. Khristo's mind cleared quickly. He tried to curl into a ball, tried to protect head and groin, but he could barely move. There were 5 or 6 of them on top of him, and it was a lot of weight. He could smell them. Licorice mastica, garlic, boiled cabbage, bad fish, bad teeth, uniforms sweated and dried and sweated again. He could hear them, grunting, panting, soon enough gasping for breath. Khristo was a moderately experienced fighter. In Vidin it was inevitable, and knew that street fights burned themselves out quickly. He did not thrash or punch. Let them get it out of their system. Nico was fighting. He could hear it, his brother cursing, somebody's cry of pain, somebody yelling, "Get his head!" Damn Nico, his crazy boiling temper. Punching walls when he got mad. Damn his wise guy face and his fast mouth. And damn, Khristo thought, turning his attention to his own plight, this fat, sweaty fool who was sitting on his chest, tried to bang his head against the cobblestones. In just about 2 seconds, he was going to do something about it, dig an elbow into Fat Boy's throat, drive it in, give him a taste. Then Nico screamed. Somebody had hurt him. The sound cut Khristo's heart. The street froze. Suddenly it was dead quiet. Then Vaco's voice, high and quivering with exertion, breath so blown that it was very nearly a whisper. "Put that one on his feet." For the first time, real fear touched him. What should have been over was not over. In Khristo's world, brawls flared and ended, honor satisfied. Everybody went off and bragged. But in Vaco's voice, there was nothing of that. They hauled him to his feet, and they made him watch what they did next. It was very important to them that it be done that way. There were 4 or 5 of them clustered around Nico, who lay curled around himself at their feet, and they were kicking him. They kicked as hard as they could and grunted with the strain. Khristo twisted and thrashed, but they had him by the arms and legs, and he couldn't break free, though he ground his teeth with the effort. Then he ceased struggling, and pleaded with them to stop, really pleaded. But they didn't stop, not for a long time. At the last, he tried to turn his face away, but they grabbed him under the chin and forced his head toward what was happening, and then he could only shut his eyes. There was no way, however, that he could keep from hearing it. The moon was well up by the time Khristo reached home. A shack by the river, garden vines climbing along a stake fence and up over the low roof. With Nico on his shoulder, a long night of walking. He'd had to stop many times. It was cold. The wind had dried the tears on his face. The uniformed men had left in a silent group. Khristo had stood over his brother's body. He'd felt for a pulse, out of duty, but he knew he need not have done it. He'd seen death before, and he knew what it meant when a body lay with all the angles bent wrong. He had knelt and, slowly and carefully, with the tail of his shirt, had cleaned his brother's face. Then he took him home. With the dirt road turned into his house, the dogs started barking. The door opened, and he saw his father's silhouette in the doorway. The Russian, Antipin, came a few weeks later. Like the odd little man from Germany in the mint-colored overcoat, he came on the river. But, the local wise men noted quietly, there were interesting differences in the manner of his coming. The German had arrived by river steamer with a movie projector and a steel trunk full of film cans and pamphlets. The Russian rowed in on a small fishing skiff, tying up to one of the sagging pole-built docks that lined the river. The German was an older man, balding, with skin like parchment and a long, thin nose. The Russian was a young man, a Slav, square-faced and solid, with neatly combed brown hair. The German had to use German-speaking National Union members to translate for him. The Russian spoke idiomatic Bulgarian, at least he tried, and they could understand his Russian well enough. All along the river, the Slavs could speak to each other without great difficulty. The German arrived as a German, and his arrival was honored. The postman's chubby daughter waited at the dockside with a basket of fruit. There had been a banquet, with speeches and copious brandy. The Russian said, at first, that he was a Bulgarian. Nobody really believed him. Then a rumor went around that he was a Czech. Because it was a rumor, there were naturally some who believed it. Somehow there was confusion, and the Russian, Bulgarian, Czech, whatever the hell he was, wasn't much seen around the town. To a few people, the Stoianevs among them, he admitted that he was a Russian, and that his name was Antipin, Vasily Dmitrievich. The falsehoods were a gesture, he explained, not serious, necessitated by the current situation. The German smoked a cigar every night after dinner. It looked peculiar, outsized in his thin weasel's face. The Russian rolled and smoked cigarettes of Mahorka, black Russian tobacco, earthy-smelling weed grown in the valleys of the Caucasus Mountains. He was provident with it, offering constantly. Poor stuff, it was true, but what he had he shared. And this was noticed. Of all the points of difference that distinguished the two visitors, however, there was one that absorbed the coffee-house philosophers a great deal more than any other. The German came from the west. The Russian came from the east. The German came downriver from Passau, on the German side of the Austrian border. The Russian came upriver from Ismail, in Soviet Bessarabia, having first sailed by steamer from the Black Sea port of Odessa. And, really, the local wise men said, there you had it. That was the root of it, all right, that great poxed whore of a river that ran by every front door in the Balkans. Well, in a manner of speaking. It had brought them grief and fury, iron and fire, hangmen and tax collectors. Somewhere, surely, it was proposed, there were men and women who loved their river, were happy and peaceful upon its banks, perhaps even prayed to its watery gods and thanked them nightly. Who could know? Surely it was possible, and there was much in their experience that that which was possible would, sooner or later, get around to happening. Fate had laws, they'd learned all too well, and that was one of them. And it was their fate to live on this river. It was their fate that some rivers drew conquerors much as corpses drew flies. And the metaphor was greatly to the point, was it not? Thus it was their fate to be conquered, to live as slaves. That was the truth of it. Why call it something else? And as slaves, to have the worst slaves' luck of all, changing masters. For who in history had not tried it? Put another way, if they had not tried it, their place in history was soon given over to the next applicant. Every schoolchild had to learn the spellings, for their national history was written in the names of their conquerors, Sesostris the Egyptian, and Darius the Persian, remote, bearded figures. Alexander the Great, one of their own, a smart Macedonian lad, a very demon for the love of a fight, like they all were down there, 100 miles south in what they called the Dark Balkans. With reason. Charlemagne came through this way, and so did Arpad the Hungarian. Magyars, a curse on their blood. Genghis Khan, with his Tatar armies, who believed that babies grew up to be soldiers and that women were the makers of soldier babies, and acted accordingly. The Romans had come down on rafts, after Dacian gold. The legions of Napoleon were stopped some way upstream. What, a disaster avoided? Oh, how we will pay for that. And at last, the worst, the Turks. As love can be true love, or something short of it, hatred too has its shadings. And the Turk had stirred their passions like none of the others. It was the Turk who earned the time-honored description, they prayed like hyenas, fought like foxes, and stank like wolves. The Turk who decreed that no building in the empire could be higher than a Turk on horseback. The Turks who, when they were fed up with local governors, simply sent them a silken strangling cord and had them manage the business for themselves. Now there was a condition of stale palate that a man could envy. Even murder, apparently, would, with time and repetition, produce a state of listless ennui. In 1908, after 300 years of the Ottoman Empire, the Turks withdrew, leaving, alas, only a minor cultural legacy. Bastinado, the whipping of bare feet. Pederasty, the notion of sheep-herding mountain youths, agitated even the Pasha's burnt-out lusts. And the bribery of all high persons as a matter of natural law. The first two faded quickly from life in Vidin, though the latter, of course, remained. The local wise men would have been astonished to discover people who did not know that greed far exceeded sadism and lechery in the succession of human vice. The mosques were turned into Eastern Orthodox churches, the minarets painted pale green and mustard yellow, and the people of Vidin were free, more or less. By 1934, the Bulgarian people had enjoyed 26 years of freedom over the course of 3 centuries, if you didn't count military dictatorships. A sad record, one had to admit, but God had sent them down in a paradise with open doors front and back, the great river. Open doors encouraged thieves of the worst kind, the kind that came to live in your house. And when the thieves stole away, to whatever devil's backside had spawned them, they left something of themselves behind. For historical custom dictated that conquest be celebrated between the legs of the local women, and each succeeding conqueror had added a river of fresh genes to the local population. Thus they asked themselves sometimes in the coffee-house, who are we? They were Bulgars, a Turco-Tatar people from the southern steppe, chased down here in the 6th century by invading Slavs from the north. But they were also Slav and Vlach, Turkish, Circassian and Gypsy. Greek, Roman, Mongol, Tatar, some had the straight black hair of the Asian steppe, others the blue eyes of the Russo-Slav. And soon a local wit remarked, gesturing with his eyes toward the river steamer that had brought the German, "We will be blonde." It was remarked by others there that he spoke very quietly. As did Antipin. In the evenings, in the melancholy dusks of autumn, when small rains dappled the surface of the river and storks huddled in their nests in the alder grove, he would roll his majorca into cigarettes and pass them about, so that blue clouds of smoke cut the fish-laden air of the dockside bars. He was, they discovered, a great listener. There was something patient in Antipin. He heard you out, and when you finished, he continued listening, waiting, it seemed, for it often turned out that you only thought you were finished. There was more to say, and Antipin seemed to know it before you did. Remarkable, really. And his sympathy seemed inexhaustible. Something in his demeanor absorbed the pain and the anger and gave you back a tiny spark of hope. This is being writ down, his eyes seemed to say, for future remedy. At times he spoke, some evenings more than others, said things out loud that many of them literally did not dare to think, lest some secret police sorcerer divine their blasphemies. Antipin was fearless. What were dark and secret passions to them seemed to him merely words that required saying. Thus it was he who spoke of their lifelong agonies. Landlords, money-lenders, the men who bought their fish and squeezed them on the price. It seemed he was willing to challenge the gods quite openly, without looking over his shoulder for the inevitable lightning bolt. "To them you are animals," he said. "When you are fat, your time has come." "But we are men," a fisherman answered, "not animals, equal in the eyes of God." He was an old man with a yellowed moustache. Antipin waited. The silence in the smoky room was broken only by the steady drip of water from the eaves above the window. The cafe was in the house of one of the fisherman's widows. After her husband drowned, people stopped by for a fruit brandy or a mastica at the kitchen table. Somehow the condolence visits never quite ceased, and in time the widow's house became a place where men gathered in the evenings for a drink and a conversation. Finally, the fisherman spoke again. "We have our pride, which all the world knows, and no one can take it from us." Antipin nodded agreement slowly, a witness who saw the truth in what others said. "All people must have pride," he answered after a time, "but it is a lean meal." He looked up from the plank table. "And they can take it from you. They can put you on your knees when it is to their purpose to do so. Your house belongs to the landowner. The fish you catch belongs to the men who buy it from you. The little coins buried in your dooryard belong to the tax collectors. And if they take them from you, you will get nothing back. These people do with you as they wish. They always have, and it will continue in this way until you stop it." "So you say," the fisherman answered. "But you are not from here." "No," Antipin said. "I am not from this town. But where I come from, they fucked us no less." "We are taught," the fisherman said after a while, "that such things as have been done elsewhere, are against our Lord Jesus Christ." Perhaps they are right. Antipin's face was that of a man who acceded to superior logic. When they come to take you away, you must remember to call for the priest. At this, a few people chuckled. Someone at the back of the room called out dramatically, "Father Stepan, come quick and help us!" A hoot of laughter answered him. "A grand day," another man said, "when the capon runs to save the cock." Antipin smiled. When it grew quiet again, the fisherman said, "You may laugh while you can. When you are older, perhaps you will see things in a different light." The man sitting next to Antipin bristled. "I'll go to meet God on my own 2 feet, not on my knees," he said. "Besides," he added, slightly conciliatory, "there can be nothing wrong with a little laughter." "There can be." It was said plainly, from where Khristo sat on the edge of a table facing Antipin's end of the room. "It is a step," Antipin said, "to laugh at them. The Holy Fathers in their expensive robes, the king, the officers, but it is only the first step. We have a proverb." But they were not to hear the proverb. What stopped Antipin in mid-sentence was a series of loud bangs against the wood of the door-frame on the exterior of the house. A puzzling sort of sound. A pistol shot would have had them all up and moving. Everyone just looked up and sat still. A moment later they were on their feet. Glass shattered out of the room's single window, a glittering shower followed by an iron bar, which swung back and forth to finish the job, hammering against the interior of the frame. The men in the cafe stood transfixed, every eye on the window. The iron bar withdrew. There was a shout outside, something angry but indecipherable. Then a glass jug was thrown into the room. It was filled with a brownish-yellow liquid that plumed into the air as the jug rotated in flight. It broke in 3 when it landed, and the liquid flowed slowly across the floorboards in a small river. Stove oil. The reek of it filled the room. The men found their voices, angry, tense, but subdued, as though to conceal their presence. From without, a cry of triumph and a blazing torch of pitch-coated rope hurled through the window. The fire caught in 2 stages. First, small flames flickered at the edges of the oily river. Then an orange ball of flame roared into the air with a sigh like a puff of wind. The earlier banging sound now began to make sense, as several men thrust their weight against the door but could not open it. It had been nailed and boarded shut from outside. The intention was to burn them to death inside the widow's cafe. The man near Antipin, who moments earlier had made clever remarks, leaped into the air and screamed as the fire exploded. Seeing the mob of men shoving and cursing at the door, he rushed to the window and started to clamber through without heed to the long shards of glass hanging from the frame. The iron bar, swung at full force, hit him across the forehead, and he collapsed over the sill like a dropped puppet. Khristo Stoianev stood quietly, resisting the panic inside him. His eyes swept about the room, to the door and the press of bodies in front of it, to the smashed window, trying to choose. Before he could move in either direction, a hand took him above the elbow, a hard grip that hurt. It was Antipin, face completely without expression. "A cold cellar. There must be one," he said softly. "Where she cooks?" Khristo nodded toward the kitchen area, separated from the main room by a sagging drape on a cord. "Come then," Antipin said. They brushed the drape aside. There was an old black wood stove, a rickety table, a bent twig crucifix on the wall, a bin where potatoes and onions were stored through the winter. In order to circulate the air and keep the food from rotting, a square had been cut in the wall, then covered with a metal screen to keep the rats out. In winter, a piece of cardboard was hung over it on a nail to keep out the worst of the cold. The widow, on hands and knees, was in the act of crawling through the broken-out screen of the narrow square. She disappeared suddenly with a little cry, and they could see the night outside. Antipin stopped him with a hand on the chest. "Let us see if there is a surprise planned. Wait for me to go through, then shout for the others." He was a square block of a man, but he moved like a monkey. Grabbing the upper edge of the frame with both hands, he swung out feet first. A few moments later his face appeared. "It's safe," he said. Khristo moved toward the window, grasped the frame as Antipin had. Antipin raised a palm. "The others," he said. Khristo shouted, heard a thunder of footsteps behind him, then went through. He landed on the side of the house facing the river, away from the dirt road. Antipin peered cautiously around the side of the house, then waved for Khristo to follow him. Up by the road, a group of silhouettes stood beside a farmer's open-bed truck. The shapes were silent, moving restlessly, pacing, turning to one another. In the darkness, Khristo could not see details, faces or clothing. One man detached himself from the crowd and walked slowly down the hill toward the house. Antipin, meanwhile, pulled the board away from the door, and a group of coughing men came out in swirls of smoke and cinders. It was not difficult to jerk the nails from the wood. A kick from within would have done it, but the board had been cleverly positioned across the knob, so that kicks against the door were ineffectual, and no one had thought to kick at the knob, an awkward target. Khristo watched as the board was worked free of the door. It took him a moment to understand the device. It was too simple. But when he did understand, something in the knowledge turned his stomach. Somebody, somewhere, in appearance a man like himself, had thought this method through, had studied the problem, how to obstruct a door when setting fire to a house full of people so that those within could not escape, and had found a solution, and applied it. That there were those in the world who would study such things, Khristo Stoianev had never understood. Now he did. The man coming down the hill was Kosov the policeman, brother of Kosov the postman, who kept the rhythm for the National Union parades. He was a policeman because no one had known what else to do with him. He was a man whose mouth never closed, who stared dreamily around him, seemingly amazed at a world full of ordinary things. He was slow. Everything had to be figured out. But when he did figure it out, and eventually he always did, especially if there was somebody around to help him, he could be swept away by a blind, insentient rage. At one time he had been much persecuted by children, until he beat one little boy very nearly to death with a broom handle. The men stood around and watched the house burn. There was nothing to be done about it. A few buckets of water were tossed on neighboring roofs to protect the dry reeds from embers floating through the night air. The widow knotted her hands in the binding of her apron and held it in her mouth while she wept, her wet cheeks shining in the firelight. The men around her were silent. They had brought a disaster down on her, and there was nothing to be done about that either. Policeman Kosov came down the hill and stopped 10 feet from Antipin. His eyes searched the crowd carefully. One had better not make a mistake here, as one's fellows watched from the road above. They were counting on him, trusted him to go it alone. He wasn't going to, not if he had to stand here all night, let them down. One to another, each in turn, he peered at them, his face knotted with concentration, sweat standing on his brow with the effort of it, mouth open, as always. Even though it might be you he sought, the sheer agony of the process made you want to help him. Finally, he discovered Antipin, his eyes widening with the amazement of having gotten it right. He pointed with his arm fully extended, like an orator. "You," he said, "you communist, come with me now." His other hand rested on the butt of a large revolver in a holster. Antipin made no move. There was a long silence, the fire crackling and popping as the dry roof timbers caught. "Did you hear me?" Antipin took a step forward, inclined his head toward Kosov, and said, "What did you say?" "I said come with me. No trouble now." Antipin took another step. The fire played shadows on his back. He spoke very slowly, as to a child. "Go back up this hill, you braying ass, and tell your friends up there that their mouths will be full of dirt. Can you remember that?" The mouths full of dirt referred to events in the grave. They watched Kosov's face, watched the slow, painful process as the information was worked at, disassembled, examined. When comprehension arrived, His hand tightened on the butt of the pistol, but it was much too late. Antipin flowed easily through the space between them and punched Kosov in the heart, a downward motion, as though his balled fist were a hammer. It blew the breath from Kosov's mouth and made him sit down and wrap his arms around his chest. Antipin leaned over and took the revolver from the holster and smashed it to pieces on a rock. Kosov groaned, then hunched over, struggling to breathe. Antipin reached down and put 2 fingers inside his nostrils and jerked his head upright. Kosov gave a shrill little cry like a hurt animal. "Now, you go up there and tell them what I said, that they shall eat the dirt." Antipin let him go, and he managed to stand up, still gasping for air. Blood ran freely from his nose, and he tried to stop it with his hand. He gave Antipin one terrified glance. "This is a thing that makes pain. Stay away from it always." Then turned and scrabbled up the hill, holding his nose, head turtled down between his shoulders like a child running away from a beating. Khristo watched him go, then turned to look at the men around him, illuminated by the light of the burning house. They coughed and spit, trying to get the smoke out of themselves. Someone had dragged the man from the windowsill where he had fallen and laid his smoking body on the ground. He had been burned black in the fire, but those who had heard the sound of the iron bar knew he had been beyond feeling anything at all. Up on the road, the group of silhouettes shifted nervously as Kosov the policeman scurried toward them. Khristo sensed clearly that this was not the end of it, that it would go on, that each act would become a debt to be repaid with interest. Nico's death had seemed to him, to his family, a tragedy of bad fate, like a drowning or a mother taken at childbirth. You had to live with death. God gave you no choice. Today it was your turn, tomorrow it would touch your neighbor. Thus people gathered around you, held you up with their spirit, tried to fill the empty place. He now understood that Nico's death was a tragedy of a different kind. It was part of something else. There was a connection, a design, at first faint, now much clearer. The unknown intelligence that conceived a method of blocking doors could also see a purpose in the murder of a 15-year-old for laughing at a parade. As Kosov climbed toward the road, a man near Khristo said, "We had better stand together here." The old fisherman took a step back. "I am no part of this." "Go home, then," someone said. "They know where you live." "I do not oppose them. I will tell them that." "Then there will be no problem," the man said, a sour irony in his voice. On the road, Kosov and the others climbed onto the back of the truck, which stuttered to life and bounced away down the dirt road. Khristo found Antipin at his shoulder. "Come with me," the Russian said. "Let us take a little walk together." They walked down to the river, past the sagging pole docks, to the sand beach below the walls of the old fort called Baba Vida, Grandma Vida, built by the Turks 300 years earlier, though some of the inner walls had blocks set by Greek and Roman hands. It was well after midnight. A stiff breeze blew off the river. They could just make out the dark bulk of the Romanian shore on the other side. Antipin rolled 2 cigarettes and gave one to Khristo, lit a wooden match with his thumbnail. They bent toward each other to protect the flame from the wind. Their cigarettes glowed in the darkness as they walked along the beach. "You understand, do you not," Antipin said, "that they meant for me to kill him?" "Who?" "The policeman." "Kosov? If that's his name." "Why?" "Why? To create an incident, to make politics, to give their newspapers something to say. Bloody-fanged Bolshevik murders local policeman. Yes?" Khristo thought about it for a time. He understood it, but it seemed very strange. Events occurred, newspaper stories were written. that the sequence could be staged, events made to happen so that stories would be written, had simply never crossed his mind. The murder was their alternative, a second scheme to try in case their first one failed. Khristo squinted with concentration. The world Antipin was describing seemed obscure and alien, a place to be explained by an astrologer or a magician. Violence, he knew, but this was a spider web. You see, he continued, they meant for all of us to die in that house. An accident, they would say. Those pigs were swilling brandy, and some lout knocked over an oil lamp, and whoosh, there it went, and too bad. But you see, Khristo Nikolaevich, I repeat only their words. And words may be spoken in different ways. Their fine faces would tell a much different story. The wink, the sly look, the flick of a finger that chases a fly would give those words quite another meaning. We burnt them up, they would say, with pride in their eyes. That's how it is, boys. We take care of our own problems around here. We don't go crying to the polizia. We see something wrong, we go ahead and fix it. Khristo nodded silently. Veiko, the others, were like that. So you can see how it works. They had the policeman ready, in case we got out of the house. Sent him down to arrest me. Knew very well he was too stupid to manage it. A simple provocation. Right? Right. You are a thinker, that I can tell. You turn the world over in your mind to see if it is truly round. Khristo was both flattered and a little uncomfortable to be addressed in this way. One didn't hear compliments. He took a drag at his cigarette, feeling very much the man. There was something so admirable about Antipin. The local toughs were blowhards, dangerous only in a group. Antipin was strong in another way entirely. He had an assurance, carried himself like a man who owned the ground wherever he stood. The notion that he, son of a fisherman in a little town at the end of the world, could win the respect of such a man was definitely something to be thought about. I try to understand things, he answered cautiously. It is important that people understand. Here he got lost. Things, he finished, feeling like a bird with one wing. Naturally, Antipin said. So you see their intention. Get rid of a problem, let everybody here and about know you got rid of it, and perhaps others will not be so quick to cause problems. Bravery is a quirky thing at best. You know the old saying about brave men? All brave men are in prison? Just so. We have it a little differently. All brave men have seen heaven through bars. But the thought is almost the same. He was quiet for a time. Somewhere out on the river in the distance was the sound of a foghorn. When he spoke again, his voice was sad and quiet. We Slavs have suffered. God knows how we have suffered. In the West they say we cannot be bothered to count our dead. But we have learned about human nature. We paid a terrible price to learn it, because you must see desperation before you can understand how humans truly are. Then you know. Lessons learned in that way are not forgotten. Do you see this? He paused a moment, then continued. I will tell you a story. When Catherine was Empress of Russia, you'll remember she was the one who fucked horses. She chanced to be wandering one day in a wood some distance from St. Petersburg and found a beautiful wildflower. She was enraptured by it. Such a tiny, perfect thing, and so she decreed right then and there that a soldier be assigned to guard the spot just in case in future days it should bloom again. 18 years later, someone chanced to find that order in a file and went out there. And there was a soldier guarding a spot in the forest in case a wildflower might bloom, in case, if it did bloom, some shitfoot of a peasant might come along and stomp on it, as if he had nothing better to do. Khristo was properly silent for a moment. He loved and respected a story like little else. Antipin bent to the sand, put his cigarette out, slipped the remnant in his pocket. Was the flower grown when they went there the second time? The story does not say. I like to think it wasn't. But the point has to do with being ruled, being someone else's property. 50 years ago the landlords owned their serfs, hundreds of them, to do with as they pleased. They would marry them off one to another to please their wives' romantic fantasies. We love dolls in Russia, Khristo Nikolaevich. It helps us remember our past. Perhaps it was like that here too, Khristo said, when the Turks ruled us. The Turk still rules you, my friend, except that he has taken off the fez and put on a crown. Tsar Boris, your king calls himself, Tsar. And he is the toy of the army and the fascist officers' clique that calls itself Zvieno, the chain link. You are young and have lived a natural life on this river. Perhaps you don't yet understand how these bastards work. You see Veiko and his little army, and you know them for what they are, bullies, drunken pissbags out for a good time. But when there is fertile political soil, your Veiko will soon be a towering tree. As things stand now, he is the future of this country. He paused a moment, cleared his throat. Forgive me, there is a demon in me that demands to make speeches. Let me tell you instead what will happen here. Your brother died at the hands of swine, and nothing was done. Nothing will be done. Khristo's heart sank. 1,000 times he had wished that that night could be lived over again, that he could take Nico by the scruff of the neck, as a wise older brother should have, and haul him away from the ridiculous parade. He had loved his brother well enough. His death was a piece torn away from his own life. But there was more than that. The sorrow of the family had lodged in his father, and he suspected, no, he knew, that his father blamed him for it. "Do not feel shame," Antipin said quietly, reading his mood. "It was not your fault, no matter what you think. You should not blame yourself. I do not grant absolution. I am not a priest, but it is history that I understand. And this thing had to happen. It was meant to happen. That it happened to you, to your brother, is sorrowful, but you will someday see that it was inevitable. The important thing is this. What will you do now?" "I don't know." His voice sounded small. They had reached the end of the beach and stood for a time. The Turkish fortress looming above them, the river running quietly along the sand, white foam visible in the darkness. "I will presume," Antipin said, "to jump history apace, and I will tell you what to do. Do not waste your time with grief. It is a great flaw in our character, our Slavic nature, to do that. We are afflicted with a darkness of the soul and fall in love with our pain. What then? Come with me. East." Antipin nodded his head downriver. His eyes followed Antipin's gesture into the darkness toward the east. His stomach fluttered at the idea of such a journey, as though he had been invited to step off the edge of the world. "Me?" he said. "Yes." "Why?" In wonder. "Here, in this town, it will go on. You will not survive it. They murdered your brother. They must now presume you to be their mortal enemy. Very troubling to keep an eye on. As the eldest brother, responsibility to even the score rests with you. With me or without me, Khristo Nikolaevich, you must go away. You may very well save your family's life. You will certainly save your own." Khristo had not meant, "Why go?" He had meant, "Why me?" But Antipin had answered the wrong question the right way. It would happen like the old feuds, one of mine, one of yours, until only one stood. Since Nico's death he had hidden this from himself, but it festered within him. Now it had been said aloud, and a weight fell away. "Come with me," Antipin said, "and I will teach you something. I will teach you how to hurt them in ways that they do not begin to understand, hurt them so that they cry for mercy, which by then I think you will not grant. Your country has a sickness. We know the sickness well because we were once its victims, and we know how to cure it. We have taught others, we can teach you. You yearn to see the world, to move among men, to do things that matter. I was as you are now, a peasant. I sought the world because the alternative was to spend the rest of my life looking up a plough-horse's backside. Come with me, my friend. It is a chance at life. This river goes many places. It does not stop in Vidin." Khristo's heart rose like the sun. These were words he had waited all his life to hear, without realizing, until now, that he waited. The river, he knew from hours of droning in the dusty schoolhouse, did not stop in Vidin. It rose in Germany, its legendary source a stone basin in the courtyard of a castle of the Fürstenberg princes in the Black Forest. Called the Donau by all German-speaking peoples, it moved through the Bohemian forests to Vienna, crossed into Czechoslovakia at Bratislava, where they named it the Dunaj, turned south through the Carpathians into northern Hungary, divided the twin cities of Buda and Pest, flowed south into Yugoslavia and Serbia, past Belgrade at the confluence of the river Sava, known now as the Duna, roared through the Iron Gate, a narrow gorge in the Transylvanian Alps, and headed east, serving as a border between Romania and Bulgaria, where it was called Dunarya to the north and Dunav to the south. Then, at last, it turned north for a time and split into 3 streams entering the Romanian delta, snaking through the marshes to Ismail, Sulina, and Sfântu Gheorghe, where it emptied into the Black Sea, bordered by the Russian Crimea and Turkey, where the Caucasus Mountains ran down to the sea, where Europe ended and Asia began. "Well," Antipin said, "how shall it be?" He was not sure how to say it. "I do not think I am a communist." Antipin dismissed that wordlessly, throwing it away on the wind with a broad flip of the hand. "Does it not matter? You are a patriot. That matters. You are not our enemy. That too matters. Some day we may convince you to be our true friend. All we ask is opportunity." They turned and walked back along the sand toward the town, where it was quiet and dark. "So there will be cities," Khristo said silently, talking to his destiny. He had argued with it, prayed to it. To him it was a live presence which might or might not heed petitions and curses, but one had to try, damned or praised it, depending on what it did with him. Oh, but what a trickster it was, this sly eel of a fate that wiggled his life about. He had yearned for Vienna, or someone had to find treasure else way ever look, Paris. Now he rather thought it would be Moscow. Turn around, then, and face east. Nothing new in this country. Still a city. Golden onion domes, elegant buildings. People who read books and talked into the night of important things. Like Antipin, they would understand and appreciate him, encourage him. His imagination dined on caviar and inhaled the perfume of the one who sat across the table, yet leaned so close. "When?" he said. "Tomorrow," Antipin said. "They are done for tonight, except for the drinking and the singing. Tomorrow is soon enough." What few things he had, Khristo tossed onto a blanket in a small pile. Then he tied the corners together in a thick knot. At dawn it started to rain hard. Little streamlets poured off the roof and dripped from the grapevine that grew above the kitchen window. They drank tea and ate what remained of yesterday's bread. His mother embraced him, kissed him on both cheeks, gave him a smile of love to travel on. His father looked at him for a long moment, from another world, then patted his shoulder as though he would be back in a few hours, and plodded off toward the docks, walking head down in the rain. His sister Helena, whose black hair and fierce blue eyes made her nearly his twin, reached across the table and touched his face. He went out into the yard and looked around for the last time. Helena ran out of the house and took him hard by the arms. "This is for the best," she said, the rain running down her face. "But you must not forget we are here." He could see she was afraid. "Promise," she said. He promised. She went back into the house, and he left. At the squatty police station, a yellow building no higher than a Turk on horseback, the old fisherman showed up early and stood solemnly in a corner. One did not sit down and wait for the captain. He had lain awake all night, alternately cursing his luck and praying for deliverance. He had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, with the wrong people. He had determined to make a clean breast of it. The authorities would have no question about where he stood. At last he was ushered into the captain's office. A hangdog Kosov sat open-mouthed on a chair in the corner, like a bad boy at school. The remains of his pistol were gathered on the edge of the captain's desk. There was, the old man announced, treason afoot, and he would have no more of it. There was a Russian loose in Vidin, spouting revolution and atheism in the cafes. He was prepared to tell them all he knew. His understanding of the official methodology in such instances was woefully inadequate. All he knew wasn't enough. They'd known of the Russian for a week. Such heresies came quickly to the attention of the local gods, and had wired Sofia to find out what to do about him. Though the country was ruled by Tsar Boris and his army officers, and the future was clear to those with the stomach to see it, foreign policy was ephemeral, and it was hard to know where to put your foot. Russia might be characterized as a wicked beast of a nation, but it was a very large beast, and sometimes it thrashed its tail. Thus, to date, the central administration in Sofia had been silent. As for the old fisherman with the yellowed mustache, him they took down to the basement, to see whether such things as were done there might not stimulate his memory. Their efforts proved fertile, and a few hours of it had him, in whatever remained of his voice, making every sort of denunciation. All of it was copied down. Later, it was widely believed that it was he who had denounced the Stoianev family. They moved downriver, in the skiff, taken gently along by the current, rowing or poling from time to time, principally to keep warm. They'd rigged a waterproof ground cloth on 4 makeshift poles to keep the rain from falling directly on their heads, but autumn on the river demanded philosophical travelers. The drizzle often enough blew sideways, and there was every sort of dripping mist and fog. The river itself was wide here, often as much as a mile between shores as it moved through the Wallachian plain. The wheat harvest was long in. On sunny days farmers burned the yellow stubble, and columns of thin smoke hung on the horizon. Now and again they would be passed by steam tugs pulling barges loaded down with sand, crushed rock, or timber. On the Romanian side there were occasional watchtowers. Soldiers with slung rifles trained binoculars on them as they went by. On the Bulgarian shore, stands of oak and beech stood dark and silent. Antipin kept 2 fishing lines trailing from the stern, and patrol boats took them for fishermen. When the weather cleared, the river dawn was exquisite. A painting at first without color, shapes in negative light. Then strands of pearl-colored mist rose from the water, grey herons skimmed the surface, flocks of pelicans took off from the sandbars in midstream, and the hills turned blue, the birches white, the bare willows brown. It was a world of great stillness, and they instinctively spoke in undertones. Antipin was no less a listener than he had ever been, and Khristo talked for hours, mostly on the subject of Vidin and how life was there, who was rich and who was poor, lechery and drunkenness, religion and hard work, love and hate. It was like most places in the world, really, but Antipin sat and soaked the stories up with scrupulous attention. He was, Khristo came slowly to realize, learning it. On hearing the oft-told tale of Velchev's wife and the borrowed chamber pot, Antipin recalled that Velchev's wife was also Treicho's daughter. Extraordinary. He knew the names of the fascists, the agrarians, the intellectuals who had supported Stambolisky and the Peasant Party. And he could, it seemed, do anything he turned his hand to, and do it well. Cut wood shavings to start a fire, gut a fish, rig a shelter, steer the skiff around the gravel islands that dotted the river. If this was the world he was entering, Khristo thought, he would have to learn very quickly. But the challenge was not displeasing to him. He had been set apart for the first time in his life, and felt that his fortunes had taken a sharp turn for the good. They moved past Kozlodui, past Oryechovo and Nikopol, past Svishtov, where the Bulgarian poet and patriot Alyeko Konstantinov had been stabbed to death, where his pierced heart was exhibited in a small museum. Past the great city of Rusa, the grain port of Silistra. At the border, where the river flowed north into Romania, they pulled over and stopped at a customs shed. Antipin produced a Nansen passport in Khristo's name, with a blurry photograph of a young man who could have been anybody. The Romanian customs officer accepted a Majorca cigarette and waved them through. It was, to Khristo, simply one more rabbit from the hat. One more specimen from Antipin's collection of little miracles. He did wonder once in a great while what on earth made him worth such grand attentions. But these thoughts he put aside. There was enough of the East in him to take pleasure in the present moment and paint the future white. Moscow knocked him virtually senseless. They put him in a house, in pre-revolutionary times the love nest of a wine merchant, on Arbat Street. But his training class was only just getting organized, and they really didn't want to be bothered with him. He had no money, but that did not prevent him from walking, from experiencing for the first time in his life the streets of a city. Winter had come early. The snow and the city swirled around him, and at first overwhelmed his mind. On the river he had drifted into the easy numbness of a long journey, a traveller's peace, wherein constant motion caused the world to slide by before it could make trouble. Thus he was unprepared for the city, and the sights and sounds drove themselves against his senses until he was giddy with exhaustion. And though the Moscow of his dreams, grand boulevards, golden domes, was as he had imagined, it shared the stage with a riptide of ordinary life. For every glossy zeal or pobieda that disgorged important-looking people into important buildings, there seemed to be 10 carts pulled by horses, the carts piled high with coal or carrots, the horses' breath steaming from flared nostrils, the red-faced draymen drunk and cursing like maniacs. The streets were crowded with old women in black dresses and shawls, bearded Jews in black Homburgs, Mongolian soldiers with flat, cold faces. He saw a woman knocked down by a trolley, a bad fight between two men armed with broken vodka bottles. He imagined he could smell the violence in the air, mixed in with horse manure, coal smoke, and fried grease. A huge, bald, fat fellow urinated at the base of a pensive, chin-on-fist statue of Karl Marx. Some militiamen happened along and shouted at him to stop. When he didn't, he called out that he couldn't. They rushed at him. He swung a thick arm, knocked a couple of them sprawling, but the rest ganged him and beat him to the ground with wooden truncheons. Then stood there smoking, until a Stolypin car arrived to take him away. Khristo saw inside when they opened the doors, 2 rows of white faces in the darkness. Yet a moment later, turning the corner into Arbat Street, he saw, he was almost certain, a ballerina. His spirit swooped that such glory could exist on earth. Her face, her whole presence, appeared to have been drawn with a needle-sharp pencil. Hard lines, jaw, cheek, eye, and the suggestion of firm leg beneath the supple skirt as she strode along the street. The women of Vidin started working at the age of 12 and bore children at 16. The bloom shone briefly, then vanished. But this was a city, and in a city, he reasoned, certain plants flowered in perpetuity. She was surrounded, as she moved along the sidewalk, by her personal theatre, the faces in the crowd that watched her, the borzoi on a thin silver chain that preceded her, and 2 fat little men in overcoats who toddled officiously behind her. Her eyes caught his own for a moment, then flicked away, but her face remained utterly still. Like a seashell, he thought. Such treasures were to be worshipped by the eyes alone, were meant to inspire poems, were surely not meant to be craved after in the ordinary mortal ways. But in Moscow, the ordinary mortal ways were, for Comrade Khristo, not entirely neglected. Communism was the golden opportunity of the working classes. Everyone must share. And the Russian winter was an endless horror of white ice and white sky, demonic, survivable only with the 3 traditional warmings, the vodka, the tile stove, and the human body. Marika was her name, said as though the E were an A. She was a Moravian German from eastern Czechoslovakia, a descendant of one of the Teutonic colonies strung all across Eastern Europe, a 19th-century attempt inspired by religion and empire to alleviate the tragic lot of the Slav by means of energetic German example. See how large my cabbage grows. That it grows on land that used to belong to your uncle, we shall not discuss. At the first wash of her, he turned entirely to stone. She blew at him like a wind. She was an intellectual, a Marxist. She was intense, all business. She sang like a dock worker, ran like a soldier, and argued like a drill. God help the man or woman who let a false lick of lumpen deviationism creep into his words. Marika would soon have it out, and with the hot tongs at that. She had burned the mannerisms of the ass-licking bourgeoisie from her soul. Now it was your turn. There was to be no diplomacy, no gentility, no sentiment. But the most astonishing aspect of this human storm was the package in which it was wrapped. Where was, one wondered, the dirndl? She had crinkly orange hair, drawn back tight and tied with a red ribbon. She had a broad forehead and a permanent blush to her cheeks. She was full-breasted and wide-hipped, with freckled white forearms that could throw a hay bale through the side of a barn. She boxed him on the bicep to get his attention. It was all he could do, not to rub it. "We are equals," she said. "This gives you no rights, understand? Does not make you my master, yes?" Yes. They had stolen an hour on the coarse blanket of her bed in the women's section of the dormitory, where she'd hauled him off in accordance with the banner strung above the inside door of the entry hall. Brotherhood Front of 1934. Welcome. It was Marika's idea to welcome him, just as it was her idea to bang on his bare back with her fists, to urge him to a greater gallop. She chose him openly, studied him, considered the genetics, the dialectics, the inevitability of history, then let her blue-veined breasts tumble out of her shirt before his widening eyes. Farewell, Vidin, thou backwater, hail to the new order, and if this belt does not come soon undone, I shall rip it in half. He was, beneath it all, 19, and alone, and away from home for the first time in his life, and he clasped her warm body like a life-preserver, then proceeded to a happy drowning. A proletarian coupling, simple and direct, nothing fancy, and without precaution. Should a tiny artillery loader or fighter pilot chance to come tumbling out some months hence, he or she would be another soul pledged to revolution and glad of it. No dreamy slave of love, Marika closed her eyes only at the last, exhaled a huge purr of relief, then casually chucked him off. To work, it meant. Enough of such frivolity. A hygienic relaxation had been achieved. As the winter lay down on the city, harder and harder through the month of November, her appetite grew. They did it in the attic, where the May Day portraits of Lenin, colossal things colored a vengeant Soviet red, were folded and stored. They did it behind the targets on the basement pistol range. They did it under the table in the kitchen, while the cook snored asthmatically in the parlor. The pace and spirit of it never changed. A mad dash to the finish line. First one there wins, as though revanchist materialism waited just outside the door to gobble them up. He had heard, over the back fences in Vidin, that there were other paths through the woods, that one could also do this and that. But on the one occasion when she was squiffed on Georgian brandy, and he'd attempted to put theory into practice, his reward was a double whack on the ears. "Get off your knees," she said. "That is an attitude of slavery." So much for this and that. Back to essentials. And the more they did it, the more aggressive she became in daily matters. Over the salt herring at the long plank dinner table. "Did you know that Dimitrov is in Moscow? I think I saw him coming out of the Rossaya Hotel." "Dimitrov?" Khristo looked at her questioningly over his fork. "Oh, no. This I refuse to believe. Georgy Dimitrov, the Bulgarian hero." He shrugged. Voluta, a lean-faced Pole with black hair swept back from a high forehead, coughed into his hand with embarrassment. "Your very own countryman." She shook her head, lips pressed in resignation at the utter futility of him. Goldman, a young man from Bucharest, stepped in to save him. "Dimitrov took part in the great patriotic burning of the Reichstag," he said. "His speech at the trial is to be learned in the schools. Now he's in Russia." "Oh," Khristo said. "Our newspapers lie about such things or neglect them entirely." As he struggled to learn all the new ideas, he learned also to cover what Marika called his political infantilism. Hitler's speech on that occasion was one of many statements typed on paper slips and tacked to the dormitory wall, waiting in ambush for the wandering eye of the daydreamer. "This is a God-given signal. If, as I believe, the communists have done it, you are witnessing the beginning of a great new epoch in German history." In Germany and in Russia, it became clear to Khristo. They were itching to go at it. There remained only the question of time and provocation. Khristo struggled in his classes. English and French, an impossible snarl of alien noises. Political history and thought, a crosshatch of plots and counterplots, irredentist imperialism, pan-Slavism, the sayings of Lenin, the revelations of Marx. The world was not as he'd thought. Tides of confusion pulled at him, but he somehow remained afloat. He was now firmly established in the dormitory on Arbat Street, where he'd been given 2 blankets and 1 towel, introduced to a milling crowd of Serbs, Poles, Croatians, Jews, Slovenians, and what-not, 40 souls in all, including 8 women who had their own sleeping quarters. Please take note, comrades. He had been handed a schedule of classes and a stack of books printed on mealy grey paper. Do not mark, others must use. Measured for a khaki uniform of heavy cotton, poked and studied shamelessly by a large, frightening nurse, drenched with kerosene in case of lice, assigned a narrow cot between Voluta and Goldman, told to learn the words to the songs by tomorrow morning, but the lights must be turned off at 10. Inside himself, Khristo was desolate, not at all what he had expected. He had imagined himself as Antipin's assistant, just a bit important. We'll take him out dancing with us. It was not to be. A white card outside the office door said, V.I. Ozunov. A bald man with a fringe of black hair, a brush of a black moustache, delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and a dark, ferocious face, who wore the uniform of an army major. Khristo sat hypnotized as Ozunov reeled off a monotone of forbidden sins. The underlying message was writ large. We have you, boy. Now dance to this music. As for threats, we needn't bother, right? What has become of Comrade Antipin? Khristo asked, one try for bravery. Ozunov smiled like a snake. Antipin was yesterday. Today is Ozunov. End of rebellion. Yet as much as he struggled and sweated with the languages and the Levantine webs of theory, there was one area in which he succeeded. He was, it turned out to his and everyone else's amazement, gifted in the craft. It began with the affair of the knitting needles. 5 students were taken to a classroom and seated around a scarred wooden table. The room stank of carbolic soap. Beads of condensation ran slowly down the fogged-up window, colored a sickly white by the winter sky above the city. Ozunov paced up and down and addressed the backs of their heads, his hands clasped behind him. On your desk are sealed envelopes. Do not touch them. Also a pair of knitting needles. Do not touch them either. We presume you to know what they are, much as we presume that you have never used them. They laughed politely. Good, good, you are not old babas after all, though your degenerate love of prattle and gossip might lead one to think otherwise. I am relieved. He paced. They waited. Voluta! The Pole jumped. Yes, Major Ozunov. Turn the letter over. To whom is it addressed? To the British ambassador, Major Ozunov. A keen analysis, Voluta. Do we all agree? They turned their letters over. All were the same, they agreed. What might the envelope contain? Stoianev. A plot? Karenyi? The reports of spies. Oh, yes. Semers, you agree? It is possible, Comrade Major. And so, Voluta, a denunciation. Goldman, your opinion on this matter? Perhaps a false denunciation? Always a Romanian, eh, Goldman? You see the complexity, the winding and twisting of political matters, I give you that. But then, could it not be a false denunciation by spies? In Stoyanev's plot? What about that? Or it could be the information, no shock to anyone around here, that Ozunov's students are a blithering pack of donkeys' behinds. He finished with a shout. He paced silently, his boots slapping the scrubbed wooden floor, and breathed with a fury. The point is, comrades, you don't know. Not such a difficult solution, is it? You don't know because the letter is sealed. It could be birthday greetings from the Belgian consul. It could be a love note from the stable boy. It could be anything. Now, how shall we discover this elusive truth? Karenyi, take the letter out and read it. Brilliant! You shall now all do exactly that. When I give the word, you have 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, He stopped, leaned over Voluta, and spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. "Don't tear the envelope. We don't want the gentleman to know that someone is reading his mail. And here's a hint, little as any of you deserve it. Use the knitting needles." For the next 10 minutes, an intense flurry of effort. Ozunov, of course, made it much worse by announcing, "30 seconds gone," from time to time as they worked. To their credit, they kept at it long after hopeless frustration set in. They pried and poked and stabbed and wiggled at the envelopes. Voluta tried to force up the point of the flap and ripped a groove through the paper. Goldman, after a few moments of intense concentration, staring fixedly at the problem, determined that the knitting needles were a false technology offered with the intention of misleading them, and picked at the thing with his fingernails. Semmers, with shaking hands, wounded himself in the palm and left red blots on the address. By the end of the 10-minute period, Karenyi, a tow-headed boy from the Hungarian town of Esztergom, had letter and envelope in shreds and one of the knitting needles bent in a V. Khristo Stoianev held the letter in one hand, the envelope, still sealed, in the other. The letter read, "Meet at noon by Spassky Tower." Ozunov could feel his heart beating. It was the throb of the prospector finding golden flecks in an ordinary rock. What was this? A magnificent discovery, to be wrapped carefully and delivered in all humility to his superiors? Or something else? Something bad. Something very, very bad indeed. He began to sweat, closed his eyes, reviewed the last few weeks in his mind. Khristo had discovered the small, unsealed slit at the side of the envelope where the glue line ended. He had squeezed the envelope so that the slit bulged slightly. Peering inside, he had seen the fold of the letter within. Carefully, he ran one needle inside the fold, then inserted the second needle between the top of the fold and the upper edge of the envelope flap, so that the needles sandwiched the fold of the letter between them. With great patience, he began to rotate both needles, and soon the letter became a tube of paper with the needles at its core. When he had the whole letter, he drew it toward him through the slit. Ozunov dismissed the others, stood in front of his desk, folded his hands and tapped his thumbs together rapidly. From years of school, Khristo knew this situation intimately, and it puzzled him. What had he done wrong? Clearly he had done something. They didn't push their glasses up on their foreheads and shut their eyes and pinch the bridges of their noses like that, unless you had made a very great botch of it indeed. "So, Stoianev, tell Uncle Vadim. We'll talk man to man, yes?" "Uncle Vadim?" He said nothing. "Where did you learn it?" "Just here. It revealed itself, the solution." "A lie." "No, Comrade Major, I must disagree with you." "You think me stupid?" "No, sir."
Do not use that form.
"Beg pardon, Comrade Major."
"Do you know, Stoianev, what is done in the Lubyanka, in the cellars, what they do with the hoses? It takes no time at all. You will confess that your mother is a wolf, that your father is a dragon, that you keep the Tsar's dick hidden in a Bible. You will confess that you fly through the air and consort with witches. You will tell them who taught you such tricks, when and where, and what you had for dinner. You understand?"
"Yes, Comrade Major. I learned it here, just now."
"I give you one last chance. Tell me the truth."
From the first moment it seemed the obvious way. Ozunov took a deep breath and exhaled, dropped his gold-rimmed glasses and settled them on his nose.
"Very well," he said. "I must offer you my congratulations."
He thrust his hand forward, and Khristo shook it once, formally.
"Now we are both dead men,"
he added stoically, and gestured for Khristo to leave the room. The news travelled. Everyone wanted to be his friend. He found himself regaining some of what he had lost when abandoned by the admiring Antipin. Even Marika relented, took his hand, and led him down to the warm, dusty boiler room where, on a scratchy blanket, he received a Soviet hero's reward. In the following weeks, Major Ozanov himself began to thaw. Khristo and his comrades chased each other through the streets of Moscow, following each other and being followed, eluding their pursuers, checking their backs in shop windows, running dead drops in the parks, brushing hands in fast passes in Krasnaya Presnya Park. At the militia station near the school, the lieutenant said, "I see Ozanov is at it again." Denunciations poured in from angry citizens. "I saw them pass an envelope, comrade, just as bold as brass in clear daylight. Foreigners, I'd say they were, and most brazen." They were broken up into teams, competed in discovering and penetrating each other's operations. Semmers gave Goldman a bloody nose when he caught him stealing a master cipher. A baker reported that a group of hooligans had kidnapped a tall Polish fellow in his shop. And Khristo won. And won again. It was Khristo's Red Star team that accepted the prize copy of Lenin's speeches. You could dodge through crowds, slither beneath a wagon, crouch down in a phalanx of cyclists. It did not seem to matter. You looked in the reflective shop window, and there he was, just near enough, just far enough, doing something or other that made it seem he had lived on this street all his life. 20 of them chased him into the Byelorussian railroad station on Tverskaya Street. Then 3 hours later trooped back to the dormitory empty-handed to find Khristo waiting for them in the parlor wearing a stiff-billed train conductor's cap. They knew him now for what he was, the best among them. They had seen it before. Wherever they came from, the best in the classroom, the best on the soccer field, and they acknowledged his preeminence. For his part, he learned to wear the star and honor its responsibilities. He encouraged the slow learners, lent a secret hand to those arrayed against him in competitions, and dismissed his successes as pure luck. Major Ozanov, in the hearing of other students, called him Khristo Nikolaevich, which put a seal on his ascendancy. Inspired by all this attention, he even managed to learn a little French. On the last day of December it snowed a blizzard, and he was summoned to Ozanov's private office. Since dawn, kopeck-size snowflakes had drifted down the windless air. Through the major's leaded windows, his office had formerly been the master bedroom of the once grand house, Khristo watched the street whiten and fill. Ozanov stuffed the bowl of a pipe with tobacco, then lit it carefully with a large wooden match. As the office filled with sweet, thick smoke, the major produced a chessboard and pieces. "Do you play, Khristo Nikolaevich?" "Not really, Comrade Major. In Vidin there was no time to learn." "You know the moves, though. What each piece may do." "Of course I know that, Comrade Major." "Good. Then let us try a game. What do you say?" "I will do the best I can, Comrade Major." He said around the pipe stem. "That's the proper spirit." He offered his closed fists. Khristo picked the left hand and played black. He had learned the moves back in Vidin from Levitsky the tailor, who called it the Russian game. Thus, the old man pointed out, the weak were sacrificed. The castles, fortresses were obvious and basic. The bishops moved obliquely. The knights and officer class sought power in devious ways. The queen, second in command, was pure aggression, and the king, heart of it all, a helpless target, dependent totally on his forces for survival. Khristo had virtually no inkling of strategy, but he resolved to be the best opponent he could. The object of the game, he knew, was not to slay the other king, but to put the opponent in a position where he had no choice but to submit. He had overheard one of Vidin's more daring wits describe checkmate as all that Russian foot-kissing business. Khristo's notion of a chess tactic was to sneak a pawn down one side of the board, hoping for a distracted or mortally unobservant foe, and quick make it a queen. At heart, the strategy of checkers thrown in well over its head. Failing that, he liked to send his castles hurtling back and forth, up and down, in obvious but savage forays, hoping to shock a piece or two from his opponent. The knights he rarely used. They had a herky-jerky motion he distrusted. Things shouldn't go straight and then cat-corner. Ozanov attacked down the left side of the board, giving up 2 pawns, but pinning Khristo's castle down with a bishop. Khristo wasted 2 turns hip-hopping his queen around the pawn rank, stopping to take Ozanov's apparently suicidal pawns, for he liked it to have an unobstructed field of fire. Ozanov reacted to this provocation with apparent caution, breaking off his bishop's attack on the castle, drawing the piece back to safety. It was Khristo's theory that a succession of entirely random moves might startle the opponent, give him pause, make him think you had some obscure trick up your sleeve. Ozanov pondered the board, smoke curling upward from his pipe, chin resting on folded hands, intent once again on his own attack. So intent that Khristo had a little flurry of victories, took a pawn and a bishop with his galloping castle, made Ozanov move to defend his king. He seemed somehow to have taken the initiative. Perhaps he really could play. He stared out the white window, hypnotized by the slow drift of the snowflakes, then forced his attention back to the game. He could not allow Ozanov to see that his mind wandered. Where was Marika? He'd not seen her at breakfast. Suddenly, a tragedy. Ozanov's remaining bishop came wheeling out of ambush and snapped up his queen. Damn! Khristo quickly checked his pawns to see which had snuck farthest down the board. No solace there. Finally, for want of anything better to do, he threatened Ozanov's castle with the pawn. How on earth had Ozanov finagled his queen? His eyes wandered to the piece lying on its side among the ranks of the dead by the edge of the board. Would he not have taken the bishop with his queen on the previous move if the path had been open? How had he missed it? The game progressed. Snow drifted in the street below. Khristo's forces were slowly picked to pieces. He tried to concentrate to see the distant implications of each possible move, but the suddenly captured queen obsessed him. From that blow he would not recover. But he wanted at least to see the reason of it. In time, he realized what Ozanov had done. At first he could not believe it, but finally had to accept the fact that Ozanov had brazenly cheated him. Why? He didn't know. Even the strongest had a weakness somewhere. They taught him that themselves. Perhaps Ozanov could not bear to lose. Toward the end of the game, as Ozanov chased his king mercilessly around the board, stopping only to pick off one of the few motley survivors, the Stoianev temper asserted itself. Khristo determined that he would not be fooled quite so easily, and just then a distraction in the form of a telephone call came to his aid. Soon enough the game was over. A last faithful knight eliminated, a few helpless pawns standing around like poor relations at a funeral. Ozanov reached over and laid Khristo's king on its side. "Check," he said, "and mate, I believe. You agree?" "Yes," Khristo said. "You dislike to lose, Khristo Nikolaevich?" "Yes, Comrade Major." "Then you must learn to play better." "I agree, Comrade Major." "Losing your queen, that's what finished you, I believe." Khristo nodded agreement. "A very simple stratagem. Plain as your nose, eh?" Khristo was not sure how to answer. Ozanov smiled, as though to himself, and poked idly at the bowl of his pipe with a toothpick. "I knew an Englishman once, a few years after the Revolution. It was my job to know him. We spent many hours in conversation. It was a most pleasant assignment, really. There was nothing we did not speak of: women, politics, religion, all those matters that men like to speculate about when they are at ease. From this man I learned a particular thing. Fair play, he called it.
Not such a simple notion, perhaps, when you probe to find its heart, a kind of code, which each gentleman must honor individually in order for all to benefit. In time I came to understand that it was a good system for those who had more than they needed, for those who could afford to give something away. But I also realized that I had never known anybody like that. Nobody I ever knew could say, "Here, you take it, I do not deserve it. I do not need it so badly that I will cheat and lie to get it." Perhaps someday we may indulge ourselves in that fashion. We may have so much that we can afford to give some of it away, but not now. Can you understand this? Khristo looked hesitant. Ozanov laughed at his discomfort. "Yes, boy, I cheated you. I moved a piece while you were daydreaming out the window, enchanted by our Russian snow. I acknowledge it." "But why, Comrade Major? You could have won without that." "Yes, I could have. You do some things well, comrade student, but you played chess like a barbarian. I wanted merely to teach you something. That is my job now." "Teach me what, Comrade Major?" Ozanov sighed. "I am told Lenin once called it the Bolshevik variation. Simply another strategy like the Sicilian defense. It has two parts to it. The first is this: win at all cost. Do anything you have to do, anything, but win. There are no rules." Khristo hesitated. He had a response to this, but it was very bold, and he was not sure of himself. At last he took the leap. "I have learned what you wanted to teach me, Comrade Major," he said, opening his hand to show Ozanov the white pawn he had stolen when the telephone rang. "You're a good student," Ozanov said. "Now learn the second part of the variation. Make the opponent play your game. And the more he despises your methods, the more you must make him use them. The more he arms himself with virtue, the more you must make him fight in the dirt. Then you have him." He gestured with his pipe toward the white pawn lying on Khristo's palm. "Keep that," he said. "A student prize from Ozanov. You have won the copy of Vladimir Ilyitch's speeches. Now you will have something to remind you in times to come how to turn them into prophecies." "Wake now, please." The hand jerked his shoulder. His body rose upright by itself, it seemed, and he suddenly found himself sitting. He struggled to get his eyes open. What time was it? His heart was beating like a drum at being torn from deep sleep. "You are up? No falling back down in a heap?" It was Irina Akhimova, one of the night guardians, an immense woman with tiny eyes and a voice like a ripsaw. "Dress yourself, Khristo Nikolaevich, quickly, quickly!" At last his eyes opened. The dormitory was dark, the windows revealed snow drifted over the sill, black night above. Goldman stirred in the next bed, somebody coughed, a toilet flushed. Ozanov's chess game had kept him awake a long time the night before, his mind tossed on the sea. "What is it?" His voice was thick. "Angels dancing on the roof!" Her harsh voice cut through the room. "How should I know?" She grabbed him by the hair, not so playfully. "And wear your warmest things, little rooster, lest your manhood become an icicle." She let him go with a flourish. He swung out of bed. She didn't take her eyes off him while he dressed. When he visited the toilet, she waited just outside. He wound a scarf around his throat, put on a sweater and his wool jacket. "Very well," he said. She looked at him critically, reached to a nail above his bed, whipped his peaked cap from it and put it on him, pulling it down as far as it would go. Then she took him above the elbow and led him out of the room. There was a mug of tea for him on the table in the parlor and a man's silhouette in the shadows. "Here he is," Irina Akhimova said to the shape, "and good morning to you." She left abruptly. The man moved forward and stopped. His body was very still. He stared at Khristo, and his eyes did not blink. Khristo had never before seen anyone like him. He came from an unknown world, and this world, sealed, alien, hung about him like a shadow.
His overcoat was finely made, with a soft collar standing upright. On his head was a fur cap set at an angle. He was perfectly shaven and smelled of cologne. He had longish, lank black hair, strong cheekbones, dark eyes so deeply set they seemed remote and hidden. "I am Sasha," he said. "Drink your tea quickly, and come with me." Khristo gulped his tea. The voice was educated and genteel, but there was no question of not doing whatever it told you to do. He put the cup down. The man gestured toward the door. The air outside was like ice, dead still, bitter with wood and coal smoke. White plumes blossomed slowly from every chimney. The snow was cleared away in a path to the street, where a low black car idled unevenly in front of the building. Sasha opened the back door for him, then went around and climbed in the front seat. The driver was bulky and thick-necked, with a hat like Sasha's set square on his head. They moved slowly down the street on packed snow. The lights picked out dark bundles, which Khristo knew to be women wielding shovels. They drove in silence, the driver turning the wheel gingerly as they crawled around the corners. On the horizon, Khristo could see a fading of the darkness, a thin light that he had come to know as the winter dawn. The upholstery in the car had a strong, musty smell. Sasha moved the sleeve of his coat back an inch. He was wearing a watch. Khristo tried to quiet his breathing, to slow it down. He did not want these men to know what he was feeling. The interior handles of the back doors had been removed. They drove down Kutuzov Prospect, a grand boulevard, past the Kremlin towers, then into a narrow side street that had been shoveled down to the paving. They passed under an archway where a soldier with a rifle saluted them, then stopped in a courtyard full of black cars. The driver remained seated. Sasha opened his door and beckoned him out. He moved stiffly, shoulders hunched as he stepped into the sharp air. He had thought that facing death, facing whatever he now faced, his mind would be bright with panic. But this was not the case. Instead, he felt like a man at the bottom of a deep well, a statue, empty of feeling. Sasha led him through a series of guarded doors until they stood in a grand marble entry hall dominated by a magnificent staircase and a domed ceiling that was a vast concave painting of nymphs and swains in a woodland. Khristo was directed to a small door set into a panel on one side of the rotunda. This opened on an iron stairway which they descended, their footsteps ringing against the walls. It was otherwise silent and very damp, lit just barely by dim bulbs and wire cages. Down 3 flights they moved through empty corridors that seemed to go on and on, like hallways in a dream. At last they stopped in front of an unmarked wooden door. "Listen to me carefully," Sasha said in a low, even voice. "We have caught a German spy. There has been a full confession, names, details, places of meeting, everything. You are not implicated in this. We do not believe you are implicated, but we do not know so very much of you. If you are to be one of us, we must assure ourselves of your disposition in such matters. So you will have to prove yourself. Now, on the other side of this door, my instructions to you are these. Do not think, do not speak, do not hesitate. Only act, follow directions. Do what needs to be done. You must not be sick or stagger. Remember that you are a man full grown." Sasha tapped on the door, and it opened instantly. On the other side was a large man in white shirt and dark trousers with suspenders. The man had a cold, plain face and looked at him for a long moment with that expression. The room smelled strongly, musty, sweet and damp. It had no windows, only water-stained floral wallpaper, a rough table and chair, and a carpet rolled up against one wall to reveal a smooth brick floor with a drain at the center. The German spy knelt facing a corner of the room. Khristo saw the hands, tied behind the back with a brown cord, the head bent forward, the eyes shut, the lips moving silently, skin the color of dirty chalk. The man in suspenders moved forward. He limped when he walked, in felt slippers that did not make a sound on the brick floor. Standing by the kneeling figure, he looked back at Sasha, who nodded affirmatively. Gently, he pushed the head forward until the forehead was only a few inches from the floor, then took the orange hair, tied back in a red ribbon, and tucked it in front of her shoulder, revealing a white neck. Khristo felt Sasha take him by the back of the hand and turn it palm up. He had bony fingers, cold to the touch, and a grip like steel. From his pocket he took a Nagant revolver, slapped it hard onto Khristo's hand, then stepped back. A different pair of men drove Khristo Stoianev back to Arbat Street and the Brotherhood Front of 1934. They too wore watches, conspicuously checking them now and again, but they drove slowly and carefully, and took a long, winding route through the city, which had now struggled to life amid the great snowdrifts. Black bundles, you could not determine the age or sex, shuffled head down, single file, along shoveled paths. The sky was dark and thick, the air still. It had long since stopped snowing. Khristo stared out the side window. They were watching him in the rearview mirror. In the same mirror he could see their eyes shift, and he hid his privacy by looking away. He felt, had chosen to feel, absolutely nothing. A door had closed inside him. Marika joined Nico on the other side of it. But he remembered the old story of the man who returns home one day to find his house occupied by demons. He hides in the basement. Each day the demons put one brick on the trap door that is his only access to freedom. How many days shall he wait to confront them? Khristo would wait a day, many days, he hoped. He had not loved her. Never would she have permitted such a thing to happen. Sentimentalism was to be fought at all costs. On her part, making love was only a trick you did for the sake of health, or, perhaps, as an appreciative gesture toward a fellow worker. She was, he remembered, demonstratively unaffectionate, as though tenderness in the dance of lovers would betray the honest, barnyard essence of their desire. Perhaps, he now thought, this had been her method of deception and had nothing to do with playing the part of worker. He had been naive, he realized, had simply not considered that deception could occur in such matters. Very well. It would happen no more, and if it did, now that he knew of Sasha's existence and others like him, it would surely be the last time. Unless you could turn over and fuck in your grave. In this place you could not make a mistake. That was the lesson he had learned in the morning. God only knew what he might be taught in the afternoon. He watched the black figures on the street, their white breaths hanging in the air. What was this place? Who were these people? The car turned into Arbat Street. In front of his building there was a Stolypin car, puffing black exhaust on the snow as it idled. No one moved to open his door, so he simply sat and waited. Two men in overcoats came quickly out of the building, holding the arms of a man running between them. It was Ozunov. He was barefoot, wearing blue silk pajamas. He stumbled a little. The two men jerked him upright, and his glasses went askew. They stopped at the back of the Stolypin car, and one of the men let him go in order to open the door. Instinctively he adjusted his glasses, turned his head. For a bare instant he stared at Khristo. His face appeared to have somehow shrunk, and his eyes looked enormous. Then the two men hoisted him into the back, as Khristo caught a brief glimpse of other people inside the truck-like compartment. One of the men slammed the door and dropped the steel bar into its bracket. The whole street could hear the clang. Just at that moment, the door on Khristo's side of the car was swung open by the man from the passenger seat. He nodded toward the building entry. He was apparently forbidden to speak, but the look on his face, a smile without mirth or pleasure, made it clear that they had wanted him to witness this event. The winding trip home had been simply a matter of timing. Khristo, his arms wide for balance, the peaked cap still pulled down on his head, tiptoed carefully across the ice into the building. Irina Akhimova awaited him just inside. She took him to the small parlor off the dining area, sat him down at a table, and disappeared in the direction of the kitchen. Very slowly, he took off the hat, unwound the scarf, set them on a chair beside him, stared vacantly at the wall. It was unpleasantly silent in the room. He could hear himself breathing. He desperately wanted to fall asleep, and he swayed in the chair and bit his lip when his eyelids drooped. "None of that," Irina Akhimova said from the doorway. He came to with a snap. "Soldiers must not sleep at the post." But the words were somehow tender, and there was kindness in her tiny eyes. She beckoned him, led him into the kitchen. In an iron pot, she was making pelmeni, ground pork and onions wrapped in dough and boiled. The air in the kitchen was fragrant. There was a glass of thin, freshly made sour cream set by a plate. He could smell the vinegar in it. Akhimova's enormous back was bent studiously over the pot as she prodded and poked the floating pelmeni with a long wooden spoon. She served him, filled his plate at the stove, then tilted it over the pot to let the steaming water run off, placed it before him, moved the sour cream closer, filled a tall glass with strong tea. "Will you not join me, Comrade Lieutenant?" he asked. She made a dismissive noise, just the way the older women in his own town did, meaning that it was his moment for grand food, not hers. It was his victory they were celebrating. The pelmeni were delicious, garlic laid on with a broad lick, the way he liked it. He resisted a powerful urge to gobble, took his time, was Spartan with the sour cream until, smiling broadly, she waved him on. He felt the meal bring his soul back to life. Despite the world, despite Marika and Ozunov, despite himself. His body, his heart as well, took the food to itself, became warm and grateful. And since the day was meant to be an example, a homily on life as they wished him to perceive it, there was yet one more lesson in store. "News from home," she said solemnly when he had eaten as much as he could. She laid a sheet of cheap brownish paper in front of him. He stared at it, perplexed. Nobody in Vidin could have the faintest idea where he was. "Brought by friends," she added in explanation. He recognized his father's schoolboy letters, each one labored over with a stub of pencil. "My son, I greet you. I am happy to hear that you are with friends. Mama and I are well. Last Sunday at the St. Ignatius Church, your sister Helena took wedding vows with Theodor Veko, the son of Omar Veko, the landlord. I know you will join us in wishing them prosperity and long life. It was a fortunate match. Life here will now go on more smoothly. It is my hope that you are studying your lessons and obeying your teachers, making something of yourself, and that the time will come when you may come home to us. That my blessings find you in good health." He had signed it Nikolai Stoianev, with ceremony, a man who had written very few letters in his life. To Khristo, the message between the lines was quite thoroughly clear. Nico's affront to authority and his own flight eastward had placed his remaining family in grave danger, and Helena had determined to sacrifice her happiness on behalf of her parents' lives. No Vidin child of his acquaintance would have done any less. He knew of Theodor Veko, an older man, child of Veko's youth, a drunkard, a violent man. But Helena was clever, would wind him around her thumb. The rest of the message was this: you cannot come home. That it should arrive on the day when his thoughts might well be expected to turn in that direction was no coincidence, and he knew it.
"The news is good?" Akhimova asked. "Yes, Comrade Lieutenant. As good as can be expected." She leaned over his shoulder. He felt her bulk near him, and pretended to read the letter for the first time. She squeezed the tender place between his shoulder and his neck. "Be brave, Khristo Nikolaevich," she said softly. "Be a good soldier." They had him. The first step was to comprehend it. The second was to form, in the privacy of his mind, the words themselves, a reading of the sentence. He was held by a system based on the portcullis, a medieval security tactic no less effective for its age. A system of 2 gates. A visitor entered through the first gate, no questions asked. It locked behind him. He was now confronted by a second gate, held a virtual prisoner in a small space. Above his head, the walls were honeycombed with arrow slits and fighting ports. For the moment, only questions came from above. If the answers were found to be good, they opened the second gate. If the answers, or the stars, or the cast of the dice, were found to be not good, they did not open the second gate. After that, the disposition of the prisoner was more a matter of whim than tactics. The portcullis was a system based on the medieval assumption of evil in all men. Again, a notion no less effective for its age, and the certain knowledge that any visitor carried your destruction in his hand, intentionally or not, a spy's gold or the Black Death. Thus they had him, and he knew it. He could not go home. He could only move in the direction they pointed out. Pray God you understood where they were pointing. Pray God you did not make a misstep along the path. The lesson of the mistake had been sharply staged for him in the departure of Ozanov. The Major had permitted a spy to flourish in his house. Perhaps he was a witting accomplice, perhaps not. But, they said, we have no time to find out. No wish either. The new science is ingenious in that way. Motive is unimportant. Why does not matter. Only that. And the new science is economical. An arrest, if properly managed, is also a lesson. Thus, we make what we have go further. Thus, we spend wisely. But they, the masters, the unseen, had incorporated a tiny flaw in their structure. It was endemic. They could do nothing about it. As oriental rugs are woven with a single imperfect strand, that the weaver not be seen to compete with Allah, who is the only perfection. Their system had one defect. It was not perfectly dark. Some light got in. For the more they trained Khristo in their methods, the more he understood their logic. It was a problem they couldn't overcome, but they knew it existed, and they watched closely. And watching was their greatest skill. Thus they had him, but he knew it. The way home was closed. They had let him know that with the letter. He realized also that Antipin had operated openly in Vidin on purpose, that secrecy had not been his intention. If the fascists were after you, to whom could you turn? To the east, of course. Now let us provoke the fascists. They will drive the sheep. We shall have the wool. That winter, Khristo Stoianev learned to bear weight. He understood the system in that way, a great heavy mass that pressed down upon you, that kept you struggling and gasping to remain in any sense at all upright. It crushed the mind because it demanded every resource, every tag end of memory and cognition, simply to stay afloat. Imagination withered, fantasy collapsed. Only some of the strong would survive. There were special rules, special interpretations of the rules, regulations to be adamantly obeyed, regulations to be adamantly ignored. Tests, obvious tests and obvious tests that hid subtle tests. Provocations to be silently withstood, provocations to be instantly reported, papers to be kept on the person, papers to be written and handed in, papers to be punched at regular intervals, papers to be returned by a certain date, special passes, special permissions, open conversations, guided conversations. If there were a way to hammer a nail into a thought, they would have found it and done it.
To this weight, add the weight of the winter, which bore them all down, Bolshevist and cellar priest alike. A sky that turned black, then grey, then brown, then white, then black again. "The sun?" Goldman said in an unguarded moment. "I hear they've shot it." If they had, it bled snow. The unrelieved whiteness became blinding over time, made a world without feature. A terrible empty blankness where, at last, the concept of nothingness, polnaya pustota, became brutally real. And, finally, at the center of it all, was the cold.
A cold that shrank you up inside yourself. A cold that collapsed every face to a frown or a snarl. A cold that blew in the wind like a whip or hung motionless in the air like dead smoke. Even to wash was agony, and all stank together. The sex shriveled back into the body. Only alcohol could move the blood, and with enough alcohol, the cold found new ways to feed itself. An old woman sat on a bench to rest for a moment. You came upon her thinly glazed with ice the following morning. Khristo bore the winter cold as best he could, and found ways to bear the other kind of chill as well. Would they, he reasoned, teach you French and English unless they intended to send you someplace where such languages were spoken? They would not. So he bent his back to it. It did not come easily. It did not come quickly, but he simply would not let go until he had a death-grip understanding of it. "Good morning, Mr. Stoianev. How is the weather today?" "Good is the weather. Maybe snows a little." "The weather is good. Maybe it will snow a little." "The weather is good. Maybe it will snow a little." "Not little. 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 Faster. Little." By the hour, by the day, by the week. In February he was 20 years old. Goldman and Voluta and Semmers chipped in and bought him a cream cake. The cream was off. He ate it anyway and showed pleasure, licking his lips enthusiastically and humming with pleasure. Later in bed, he curled around his stomach and fell into a sleep of exhaustion, despite the cramps. It was comradeship, he came to realize, that brought them through the winter agonies of 1934 and 1935. While the blizzards and the system swirled around them and the purges beat like a drum in the background, they held on to each other and rode out the storms. Perhaps, Khristo thought privately, we are the truest communists in Moscow this winter. We share our pain. We share our food. The idea had been simple enough. Send out an army of Antipians across the mountains and river valleys of Eastern Europe. Recruit, never mind how, the young and vigorous. Look for stealth, raw courage, a gift for lies or seduction. You know what we want. Bring them back here. Teach them what they need to know. Make them, one way will work as well as the next, our own. Marxists, patriots, criminals, outcasts, adventurers, mix it up, boys. You never know what you'll need. They will be ours. Poles, Czechs, Serbs, Macedonians, Bulgarians, Croats, our brothers and sisters to the west. War is surely coming, and these seeds will make a harvest in future famines. It was equally logical to run them through in batches, keep them in a group, for one always wanted to be sure where everyone was. In a country of 200 million souls that covered 11 time zones, you could misplace the damnedest things. Entire trains, whole battalions. Sometimes you never did find them. The country had a way of swallowing up what most normal persons would hold to be entirely indigestible objects. It drove some technicians quite literally mad. Thus, convenience for the accountants of the system made for the salvation of its inventory. Survival could only be managed if they took care of each other.
they learned that everyone in the group had something to offer. They learned who the stool pigeons were and fed them on small sins to maintain their credibility so that new and unknown informers would not be introduced. Thus, together, they learned their lessons. March. No sign of a thaw. Winter giving every sign of an encore, it was their turn to occupy the village of Bielovo on the river Oka. An outing. A half-day ride in a rattly wooden rail car, chugging past bare birch groves and black-green forests of fir with snow-weighted boughs. Real countryside. Woodcutters' huts. The occasional farm field in a peculiar shape. The Russians, to everyone's amazement, farmed in oddly configured patches of land. Nothing square, perhaps the result of endless divisions of the Fursts among sons over the centuries. But all they saw was new, and that was what mattered. It made their blood run fast after the shut-in winter months in claustrophobic Moscow. They yelled and capered and carried on like kids. Karenyi managed to free the upper half of one of the windows. Painted, a horrid Soviet institutional green, shut for years, it shrieked as it opened, borne down by Karenyi's great strength. At last, delicious cold air, seasoned with railroad soot, came rushing into the car. Hooray! Reaching up through the window, Karenyi returned with a handful of snow from the roof. A rapid shaping in red hands, then a fat snowball sailed out the open window toward a hut. A near miss. They threw themselves on the other windows, and soon enough they were shelling the scenery amid shouts of triumph and exasperation. Well, you know how it is. It would have to be Iovescu, that appalling snitch, who would get it in the back of the head. Fat-faced goody-goody from the Banat. With vengeful eye he searched the crowd, who as one raised their shoulders in shrugs of angelic innocence. Finally, wouldn't you know it, he picked on Ilya Goldman, one of the smallest, and chucked a fistful of loose snow at him. There was only one answer to that. The ensuing volley hit Iovescu and everybody else, producing squeals of fury as snow worked under the odd collar. Mayhem followed. In the melee, Karina Oloa, a little blonde thing from Vilno, journeyed stealthily to the platform between cars and returned with a colossal snow bomb which, launched upward, splattered against the ceiling and rained down on various heads. A huge cry arose, and that, at last, brought Lieutenant Akhimova and the other officers on the run. Order was restored. They'd used up most of the roof snow anyhow. In the little village of Bielovo, they took over various thatch-roofed huts. Where the Belovians themselves had got to, nobody could say, with wood bunks covered by moth-holed blankets. They built coal fires in the stoves, trooped down to the church for dinner, where iron pots of soup were boiling, and misshapen loaves of rye-flour bread were set out on long tables. After a winter of potatoes and cabbage and fishbone soup, the smell of food was thrilling. There may even have been a few private thoughts of home. They built a bonfire that night and sang songs, then trooped off to their respective houses, just like real townspeople, and slept the sleep of city dwellers on their first night in the country. The next morning, after tea and bread, they went to work. They were divided into 14 teams of 4, each team designated by a number and given numbered strips of material to pin to their collars. Khristo, Goldman, and Voluta were a team joined by a tall Yugoslavian named Dražen Kulik, who, in his late 20s, was rather older than most of the others. Kulik seemed to have lived his life away from the sun. His hair, eyes, and skin were almost without color. Yet he did not fade into the background. His presence was physical, hard, and there was something in the set of his face that was watchful and unforgiving. The 4 were designated Unit 8. In the first exercise of the day, half the units entered Bielovo as security police. The other half were given blank-loaded Tokarev pistols, wooden boxes supposedly containing explosives, a notebook labeled List of Partisan Units, and signaling flares, contraband, to hide in their huts. As counterinsurgency officers, Unit 8 was assigned to search houses at the southern end of the village. On the edge of town, waiting for the whistle that would begin the exercise, Unit 8 held a meeting. Khristo would be the captain, would have final say in all things, though all would participate in planning and executing operations. Ilya Goldman was appointed intelligence officer and freed from all other obligations. He immediately undertook to make lists of the units they would oppose and cooperate with during the exercises. Goldman, a lover of detail, set himself to annotate these lists in his own code, with observations on personalities, strengths, and weaknesses in each unit. The first argument began right there. Now that Goldman was intelligence officer, he wanted a staff. Typical. Give him an inch and he took a mile. Goldman waited for the other three to calm down, then explained patiently. Lists took time and observation. Operational efficiency could be sacrificed for a day or two in favor of acquiring data that A, would be useful in defeating opposing units, and B, could be marketed to other units in exchange for cooperation, thereby increasing the data files and making the potential for trading even more productive. Khristo was impressed and promptly ordered Goldman to choose a staff. He selected Kulik. Khristo calmly pointed out that Kulik was physically strong, and if there were to be only two of them operating a security police, that quality was important, principally for purposes of intimidation, but who knew what it might come to? Future assignments could well be affected by the outcome of the Bielova Games, and everybody wanted to do well. Fistfights were not out of the question. Goldman accepted Voluta as his assistant, and the two of them immediately went off and whispered in a corner. Therefore, when the whistle blew, and the designated counterinsurgency units fanned out across the village, Unit 8 was represented only by Khristo and Kulik. Bielova had been a reasonably prosperous little place, a small church with a dome, a town hall, police station, and a few small shops, really open market stalls, on the main street, which was surfaced in frozen mud. The sun had come out, beads of morning frost glistened in the roof thatch. Khristo, blank-loaded holstered pistol riding his waist, strode along the main street and saw life anew from a policeman's perspective. A curious sensation, to go anywhere he wanted, to say what he liked to whomever he pleased. There was, he hated to admit it, some distinct comfort in such power. As other units commenced the exercise, Khristo and Kulik could see that they had adopted the time-honored forms. The hard-handed banging on the door, shouts of "Open up! Security search!" When the doors were opened, they could see people who had recently been self-confident students transformed by circumstance into groups of huddled peasants. They found their assigned target, the hut of Unit 5, and briefly discussed their strategy. Kulik disappeared around the back. Khristo tapped lightly on a board below the window. The unit captain appeared at the window and gestured toward the door. "I needn't come in," Khristo said. The captain looked puzzled. "They sent me to tell you that you're in the wrong hut. This one here is supposed to be storage. Unit 5 belongs next door." The captain nodded and disappeared from the window. Khristo waited, pleased to have the warming sun on his back. It stood to reason that when they moved, their contraband would have to move with them. The captain reappeared at the window and chopped the edge of his right hand into the bent elbow of his left arm, adding for emphasis an extended middle finger on the left hand. The universal sign language informed Khristo that his suggestion had been staunchly rejected. So he went and knocked on the door. The captain opened the door. "Nice try," he said acidly. "Keep a civil tongue when you talk to us," Khristo said, "or you're in the stockade for the day." No stockade had been mentioned in the rules, but one could never be certain. The man stared at him for a moment, then grunted and stood back. Khristo let Kulik in the back door. "Lieutenant Kulik will conduct the search," Khristo announced, folding his arms and leaning back against the wall. "Where are the rest of you?" one of the peasants asked. "You'll find out," Khristo answered, putting as much menace in his voice as he dared. "All stand up," Kulik shouted as loud as he could. Unit 5 stood, slightly sullen at being addressed so harshly. "All strip!" They stood with their mouths open. "Hurry up, down to the skin!" he yelled. Against the rules. Her name was Malya. She was tall and sallow and won all the prizes for codes and ciphers. She stood with her arms folded and glowered at them. "You are state security," she added, "not dirty-minded boys." Her eyes glittered with contempt. As Kulik took a fast step toward her, Khristo's hand shot out and grabbed his elbow. Kulik shook him off, but stayed where he was. "I'll be back," Khristo said. He ran out the door and down the street to the town hall, where the officers had constituted themselves a committee of the rules. He addressed Irina Akhimova. "Comrade Lieutenant." He stood at attention. "Yes, comrade student? We require the search of a female person." The officers, 5 or 6 of them smoking cigarettes and drinking tea, passed an eyes-to-heaven look among themselves. "Here we go again," it said. "Another year at Belova, and already they are at it." Akhimova climbed to her feet, affecting weariness, brushed Khristo ahead of her with hand motions. "Yes, yes, comrade security officer, lead the way." They arrived at the hut to find Kulik and Unit 5 locked in a staring contest. Kulik's hand rested on the butt of his holstered gun. Akhimova took Malya out the back door toward the privy behind the hut. In a moment they reappeared. Malya's face was angry, her cheeks well-colored. "Donkey," she said to the unit captain. Akhimova handed Khristo a thickly folded wad of paper. "One current map of the Ukraine, 6 towns circled," she said, "tied to the upper left leg with string." She took a notebook from the side pocket of her uniform jacket. 10 points subtracted from Unit 5, 10 points awarded to Unit 8. Continued the exercise. As she walked out, only Khristo could see her face. She winked at him. He glanced out the window. Goldman went scurrying by like a ferret. So for a week it went. They battled among themselves, shadowing each other to clandestine meetings, plotting to suborn their opponents, bending every rule until the judging committee stomped about in a red-faced fury. They ran, in their espionette's kindergarten, every classical operation in the repertoire. Given the preponderance of males, there did seem to be a particular obsession with the honey trap. Seduction for the purposes of leverage. The country air had stimulated more than one appetite. But no conquests for intelligence purposes were recorded. They planted compromising evidence on each other. Khristo found a curiously whittled wooden dowel in the bunched-up blanket he used for a pillow. Even Goldman, their chief Machiavelli, declined to offer a theory on its intention. They buried it beside the hut and waited. That night, Unit 5, led by the Hungarian captain, an officer judge in tow, kicked the door open and accused Khristo of secreting an ampule of morphine. The following day, Voluta planted it on somebody else, but he too discovered and removed it before the group was raided. The classical operations, it turned out to everyone's irritation, often had classical results, which is to say, no results. They were accustomed in all their games to winning and losing, and the frequency of no-decision calls first puzzled then annoyed them. They had stumbled on the dispiriting truth about spycraft, which was that few disciplines had a lower incidence of clear victories. "I bent my brain to get this right," Goldman whined after some particular piece of treachery had fizzled before his eyes. They shared his frustration. Their coup of the first day had given them an inflated opinion of their abilities. They were now treated to the chilly reality of initial success diluted by subsequent failure. No matter how hard they went at it, a second great triumph eluded them. They won points, they lost points, but most of their efforts earned a no decision. There were serious undertones to this competition. Most of them had been in Moscow for 6 months or more, and they had discovered that in this egalitarian society, some were decidedly more equal than others. Elusive and shadowy it was, but privilege did exist. Being out and about in the city, you'd catch a glimpse, a scent of it. Clearly it was based on rank, one's position in the scheme of things, and their success in the competition, and generally in the school, would ultimately determine that position. But try as they might, the members of Unit 8 could not work their way into first place on the list posted daily on the door of the church. They fluttered between second and third. That, it seemed, was the way it was destined to work out. Unit 2, a cadre of teachers' pets captained by the infamous brown-nosed Iovescu, sat firmly atop the heap. The final exercise was witnessed by the god Petchenko himself, driven out that morning in an open staff car, a picnic hamper riding next to the officer who acted as chauffeur. This Petchenko was a fabled personage. His telephone calls produced ashen-faced terror insubordinates who sported one of those battering-ram titles in which the words Deputy, Assistant, Minister, Interior, State, and Security all appeared. The tolling of a frightful bell. The sort of high, but not too high, job where the incumbent could snip your balls off without signing for them. Beside the point, perhaps, that he had 7 months to live, or that some of his former castrati were waiting for him when it was his turn to go to the Lubyanka. That day he was the Tsar. The assignment? Assassinate General X as he enters the captured city. Citizens line the streets. Security is rife. This is a triumphal entry. Citizens and security were composed of the other 13 units. One unit had to do the job. General Petchenko deigned to take the role of General X. His flunkies were enacted in every possible way by 3 members of the judging committee. The part of the car was played by his car. Unit 8 stayed up till dawn, blankets wrapped around their shoulders. They had been screwed, somehow, placed last on the schedule. By then every other unit would have had its try. Every possible variation, every deceit, trick, diversion, and ruse would have been seen and identified. They pounded their heads to come up with something completely new. What made it worse was that their officers, the judging committee in the car and others in the street, were arrayed against them along with all the other units, and they, of course, were looking forward to it, popping away at their students with blank 7.62 rounds, symbolically slaughtering the incompetent. For the 19th time, Captain Khristo asked Intelligence Officer Goldman what assets they had, and for the 19th time was shown the 2 pistols Kulitz had managed to weasel away from other units. He was, for such a heavy-shouldered brute, a surprisingly subtle thief. In addition, Goldman could make overtures to certain weak links in other units in search of covert assistance, but who could know they might well be delivering themselves into the nets of somebody's counterintelligence scheme? They themselves had played the traitor too often in order to discern someone else's intentions, not to know that the prank could just as easily be played back on them. "It's getting light," Voluta said. "What can we do with 2 extra pistols and a few weak links? Or really, 5 extra pistols. We'll only need 1 to shoot the bastard." Weak links cannot be trusted. Khristo spoke the axiom automatically. Kulik agreed, nodding sadly. Completed the worn joke. Trust the strong even less. When at long last it came their turn to try the assassination, weak was the word for their effort. It was getting on dusk. There were rumors of a splendid supper on their last night. Everybody was tired and cold and hungry. 13 foiled assassinations made for a long day. Some units had come close, a few points awarded, but nobody had managed a clean kill. General X rode into town in stately fashion, waving at the assembled multitude from the front seat of the open car. Irina Akhimova, hands choking the steering wheel, drove the car slowly, her face frozen in rigid concentration. Never mind murder, her expression seemed to say, just don't scratch the bodywork. Poor Goldman was caught flat-footed on the roof of the church, by Unit 2 guards, of course, points to them. His bomb, a sock full of white flour, still hanging down the front of his shirt. Kulik, absurdly disguised with a home-cut eye patch, was pounced on a moment later. Voluta, attempting to hide in an open doorway, simply raised his hands. Why get your shirt torn on the last day? At the end of the street, 2 security guards stepped out of the crowd with Khristo held between them. Truly a disappointing try, especially from the ever-ingenious Unit 8. Bomb from the church roof had already failed, and failed quite miserably, twice that day. General X stood up in the front seat, became General Petchenko, raised his hand for silence. The crowd gathered round for a blessing. "On behalf of the security workers of this progressive nation," he trumpeted, "I wish to bestow on you and your dedicated instructors compliments and congratulations. What I have seen here today is an inspiration to me, to all the proletariat everywhere. Perhaps not an inspiration of craft, for you are beginners, there is still great effort ahead of you, but an inspiration of effort, seriousness, and inspired, then to silence, mouth frozen open, leaping backward as the electricity of fright jolted his heart, crossing his hands in front of his closed eyes, turning his head away, a perfect statue of a man in the last instant of life. Not real death, not real bullets. But the move was so sudden, so blurred, he had no time to sort it out. There was an animal lying along the length of the hood. It had sprung like an animal, without warning or hesitation, and it had landed like an animal, crouched, coiled to spring again. Then it had flung itself flat, both fists spewing flame. For Khristo, the realization was explosive. He really thinks he is being shot. He could see Petchenko in exquisite focus, glossy jowls, drooping chin, and the man's terror opened a door in him. What burst through was a bright fountain of rage. This fat Russian bag of piss and vodka. Khristo ground his teeth and moaned in his throat, and then heard hammers clacking on empty chambers. There was rather a long interval. Akhimova, her face a mask, stood up in the driver's seat for no apparent reason. Petchenko lowered his arms, came out of hiding. His voice was high and thin the first time he screamed. "Lieutenant!" Dropped an octave on the second try. "Lieutenant!" Khristo heard Akhimova exhale a long breath. "Yes, Comrade General?" "This man!" He pointed. Khristo could see his fingers shaking. Petchenko blinked, slowly lowered his hand. This man could not be forced to his knees and shot then and there. This man was a student, of a sort, reciting his lesson, of a sort. Petchenko cleared his throat. Students in the street murmured to each other. The urgent need to return to normalcy was everywhere. Khristo, careful of the paint, slithered cautiously backward until he stood before the car. Petchenko turned his head a little to one side. "What is your name, young man?" "Khristo Stoianev, Comrade General." "You are Bulgarian?" "Yes, Comrade General." "They are proud people," Petchenko said. There was proper admiration in his voice. The working classes needed no national boundaries. They were as one race. The concept had been clearly set down. His eyes, of course, told a very different story. But only Khristo could see what burned there. And he was meant to see it. A different sort of train ride back to Moscow. The wooden benches they'd barely noticed on the way out were now discovered to be of a diabolical hardness. Heads drooped, there was coughing and sniffling. They were exhausted, worn down by the intensity of competition, lost sleep, country air, and cheap throat-searing vodka knocked back toast by toast at the farewell party. One of the officers had brought forth a battered fiddle. He did it every year, and all danced and sang. What the Arbat Street officers called Belovian love affairs were consummated one last time behind, beneath, and, in the cases of the truly brave, inside various huts. Farewell, my pretty one. Life back in Moscow was not so free. Oh, one could manage. Clandestine training would serve for other than political purposes. But it wasn't the same, hiding out in the boiler room. Better not to be so forthright. Marika had carried on rather openly, and she'd not been seen since. Sent home, most thought. Khristo tried sleeping, but it wasn't possible. With windows shut tight, it was getting close in the train, and he went between cars, wanting fresh air, and there found Kulik, curled up out of the wind in one corner of the platform. Kulik invited him to sit down, and Khristo rested his back against the smooth wooden boards. In the open air, the rail rhythms were amplified, and white smoke from the locomotive streamed overhead. There was a strange sky, common for the Russian spring, with clouds and stars, and a probing little wind from the south that stirred the birch groves. "Well, Comrade Captain, Kulik said, after Khristo had settled himself. "It wasn't for lack of trying." "We should have won it," Khristo said. Kulik shrugged. "It is different here." His voice was without inflection. The judging committee's decision had been announced at the farewell party. Unit 2 and the smug Iovescu had come in first. They had been placed second, just ahead of Malya and the Hungarian captain and Unit 5. Khristo's unit had been awarded a full score for the assassination of General X. There was no way to deny their success. But the committee had awarded Unit 2 the points for capturing Goldman on the roof. Goldman had challenged the decision. It was all a feint, right up to the point when the 2 bribed security guards had released Khristo's arms, but the challenge was turned aside. A political decision had been made, and that was that. The brown-noses won. That was always the way of it, Khristo thought, and there was a lesson to be learned there if one wanted to see it. Kulik was right. It was different here. Gazing at the cloudy, starry sky, he felt captivity as a slight pressure at the base of the throat, and swallowed a few times, but it would not go away. 20 years old. Life already twisted into a strange, contorted shape like a tree growing in sand. When he'd been Nico's age, he had harbored a secret contempt for his father, a slave of the fish buyers, the landlords, the holy fathers. He'd seemed yoked to his life like a patient ox. Now and then a sigh, but never a protest, never a curse. Khristo had believed one could tear the yoke from one's neck, cast it into the Dunav, be free of the weight that had to be hauled from dawn to dusk every day of the year. He'd believed his father lacked the passion, the human fire, to shed his burden, and he was ashamed to be the son of such a willing beast. Now he knew differently, of course. He'd learned something about yokes. "Do you hate them?" Kulik cut into his sorrow, seemed almost to know what he'd been thinking. Khristo shrugged, not trusting his voice. Kulik punched him twice, lightly on the upper arm. "Doesn't pay to think about it," he said. He didn't hate them. He didn't think he hated them, though the fury that had possessed him when he'd shot Petyenko would bear some thinking about when he could get away alone. But he didn't hate them. He was afraid of them. He was afraid of them because they were in some sense madmen. A boat carpenter in Vidin had gone mad with sorrow after his wife died, and had spent all his days down by the river building endless mounds of stones, constantly correcting the height of the piles to make them all perfectly even. They were like that. They practiced a kind of witchcraft and called it science. When you went to get your papers stamped, you slid them beneath a curtain to a waiting official. You were not to see the faces of those who controlled your destiny. Like Veiko, they dealt in fear. Like Veiko, he thought ruefully. Kulik continued, taking Khristo's silence for assent. "If you cannot go back, best go forward. What else is there?" "You too?" Khristo said. Kulik nodded sadly. "All of us. That's my guess." He slumped backward and stared up at the sky. "I was one of the Komitai. You know what that is?" "The committee? That's what the word means. Called the Black Hand in Macedonia. Something else in Croatia. You know how it is where I come from. Back in November, they murdered the king of Yugoslavia in Marseille, King Alexander. The assassination was managed by a man called Vlada the Chauffeur. That action was accomplished by Komitai. Some call us bandits, others partisans." He shrugged and spread his hands. "You knew the people who did that?" "Not personally, but I knew who they were." My group was active on the river, from the Iron Gate all the way up to the Hungarian border, including the city, Belgrade. And the truth about us was that some days we were bandits, other days partisans, but always komitai. Bound by the oath of blood. Tradition of centuries, all of that. When we bury our dead, we do not close the coffin until it is in the grave. How is this? The visitors say. Oh, we answer, too cruel to shut out the last glimpse of sky until the very, very end. They like that idea. But the truth is different. Komitai have always hidden guns in coffins. So the king made a law, and now it's a good country to visit if you like to see the occasional corpse being carried through the street. He laughed for a moment, remembering a particular national madness that seemed, from a distance, endearing. "Up on the river we are mostly Serbian," he said, "though part of my family is Macedonian. We marched with Alexander the Great, of course, but then all Macedonians will say that. Just as all Macedonians are revolutionaries, like the Russians." Kulik glanced around the platform, though there could be nobody else there. "Shit," he whispered. He moved closer to Khristo and spoke in a low voice. "We are revolutionaries because we cannot stand any man who tells us what to do. The Turk sent his tax collectors, we sent them back, a piece at a time. These people, they crave to be told what to do. A whole bloody revolution they had, but they never left the church. Not really. They aspire to be priests, do this, do that. Today is Tuesday, all turn their hats back to front. Someone says, why? The answer, because God told me it is so. And then they give him 9 grams. 9 grams? The weight of the bullet, Captain Khristo. What goes in the back of the neck. They worship their Stalin like a god. Yet he is no more than a village pig, the big boar poking his great snout in everybody's corn crib. These Russians will come after us some day, that is foretold, and we will give them an ass-kicking worthy of the name." They were quiet for a moment, letting the sweet smoke of treason blow and billow around their heads. "Yet you are here," Khristo said. "I deserve no better," Kulik answered. "The king sent special police to our town, which is called Osijek. There are hill forts above the river there, and some fool shot them down. This fool hid in people's haylofts when the police came, army police, with machine guns, not the local idiots. But they started poking bayonets into the hay, so the fool moved up into the mountains. But they followed him there as well. One day came a Russian. 'We like such fools,' he said, and he had false documents, a Soviet passport, and a train ticket to Varna in Bulgaria, and a ticket on a steamer across the Black Sea to Sebastopol. So this fool, like all fools he thought himself wise, believed the Russian promises and left the mountains. Now you find him playing baby games with blank pistols. Now you find him cheated of his victory, even his victory at baby games. But he accepts it. He takes everything they give out because he has no choice. He is like a bull with an iron ring through his nose. Every day they find a new way to tug on it." He threw his hands into the air and let them fall back to his thighs with a loud slap. For a time they watched the stars floating by, lulled by the engine's steady beat over the rails. Kulik took a small penknife from his pocket and began paring a thumbnail. Khristo sighed. The night made him sad. The history of Kulik's nation was like that of his own. The fighting never stopped. The conquerors kept coming. Other Kuliks, other Khristos, all the way back through time, wandered the world, away from love, away from home. They were destined to be eternal strangers, melancholy adventurers, guests in other people's houses. From now on, forever, there could be no peace for him, no ease, none of the small domestic harmonies that were the consolation of plain people everywhere. His pleasures were to be those of the soldier in a distant outpost. A woman, a bottle, a quick death without pain. Those he could look forward to. And though his heart might still swell with poetry at the fire of a perfect sunset, there would never be the special one beside him to share such joys. Distracted by a slight scratching noise, he turned to see Kulik lying on his side and carving on the wooden wall of the rail car with his penknife. Kulik stood up, made space for Khristo, pointed with the knife toward the wall. Khristo slid over. The scratching was tiny, hidden away in the extreme corner, Cyrillic letters only an inch above the floor. BF 825. What is it? B for brotherhood, F for front. 8, 2, and 5 for the proper order of finish in the Bielov exercises of March 1935. Our group, Unit 8, won it. Even though they fixed things so that their stooges came out on top, Unit 2 should have been second and Unit 5 third. Thus, somewhere in the world, wherever this rail car travels, our victory will be celebrated. He stuck his hand out. Khristo stood and grasped it firmly. The hand was hard and thickly calloused. Kulik gestured with the penknife in his other hand. We could make a blood oath, but pricked fingers are the very sort of thing these sniffing dogs take note of. They sat down again. Khristo could see the scratched letters and numbers in his mind's eye. He had read in a history book that the early kings of Greece could not trust their own countrymen not to assassinate them, so they imported as guards northerners, blondes and redheads from lands far away, where they wrote in runes, scratch-writing. These guards, time heavy on their hands, had inscribed their initials on the stone lions that in those days kept watch over the harbor at Piraeus. He now understood those men. Even the eternal stranger needs to leave a mark of his existence. I was here, therefore I was. Even though, after a long time away, there is nobody left who especially cares whether I was or not. Kulik rested a hand on his shoulder. Don't be so sad. Remember what I said, if you cannot go back, go forward. While you are alive, there is hope, always. BF 825. Khristo said. He felt better because of what Kulik had done, and he was very surprised at that. We tell nobody, of course. Of course. Again they sat quietly. It occurred to Khristo, staring up at the Russian sky, that if you had nothing else in the world, you could at least have a secret. April. Sleet storms rattled the windows. Outside, on Arbat Street, a broken water pipe had revealed its presence as the spring thaw began, and a group of workers was breaking up the pavement with sledgehammers. The boiler had been turned off, and in the classroom, Khristo wore wool gloves and scarf and cap. He could see his breath when he spoke. "Good morning, Mr. Stoianev." "Good morning, Mr. Smith." "Smith." "Good morning, Mr. Smith." "How did you spend your evening?" "I read a most interesting book by the English writer Arthur Graham." "What was it called?" "Called That Some Shall Know." "What did this book concern itself with?" "It is a novel about conditions of the agrarian poor in Great Britain." "And what did you find the most telling scene in this book?" "The scene where the Duke struck the peasant in the face with a riding crop." "Why did that interest you?" "It showed the contempt of the ruling classes for their serfs, and that servitude exists even today in Great Britain, a nation that many in the world wrongly regard as progressive. Thank you, Mr. Stoianev. You are welcome, Mr. Smith. In the street, the sledgehammers rang against the cement, a slow, steady rhythm. It was Karenyi, the Hungarian boy from Esztergom, who found the dog hiding in the cellar. A wet brown thing with sad eyes, half-starved, its broad tail sweeping coal dust from the cement floor in hopeful joy. Karenyi looked like a ploughboy, even after the medical directorate had provided him with a delicate set of wire-framed eyeglasses. Broad-shouldered and shambling, thick-handed, slow of speech, though his father taught mathematics in a school for the children of aristocrats. It had been the elder Karenyi's political convictions that had sent his son east, convictions turned into actions by the fiery speeches of Belakun, the Hungarian communist leader. Even after the students learned of his genteel background, they still called Karenyi ploughboy. There was a gentleness, a willing kindness about him that reminded them of those who worked in the earth, those who never complained when the cart had to be pushed. It was to Ilya Goldman that Karenyi went after he discovered the dog. Goldman, the son of a Bucharest lawyer, had come to Moscow just as Karenyi had, for ideological reasons. Karenyi idolized the Jewish Goldman, who, small, nearsighted, exceptionally clever, embodied for him the idealistic intellectual who would lead the world into the New Age. In the cellar, late at night, Goldman threw his cap against the far wall, and the dog galloped across the room and brought it back to him, eyes shining with achievement. Kulik was brought into the business because he had a friend in the kitchen, a skinny girl who scrubbed the soup pots and slipped him a few extra scraps when she could. They never did agree on a name, or a breed. Karenyi claimed it was part visual, the pointer dog of Hungary. Goldman, a city boy, had no opinion on the matter, but Khristo, after Kulik had dragged him downstairs to show him the new student, thought it more retriever than pointer. With most of Unit 8 now reassembled, they could not leave Voluta out of it, and it was Voluta who stole the soup bowl that they used as a water dish. To coordinate the operational necessities, food, water, waste removal, play, they required an operational code name. It was Kulitz who suggested BF-825, the symbolic cryptogram he'd carved on the wall of a railway car. Thus, an apparently blank slip of paper Khristo found in his pocket read, when pressed against a hot pipe, BF-825 requires a theft of bread from the evening meal. It was their codes and ciphers instructor who had taught them that canine urine would serve in extremity for secret ink. She would, they thought, be amused to learn how her instruction was being used. But of course she could not be told about it. They had the dog for 10 days, and they would forever associate it with Karenyi. As the dog loved all who befriended it, Karenyi was always prepared to be kind, to lend a hand when he could. Everyone at Arbat Street, student and instructor alike, knew that Karenyi had no business being there. Such ready affection would only get him in trouble sooner or later. But the instructors were loath to fail him, and his fellow comrades spent long hours making certain he could pass his examinations. One Friday the entire group was marched off to a vast theater in central Moscow to hear a 4-hour speech by Ordzhonikidze, the passionate Georgian from the Caucasus, a prominent leader among the Bolsheviks, and when they returned, the dog was gone. Its dish, toy, and piece of blanket were gone as well, and the floor had been swept clean of coal dust and mopped with carbolic. A week later the weather broke. The spring rains swept in from the west, warm and steady. The great snow mounds, blackened by months of soot and ash, turned crystalline, then spongy, and the cobbled streets ran like rivers. The Moskva rose in its banks. People crossing the bridges stopped to watch great chunks of dirty ice spinning past below them. Rain pattered on the roofs, ran down the windows in big droplets, dripped from gutters, downspouts, eaves, and the brims of hats. It was a great softening. Night and day it continued, a water funeral for the dying winter. Late that afternoon, they came for him. 2 members of the school security staff took him to the parlor, then stood politely to one side. The power station had gone wrong again, so the lamps flickered and dimmed and left the corners of the room in shadow. Sasha was leaning against the back of a sofa, a white scarf looped casually around his neck, hands thrust deep into the pockets of a brown leather coat that glistened with afternoon rain. A cigarette dangled from one corner of his mouth, and the smoke, drifting through the soft dusk that lit the parlor, made his presence cloudy and obscure. He raised one hand and flicked the fingers, at which signal the 2 security officers left the room. "I am told you do very well here," he said. "Thank you, Comrade Sasha." "I am called Sasha, only that. Save your comrades for those who need them." He moved about the room, slowly and speculatively. The end of the cigarette glowed briefly, and 2 long plumes of smoke flowed from his nostrils. "Tell me, Khristo. Tell me the truth. I promise that your answer will not hurt you. Do you dream? Specifically, do you dream of her, the red-headed girl? Does she reach out to you at night? Or perhaps is she under water, long hair streaming out? She might call out your name. Does she do that? Possibly a private name, a sweet name that you shared." He reached the far corner, turned slowly, moved back toward the window. "You may tell me, Khristo Nikolaevich. I am, among other things, your confessor." Khristo took a beat to organize himself. "I do not dream of her," he said. "Of what, then?" "I dream of freedom for my people." He stopped walking and stared, canting his head over slightly. "Do you?" he said. Again he began to pace, took his hands from his pockets and clasped them behind his back. "Well, perhaps you do. After all, perhaps you do. We speak of such things. We speak of little else, in fact. But that it should actually happen—" He stopped, seemed for a moment to commune with himself. "Maybe they have taught you that, your faithful instructors. Maybe they have taught you to dream in the prescribed manner. Imagine, to tame the dreams." "Not that, Sasha." Well, don't give up. Keep trying. You must, you know. The proletariat demands it. Keep trying. Tell me, what do you think of this? 10,000 banners marching 'neath the reddened sun. They sing, oh, hear it, a leader's glorious name. He waited, facing Khristo, staring through the drifting smoke. "It is a poem of inspiration," Khristo said. "Yes, oh yes, student Khristo, you do learn well here. They are right to say it, for you do not say it is inspiring. You do not know who wrote it, or when, or why, and you could be wrong. Very wrong indeed to be inspired by an improper sentiment. Such errors often cannot be forgiven, and where would you be then, eh? On your knees in a cellar?" He waited. Khristo had to answer. "May I ask who wrote the poem?" "I wrote it. I'm a poet. Can you not look at me and see that? When I was very young, I was obsessed with foolishness, romantic nonsense. My poems were full of herons, birch trees, endless skies, and girls with pretty hands. Now, well, you have heard. Truth found me, sought me out, perfected my heart. "The plough," it whispered. "Your soul has lost its plough." He stood close to Khristo and took him by the shoulders. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming, as though it sweated through his pores. Khristo squinted as the cigarette smoke burned his eyes. The room was suddenly very still. "The plough of steel," he went on, voice persuasive and logical, "turns our black earth to silver. Thus our leader's wisdom opens our hearts to knowledge." He drew back and waited a moment, returned his hands to his pockets, and waited for a reaction. "Khristo Nikolaevich," he said, "how do you not weep to hear such thoughts?" When there was no response, he took the cigarette from his mouth and dropped it at his feet, where it smoldered in the carpet. Then he walked to the window and looked out. "This fucking rain," he said. He drew the leather coat around his shoulders as though he were suddenly cold, turned toward Khristo and gazed into his eyes. "Well," he said, "we are to be married, you and I." Khristo did not answer. "Yes," Sasha said. "It is time you left this house of virgins." "I see. But marriage, you know, is a serious business. You will have to be the very best of wives, obedient and good-natured, ready always to protect the honor of the family. You must never flirt with strangers or tell our secrets at the village well. And, of course, you must be eternally faithful. That most of all. Do you understand?" "I do," Khristo said. Sasha smiled crookedly at the words and nodded to himself. "Yes," he said, "I almost believe you. You will give all but a little corner of your heart. A private place, you think?" Khristo almost answered, then stopped. Sasha laughed. "Knowledge is forgiveness, boy, and who among us has not crossed his fingers behind his back? Come along, bratets," the word meant little brother, "and we'll go and see the priest." He stepped back and gestured for Khristo to precede him through the alcove that led from the parlor to the door of the house. He followed, and his hand fell affectionately on Khristo's shoulder. Sasha was slim and small-boned, an aristocrat, a man made for drawing-rooms. But the force of the blow very nearly drove Khristo to his knees. It was the same black Pobjeda as before, idling at the curb, shiny with rain, and the same driver, a thick roll of flesh riding atop his collar. This time Sasha joined him in back, crawled across the grey upholstery, sank down in the corner of the seat, and closed his eyes. They tore across the city at great speed, the driver banging on the horn with a red fist. The windshield wiper squeaked as it jerked back and forth across the glass. The back end of the car fishtailed alarmingly as the driver bent it into the corners. They bounced through puddles, spewing up huge fountains of brownish water, and people scattered in front of them, flailing and slipping on the wet pavement. An old man, stooped almost double, was startled from a daydream as he crossed the street and dropped a large sack as he hobbled for safety. Potatoes rolled every which way. The car bumped as it passed over them. Khristo turned and looked back. The man was gathering them up from the gutter as best he could. The driver, glancing at his outside mirror, snorted to himself, "Horseshit in the soup tonight, Papa." The rain stiffened, sweeping over them in wind-blown sheets, and the Pobjeda's amber beams seemed useless and insignificant in the dark blue light of the late afternoon. After cutting through a maze of city streets, they turned onto the ring road that surrounded the city, coming up on the occasional truck. The truck driver, knowledgeable on the subject of shiny black Pobjedas, would wobble off the road to let them pass. Some 20 minutes later the car slowed. The driver peered into the gloom, grunted with satisfaction, and swerved between two armored cars parked in a V at the entrance to a broad avenue. Khristo caught a glimpse of a horrified white face in the front of the armored car on his side as the driver punched the accelerator and went sideways through the narrow gap. The slewing turn woke Sasha up. "Mitya," he said, "you drive like a peasant." "I am a peasant," the driver answered. It was a grand straight road that led out into the countryside, lined with towering poplars that swayed in the wind, a scene that suggested dispatch riders on horseback and carriages with footmen. Khristo stared out the window. There were police everywhere, wearing rain capes and armed with submachine guns. Hundreds and hundreds of them stamped their feet by the side of the road, snapping to attention as they flew by. A Stolypin car was parked at every intersection. Otherwise it was deserted, not a single vehicle going in either direction. "Getting an eyeful?" Sasha asked. Khristo turned away. It was not wise to look around too much. Spies were set to memorize details of bridges and railways and police posts. Nobody in Moscow, despite the glare of the summer sun, wore sunglasses. It was not precisely forbidden, but it made people wonder why the eyes were concealed. "It is the road to Koba's dacha," Sasha explained, using Stalin's affectionate nickname. 20 miles of it. 3 special battalions guard it day and night. Even the foxes don't come here. 3 battalions meant 3,600 men, day and night. What was it Antipin had said about the soldier who guarded the spot where a flower had once grown? "Don't forget the bodyguard," Mitya said. "Correct," Sasha said. "Wherever he is, dear Koba is accompanied by 402 bodyguards. Not 403 or 1. The number must have special significance, so special, in fact, that none of us has ever figured it out. Nonetheless, you see how well our leader is beloved, that we protect him so." Mitya laughed. "Big country, big numbers, everything big. When the bad spirits take our hearts and the blood runs high, we hack each other down like wheat, comrade student. Do you see? Koba knows us better than we know ourselves. We are all peasants, even the delicate flower in the back seat with you. And every peasant pines for the scythe in his hand. Whack!" He slashed at the dashboard with the side of his hand. "And there are 804 whose single job it is to watch the 402. "Mitya indulges himself," Sasha said. "Now today, alas, you do not go to meet the Great One himself. If I were you, I would not be too sad about that. Whom Koba meets, he thinks about. And you are too young to be thought about in that way. No, today is our wedding day, as I have said, and the ceremony is to be performed by Yagoda himself. You know who that is?" "Chairman Yagoda is the leader of the NKVD." Khristo said. "Very good," Sasha said. "He is my boss and your boss. So be on your best behavior. Watch me and do what I do. Remember that you are one of us." Khristo had overheard the instructors talking about Yagoda. It was obvious they feared him. Jenrich Yagoda had been born, raised, and educated in the Polish textile city of Lodz. Like his father before him, he was a chemist by training, and was known as Yagoda the chemist. He had been Stalin's fist after the revolution, no less an eminent Chekist for being Polish. The great Dzerzhinsky, who had founded the Soviet intelligence services, was a Pole, and 2 of his notable assistants, M.Y. Latsis and Y.K. Peters, were Latvians by birth. Yagoda, in 1918, had organized and directed the new Gulag system of labor camps. He had disappeared for a time, then, in 1934, had been appointed head of NKVD. It was rumored that he had plotted the death of Stalin's rival, Kirov, and had suggested that the assassination be used as pretext for getting rid of the old Bolsheviks. There were rumors darker yet. his contemporary Bayonov had written that Koch's bacilli, introduced in the subject's food, would produce a galloping tuberculosis and a quick death from apparently natural causes. Thus there were some who would implicate him in Lenin's death as well as Kirov's. For Khristo, the memory of that evening was never entirely clear. Certain moments stayed with him, every detail, every inflection of voice sharply recollected. Other times were lost in the mists. There were toasts with different vodkas, Zubrovka, Polish Ostrova, the fiery Pierzovka, 2 ounces every time. To Stalin, to revolution, to breasts and pussies, to departed friends, to the great city of Lodz, to Kiev, to Baku in the Transcaucasus, to Lenin, to life, to laughter, to friendship. Slowly, the edges of the grand ballroom, all parquet and crystal to please the mistress of an aging prince, dimmed and faded from his vision. He began to feel as though he were sinking, a dizzy descent in both mind and body, into some desert valley at the depths of his soul. A sad and desperate place, arid, cruel, strewn with the bones of old friends and dreams, lost love, the times of childhood. He sank and sank. His chin sought his chest again and again, and he had to hold it upright with greater effort as time and toasts went on. The room swayed and bobbed in a light sea, and faces floated past his vision like ghost ships. When the drinking slowed, the eating began. Ukrainian pork soup full of chopped red cabbage and garlic, cold peas with vinegar and salt, chicken stewed in cream. These he tasted, then filled up on hunks of black bread with sweet butter, first inhaling deeply of the bread, a time-honored curative for vodka drinking. The smells of the food made him enormously hungry, but the vodka mustn't, he knew, be tampered with. Let it sit down there and fume. Don't make it angry by sending down a lot of chicken stewed in cream. It might not like that. The men in the room with him, there must have been 40, ate prodigiously. Physically they were all sorts, though Sasha stood out among them in form and finery. There were dark-skinned Georgians with moustaches and oily curled hair who, like Stalin, spoke a barbaric, halting Russian, a language they'd had to learn in school. Some were pale and beefy, like Mitya, though some grew paler and some redder as the evening wore on. It was this group who stood to accept the honor of the toast to Kiev, this group who smacked their lips the loudest over the Ukrainian soup. Sasha, it turned out from the toasts, was from Leningrad, St. Petersburg, the intellectual city compared to political Moscow. Kirov had been from Leningrad. During the dinner, people wandered about, talking to each other, and Khristo recalled odd fragments of conversation. There was an almond-eyed man with a shaven head and olive skin who did something with sugar beets in Kazakhstan. But most were Chekists, intelligence officers, and when they talked to each other they spoke in private code, nicknames, obliquities. They laughed and whacked each other on the shoulders. And finally, there was Yagoda himself. He took Khristo by the elbow as they went into the sauna after dinner, accompanied by Sasha, Mitya, and several others. They were all roaring drunk by this time. They undressed in the yellow cedar antechamber, a large room decorated with Russian Orthodox icons, old wooden ones from country churches. There was St. Procopius with his handful of burning coals, the Virgin of Vladimir, the Anastasis, Christ harrowing hell, St. Simeon on his pillar, St. Lawrence racked with fire, St. Basil, St. Theodorus, St. Minas, and the Patriarch Photius. They had the narrow faces and sorrowful eyes of Byzantine saints, and bore the marks of time. Wood rubbed smooth by handling, brass-colored halos worn down to the grain. More recent suffering, chips and pockmarks, was also evident. Khristo hung his clothing on a peg. When all were undressed, Jagoda proposed a blasphemous toast, raised his glass and called the saints faggots and whores, proposed a list of sexual indecencies and drank to each. Then, inspired, he ran to the wall where his clothing hung and returned with a pair of revolvers. The group shouted and clapped, howled with laughter, and urged him on. Jagoda the chemist, his glasses fogged, thick grey hair curling along the tops of his shoulders, began firing into the icons. The shots were painfully loud in the small room, and it was all Khristo could do to keep his hands from covering his ears. Other revolvers were produced. Khristo was offered one, and blew a hole in a triptych of the martyrdom of St. Ephrem. His marksmanship produced a roar of approval. In the sauna, they sat on cedar benches, and Mitya poured a pail of water on the coals, filling the tiny room with white steam. Jagoda peered at Khristo on the bench opposite him. "This one belongs to you, Sasha, am I right?" A voice from the steam. "My very own." "And will he do the work?" "Yes, quietly, too. The mice will never know he's around until it's too late." "You think he's a mouser?" "A good one if he works at it." "Yes, I agree with you. He has the look. Does he have the heart for it, though? That's what I worry about with a good mouser." From the steam, a different voice. "He's the one that blew up Yatchenko at Bielova." "Oh, this is him. The Bulgarian. The very one, Stoianev." "Stoianev, well, I like Bulgaria, a refreshing place. I think where it is said the women do it while hanging from trees. Tell me, Stoianev, is it so?" "Oh, yes," he said, "and while they do it, they bay at the moon." This produced a gale of laughter and wolf howls. Jagoda nodded with satisfaction. "Sasha is a nimble lad," he said. "He always finds the clever ones." He leaned a little closer. He had the elongated face and small moustache of the intellectual, grey speculative eyes and delicate features. "Not too clever, of course. That makes people edgy. Now, tell me this, and we'll see how clever you really are. Who is it that has eyes like binoculars, ears like telephones, fingers like glue, and a mouth that whispers?" Khristo shook his head. "I don't know." Jagoda threw his slim hands into the air, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. "I don't know either," he cried. "Let's dig him up and find out." That he remembered perfectly. Otherwise, but for 2 moments that would live with him for a long time, it was all darkness. Drunken shouts, breaking glass, spilled food, rain blowing against the windows. In the first moment there was a thick-set man in the uniform of a general who sat against a wall with his legs stretched out before him. He held his right hand tightly over his right eye, while blood welled from beneath and trickled down his cheek. All the while he was singing, in a false baritone, an old Russian love song. In the second moment the car pulled up in Arbat Street, and Mitya let Khristo out. It was a cold, drizzling dawn. Sasha had passed out in the back seat. Khristo looked back at him through the fogged window. In sleep, he had the face of an old youth, fine features blurred, morning beard a blue shadow. Khristo stood unsteadily on the sidewalk. He had been drunk, then sober, then drunk again, and now his head had a spike through the temples. "You can get in, all right?" Mitya asked from the driver's seat. He nodded that he could. The car pulled slowly away from the curb. There was a woman, probably going to work, coming toward him down the street. At first he thought she was an old woman because she was stooped and walked with difficulty, but when he peered through the darkness he could see that she was not old at all, perhaps in her 30s, and rather pretty in a fragile sort of way. Perhaps, he thought, she worked at Food Store 6, which was just around the corner. Perhaps he was a clerk, coming on duty at dawn to check the produce in as it came off the wagons and trucks from the countryside. She had seen the black Pobjeda, Mitya at the wheel, Sasha in his leather coat sprawled in the back seat, and Khristo swaying for a moment on the sidewalk. She stopped, then moved around him in a wide circle, walking close to the wall of the building. She kept her eyes on the pavement in front of her, but then, just for a bare instant, she glanced at him, then looked down again, and he realized that she knew who they were. She knew what they were, what he was, and she was afraid of him. From the New York Sun, August 23rd, 1936. Moscow, August 20th. President V.M. Molotov has announced that the Soviet Union is sending 300 volunteers to assist loyalist forces in the continuing conflict in Spain. At issue, Molotov stated in a speech to the Presidium, is the democratically elected workers' and people's government in Madrid. The USSR must take every measure to ensure that oppositionist military units do not overthrow the popularly supported regime of President Manuel Azaña. The unit of volunteers, who have chosen to call themselves the Brotherhood Front for the Protection of Spanish Democracy, is made up of civil engineers and public health workers and will provide technical assistance to the Azaña government. A Soviet spokesman informed The Sun that many of the volunteers are of various Eastern European nationalities. Blue Lantern. In Catalonia, some way inland from the ancient spice city of Tarragona, in the valley of the Rio Ebro, lay the village of San Ximene. It was any and all of the villages of Spain, a series of white cubes stacked against the side of a brown hill, outlined sharply by a hot blue sky. To the eye of the traveller it stood high above the road, somehow remote and very silent and still. Go on to the next village, it seemed to say, to Calaguer or Santoval. You will like it better there. San Ximene and all the countryside thereabout, the olive and lemon groves, the vineyards, the fields where sheep grazed on stubble after the cutting of the wheat, these belonged to Don Teodosio, of the noble family Aguilar. It had always been so. Like the blistering sun that dried the soil to dust, and the cold wind that blew it away, it was a law of nature, a commonplace of existence. A local maxim had it that on the third day of creation, when God divided the waters and revealed the land, the first Aguilar was discovered there, dripping, awaiting his Maker, with a basket of figs. Whatever else might be said of Don Teodosio, or Doña Flora, they were, like their distant ancestor, provident with the Aguilar figs. In rush baskets woven by the maids and seamstresses of the household, the figs arrived punctually every Christmas and Easter. If you were a peasant of the San Ximene region, some time before the coming of the great holidays, you would behold the cream-colored debutante automobile, its body fashioned of tulip wood, rolling to a ceremonious stop in front of your mud-brick house. Miguelito, the chauffeur, would tap twice on the horn, a sound as pure as a heavenly trumpet, and you, your good wife, your shy children, and your esteemed parents would gather bareheaded before the whitewashed doorway to receive the gift. Doña Flora, Don Teodosio was too much occupied with grave affairs to have time for such business, would descend from the elegant car wearing a dove-colored woolen suit with a fox-tail stole, and approach the family, seconded by the chauffeur carrying the basket. She would greet you by name, inquire after the health of all, remark briefly on the piety of the season, and offer blessings all around. Miguelito would hand the basket to Doña Flora. She would in turn hand it on to the head of the household, who would thank her for the gift. Good wife, shy daughters, and esteemed mother would curtsy. It was deemed, in general, a wise disposition of the Aguilar figs. If somehow you had miraculously contrived to dine as richly and voluminously as they did at the great house, the figs would have been just the thing to assure felicity of digestion, for they were infamously purgative. Perhaps they believed up there that all the world fed liberally on salted ham and pink-frosted cakes, and thereby suffered the attendant constipation, a distemper like gout and melancholia, reserved exclusively for the rich. No matter the motive for their distribution, the Aguilar figs had grown there for 1,000 years, and something had to be done with them. Nobody certainly would ever buy them. Thus they came, thick-skinned and pungent, like all the gifts of Spain, to you. It was always nice to have the rush basket. Something or other could be done with it. This year, of course, being 1936, there would be no figs. Not that they would cease to grow. The gnarled and twisted Ficus carica had no choice in the matter. The harsh copper sun flamed in the heavens for months, as it always had. The ancient roots sought out what moisture remained in the stony soil of the river valley, and even in civil war, photosynthesis would not be denied. Not, that is, until the shell fire came and blew everything to hell. But in October of 1936, the shell fire was still a comfortable distance away, more than 200 miles away, where the Moorish armies of General Mola had besieged Madrid. And no pasarán, they shall not pass. They would steal not one more inch of Republican earth. So there would be figs. There would be lemons as well. Hard, green things, certain to produce a gargoyle's scowl on the face of anyone foolish enough to taste them. For the true limon, a beautiful, fat, sunny fruit near sweet to the palate, you had to go to Valencia or Tarragona. In San Ximene, alas, they were not so blessed, the fertility of their little valley being most charitably described as unkind. The vino tinto, red wine, produced in the Aguilar vineyards was reputed to be curative, though exactly what it cured no one could say, lest it be life itself. There would be figs come harvest time, but they would no longer be nestled in rush baskets. They would not be bestowed by Doña Flora in her foxtail stole. The glossy debutant would never again sound its velvet trumpet at the whitewashed doorways of the San Ximene peasants. Those days were gone forever. The Aguilar figs were embarked on a new destiny. 32% of the total harvest would be retained by the workers and peasants of the San Ximene commune. 21% would be donated to the food stores of the Asturian miners' brigades fighting to the north. 24% would be dispatched to relieve the hungers of Madrid as the fascist noose was tightened around the city's throat, threatening to still its passionate song of freedom. 22% of the harvest would travel east, 11% for hospitals on the coast, another 11% to feed the international brigades, now flowing into the country from the breadth of Europe. An additional 20% would be required, it was felt, for trade with other villages, so that tools and seed, medicine and ammunition could be obtained. Let the world take note and raise its fist. The San Ximene figs were going to war. But it would not be easy. There had been defeatist grumbling to the effect that San Ximene had pledged to distribute 119% of its fig harvest. How was that to be done? Work harder, thus spoke the fiery idealists of the village. An old man, however, his hands frozen to knotted claws by a lifetime of torturing food from the wretched soil, rumbled with laughter at such a suggestion. "Work yourselves to death, if you like," he said, "but you'll not get a fig tree to grow more fruit." A young peasant disagreed. Was it not the case that some of the fruit spurs were pruned from the trees every spring? Everyone had to admit it was the usual practice to do so. Well then, let them be. At this, the old man stopped laughing. "If you do not cut some of the spurs, the branches will break in the autumn. You'll have your 19%, it's true, but next year you'll have nothing." The young peasant nodded. Sadly, his agreement. He had to point out, however, that if Franco and his fascists gobbled up their beloved Spain in 1936, who was foolish or greedy enough to worry himself over the fig harvest of 1937? Heads swiveled back and forth between them as they argued. Who was right? What was right? One timid soul, formerly a laundress in the Aguilar household, wondered aloud if, just perhaps, it might not be the safest course to lower the production goals. But at this everyone was aghast, so she fluttered her hands and quickly backed down, her career in political debate over before it began, and a good thing, too. For the percentages were as rocks or mountains, immutable. These numbers were, after all, the precious fruits of weeks spent in fervent disputation, intense Talmudic sessions held in the back room of Sereño's bar that had seen the best minds of San Jimene fully engaged in struggle. And one didn't simply cast such treasure over the nearest fence. The percentages were symbols, a de facto treaty between countervailing forces. And truly, that they were able to agree on anything at all was simply astonishing. Consider the opening positions. The PSUC, Partido Socialista Unificado de Catalunya, in which socialists and communists had agreed to agree, wanted to parcel out the harvest down to the very last fig. The technical approach, in which numbers danced formally with contributions to the cause. What value a soldier? Less than a hospital nurse? More than a railroad worker? How many figs to each? It could, if one applied oneself to the dialectic with goodwill, be determined. It had to be determined. The war went on, and the trees would leave dormancy in a few months. So it would be determined. They would sit there and determine it. Sereño, make coffee. On the other hand, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, POUM, had very different thoughts on the matter. These were the anarchists. To them, freedom was all, and to hell with your pussyfooting numbers. Do nothing. That was their war cry, action achieved by inaction. Simply leave the groves open, and whoever needed figs could come and take them. Was this great battle in which they were engaged not, when all was said and done, over freedom itself? Could the past, the tyranny of priests, the despotic Aguilars, the brutal Guardia, be forgotten so quickly? Open the groves, open the town, open the world, come to that, and let each individual attain the full flowering of conscience. The ruling of the self by the self, that was government. Clearly, at the beginning, the contending forces had some way to go. And if, in getting to their common solution, they agreed to distribute many more figs than could safely grow on the fig trees, well, that was considered a very small price to pay. Soon enough, there were committees for everything. Not that you could have found a soul under heaven, not a sane one anyhow, who thought that Spaniards and committees were anything but mutually exclusive propositions. But something had to be done. Just be thankful, they told each other, that the committees were composed of PSUC and POUM, and that, San Jimene being innocent of factories and workshops, the CNT anarcho-syndicalist trade unionists didn't have to be included. They would have hacked down the fig trees, sawn the damn things into boards, and built themselves a hall of workers. There were committees for the distribution of food, for health and sanitation, for education, for grievances, for justice, for the moral improvement of youth. There was a committee assigned to the supervision of Don Teodosio and Doña Flora, held under virtual house arrest since the nationalist rising in July. This committee immediately gave birth to a subcommittee, known as the Committee for the Carlist Mules, made up of a communist peasant and an anarchist peasant who, responsible for the 26 gray beasts belonging to the Aguilar estates, argued politics by the hour while shoveling manure out the barn windows. It was a small irony to call them Carlist mules, since they, unlike their former owners, hardly cared whether or not the Bourbon monarchy was restored to the Spanish throne. But small ironies were permitted the men who had to wield water buckets and dung shovels on behalf of the greater good, for they surely got little else for their labor. There was even a committee, an ad hoc unit comprising both mayors, Avena from the PSUC and Quinto of the POUM, that saw to the needs of the convalescent draftsman. He needed very little, it turned out, the rental of a small cottage at the edge of town, an old woman to clean once a week, some beans and vegetables from the market, which he cooked for himself. He was a small, shabby man, Senor Cardona, self-effacing and painfully polite. In his 40s, he suffered from a weakness of the lungs and came to San Gimene now and again throughout the summer and fall to escape the smoke and dust of Tarragona, where he had a small business that produced engineering designs and specifications. He could often be seen through his window, bent over a table, making long, perfect lines on graph paper with infinite care. "You must call me comrade," he would admonish them with a shy smile, but nobody ever did. The ancient instincts of San Gimene recognized true gentility when they encountered it, and Senor he remained. There were some, there always are, who would have had him turn his hand to minor labors for the cause, but their niggling was as chaff in the wind against his self-appointed protectorate, the older women of the village. Thus the mayors, Avena and Quinto, merely shrugged when somebody complained. If the harsh, dry air of San Gimene aided the recovery of Senor Cardona, he would have all he could breathe. Besides, he paid for everything. The pesetas were not unwelcome, and paid, in fact insisted on paying, just a little more than the going rate. He was, above all, a nice man. Dark-skinned, with thick, sensual lips and a gently curved nose, the brown eyes, soft and deep, of a favored spaniel, and a few strands of hair combed hopefully across a balding head. He wore always a hand-knit sweater beneath his camel-colored jacket, the night air was crisp, and the canvas shoes of a comfortable man. He did, it was true, speak an odd Spanish, rather formal and stiff, but that was undoubtedly due to a childhood spent in Ceuta, down in Spanish Morocco. Was there a touch of the Moor in him somewhere? This was suggested, but it did not matter. It was simply impossible not to like him. And he quickly became a pleasant fact of life in San Gimene, appearing every week for a day or two, then going back to Tarragona in his rackety Fiat Topolino. Though humble and self-effacing, he could not have been entirely without importance, for he was occasionally sought out by two of his employees. In San Gimene, it was a curious notion that something, anything, could be so important that it would not wait a day or two, but Senor Cardona was a city gentleman, and it went without saying that city gentlemen were occupied by matters of considerable gravity. Los escribientes de Senor Cardona. San Gimene rather honored their part-time resident with such a title, Senor Cardona's clerks. It had a bit of a ring to it. Of course the country was at war, and it seemed that nothing was the same any more. The men who visited Senor Cardona were proof of that. Clearly these were not the usual escribientes. One might have expected pale, doleful fellows, their spirits turned grey by years of sitting at desks and writing in ledgers. Or minor tyrants of the fat-assed preening variety, little lordlings who made life miserable for poor people with their nasty rules and educated meanness. These escribientes were quite another matter. But with so many men fighting at the front, a businessman, it was supposed, had to make do, had to take what he could get. The younger one, with the pale skin, black hair, and blue eyes, conducted himself with reserve and courtesy. Some of the village daughters quite liked looking at him, a feminine perception of banked fires warming their curiosity. No, it was the older one who bore thinking about, the older one who caused the local gossips to trail their nets. The women in black who met at the well at sundown had a ringleader. Annabella was her name. She looked like the get of a mating between a monkey and a sparrow, who led the daily pecking sessions. El mal sano, she called him, tapping a forefinger against her temple. The unwholesome one. He has snakes in his brain, she said, and they bite him. One of the younger women crossed herself when she said it, though that gesture was now very unwise indeed. Others were less colorful in their descriptions, but gave him something of a wide berth. What sort of escribiente walked about in a drunken stupor? His index and middle fingers were brownish-yellow with nicotine stains, his lank hair hung carelessly over his forehead, and the lines in his face were too deep for his years, like a film star, perhaps, whose career one day had faltered and died. He was a Frenchman. Probably there was no more to it than that. Sereno had overheard the clerks speaking French as they hauled a bundle of blueprints from the trunk of their long-hooded black Citroën. These were not, however, the same French people so much in evidence at the Aguilar household in summers past. None of that particular grace remotely touched them. So it went back and forth, as it does in a small place where people have known one another all their lives, the convalescent draftsman and his 2 French clerks. Something to talk about. In the tide of village opinion there was one dissenter, and he made his views known only once and was silent thereafter. This was Diego, the POUM representative to the Committee for the Carlist Mules. One hot, slow afternoon in September, he watched the Citroën crawl slowly up the white street toward Senor Cardona's cottage. When it had passed, he spat out the barn window and nodded to himself, affirming a private theory. "Russians," he said. His co-committee man, the communist Ansaldo, raised his eyebrows and came to a full stop, his well-laden shovel frozen in midair. "How do you know that?" he asked. Diego shrugged. He didn't know how he knew, he just knew. His friend put the shovel back down, stood upright, and sought the small of his back with his free hand. "If that is so, you are very fortunate indeed." Diego wasn't so sure. "Perhaps," he said. "Perhaps not." "They will help us against the Phalange," Ansaldo said. "They will bring tanks and aeroplanes." "If it suits them," Diego said. Ansaldo lowered his head a little. Diego knew what that meant. "You are a stubborn man, Diego. Russia is a mighty nation, a great people, and our only ally in this fight. If it is true they are here, you should feel joy to see them." He was warming up his guns, Diego could tell, for a full afternoon of political cannonade. "Yes, a mighty nation," Diego mused aloud. He was silent a while, his mind seeking the applicable wisdom. At last he found it. "Con paciencia y salivita, el elefante se coja la hormiguita." It was an old saying in Catalonia, well tested and well proven over the years. With patience and saliva, the elephant screws the ant. But he chose not to say it. Those 2 were Russians, he was sure of that. And if there were 2, there would be more. He had heard that the Soviet Union was sending health workers to Spain. He was not sure what health workers would look like, but he was quite sure that they would not look anything like those 2. He balanced all this in his mind for a moment, then decided that it was a good time not to have opinions. Maybe later. For the present, the best course was to clean the stables and shut up. On October 9th, just after midnight, it began to rain in Madrid. Then, over the Guadarrama range to the west, white flashes lit the sky. A moment later came the long, rolling reports of marching thunder. Fay Burns was jolted awake, came to her senses, sitting upright in the narrow bed, her right hand reaching for Andres, who was not there, her left hand resting on a large revolver on the night table. "Boots," she told herself silently. "Right away. Now." She swung her feet over the side of the bed, discovered she'd kicked the quilts onto the floor during the night, reached down and swept them aside, found her right boot. She dropped to her knees, tried to look under the bed, but it was pitch black. The stone floor was like ice. There was no heat in the building. As she reached toward the foot of the bed, she leaned on the quilts and found the other boot muffled within. The room's small window lit up for an instant. She counted to 4 elephant before the sound of the thunder reached her. It was a storm in the mountains. Nothing more. There were no sirens, no screams, no machine guns firing from the roof. She took a deep breath and let it out, felt the pounding in her heart ease off, and fell back down on the bed, still holding a boot in each hand. Thunder and lightning. Not the other thing. She used to love storms. At home they meant a break in the sweltering, humid summertime. The rain washed down the Brooklyn streets, and for a while the air actually smelled sweet, like the country. Andres said that in war you sleep with your boots on. She said they kept her from sleeping. He said that soldiers learn to sleep no matter what. And there you had Andres, soft as a mouse, but a fountain of righteousness. He lived and breathed it, wore it like a suit of moral armor. Oh, you couldn't do it? That was fine. He understood. You must be doing your best, for nobody ever did less. He would just do more himself. Would do your job as well as his own. Anywhere but here, she would have thought him an insufferable prig, and hated him wholeheartedly. But it wasn't anywhere. But here, and here, where everything was upside down and inside out, somebody had to be Andres. Somebody had to set the example. It took 10 seconds to put on the boots. And with 10 seconds to spare, you could live instead of dying. According to Andres, who knew about war. But she didn't think this particular 10 seconds mattered all that much. From the top floor of 9 Calle de Victoria, formerly the maid's attic, it took about 40 seconds to run down 5 flights of marble stairs to a long, vaulted hallway that led to the street. There was an alcove in the wall about 10 feet from the door. At one time, a polished mahogany table had stood there, but had vanished into the barricades during the street fighting of July 19th. And that was going to serve as Faye Burns' bomb shelter. Some of the building's tenants took cover in the basement, talking and drinking wine until dawn. This she would not do. Let the Condor Legion blow her to pieces, they would not bury her alive. Besides, it was the prevailing opinion that the Germans would not attempt night bombing. They were too much in love with their fancy Messerschmitt machines to smash them up on Madrid's surrounding hillsides. The Italian pilots, however, were another story. She'd seen one of them when his plane crash-landed in a beet field just outside the city. Some militiamen in their blue monos, mechanics' overalls had become the uniform of the Republican brigades, had carried him back to the city, hanging, tied, hand and foot, to a pole like a wild boar taken in a medieval hunt. Even so, he swaggered. He had a stiff handlebar mustache, and he cursed his captors at length and with vigor. When he stood against the wall of an elementary school, he refused the blindfold, and sneered at the militiamen. But when he fell, he just looked like a bundle of rags. They brought a horse to drag the body away, one of the horses that used to do the same job for the Bull on Sunday afternoons. The sergeant of the firing squad had seen her standing there. He made a clenched fist and said, in sad and solemn tones, "No pasarán, señorita, no pasarán." She had come to know Spain and Spaniards, and she perfectly understood his irony. Observe this dirty work. Thus our slogans come to reality. And he was praising her in his own special style for not turning away from what had to be done. Frances Bernstein would have turned away. Faye Burns did not. Frances Bernstein was the daughter of Abel Bernstein, the fierce proprietor of Bernstein's department store, established 1921. The second largest department store after the mighty Abraham and Strauss in Flatbush. Faye Burns came to life midway between Pembroke and Paris, on the SS Normandy, as Francis Bernstein's well-worn Brooklyn Public Library card stood high on the wind for a moment, then fluttered into the Atlantic to the cheers of a Danish painter named Lars. Francis Bernstein had spent 23 years waiting to become Fay Burns. Although near crushed to death by a parlor full of great-breasted aunts with diamond rings up to their wrists, an overstuffed apartment with a twittering canary, and a really very sweet Cornell man named Jacob, she had managed the transmigration of souls. She had escaped. The canary was called Rabbi Cohen. That was Abel Bernstein, the anti-clerical socialist, speaking. He was rich, it was true, but he sold goods of reasonable quality at a fair price to workers. That was his political destiny, the store, her family called it, and he accepted it. Picked up the checkbook, took out the fountain pen, let the National Peace Guild and the Brooklyn Committee for Social Justice know where Abel Bernstein stood. When she wrote from Paris that she was going to Spain, had already visited the Comintern offices on the Rue de Lafayette, his letter back to her was a classic. He agreed with her stand. Right was on her side. Now was the time. But please God, for the sake of your mother, do not go to Spain. In the darkness of the little room under the eaves, Fay Burns became conscious of the ticking of the clock, the heartbeat rhythm of insomnia. Oh, God, she thought, now I can't sleep. She opened her eyes. The room was so dark, the air seemed to fill with dancing gray particles. The insomnia was an old enemy, vanquished by daily hard work and the exhaustion of simply surviving in a beleaguered city. But now it came back, especially on those nights when Andres took his drafting materials from the closet and went away, usually for the better part of a week. Very well. She had dealt with executions and the Condor Legion, now she would deal with insomnia. She tried to turn on the light, but the electricity was off. Went to the sink in the corner and tried to splash water on her face, but the water was off. Peered at the clock. It was 12:05. She did not have to be up on the roof until 3:30. But Renata was up there now, so she might as well visit. A visitor, she knew, Andres sometimes brought her a cup of tea, helped the hours pass. She laced up the boots, first pulling hard at the 2 pairs of cotton socks to make sure there was no crease. Checked the safety on the llama pistol, then stuck it inside the waistband of her thick corduroy skirt. Damn Andres, she thought. What clothes she had not given away were being ruined by the gun. Why could she not have a holster like everyone else? She had stood in line for a day at the armory to get the pistol, but nowhere in the city could she find a holster for it. She asked Andres finally. Of course he could get her a holster. It would simply mean that a soldier at the front would do without. Well, did she want it? He tormented her with privilege, as though she would, by the hand of fate, eventually turn into the cosseted little dumpling she had been born to become. Well, her fingers found ribs. She was no dumpling now. Her waistband had more than enough room for the gun. She had long chestnut hair, a nose with a bump, and a wide, generous, impertinent mouth. Her single good feature, the way she saw it, were eyes the color of pale jade that had raised more than their share of hell. Her beauty, the aunts had always insisted, was inner, and it had taken a number of years and a number of boys to pay the world back for that. Over her work shirt she pulled on a heavy gray sweater that her Aunt Minna had knitted as a graduation present. She liked it because it was of sufficient length and bulk to hide the pistol. Then tied the red neckerchief loosely around her throat. In a city running out of everything, it was as much of a uniform as anybody had. She closed the door behind her and climbed the iron-rung ladder to the roof. Todavía? Still. Siempre. Always. Sign and countersign, called quietly across the roof, were peculiar to 9 Calle de Victoria. Each building had its own passwords. The city was awash with secret signals, codes, posters, banners, pronunciamenti painted feverishly on walls, hammers and sickles with drip lines to the sidewalk. The fiery Basque orator, La Pasionaria, made daily speeches to the city over a network of public address systems wired together through the streets. Her words, "It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees," were repeated everywhere. Constantly she reminded the women of Madrid that their traditional weapon, boiling oil hurled from a basin, was not to be put aside when the enemy arrived. At the top of the hatchway to the roof, Fay Burns paused for a moment and looked out over the city. It was black and cold. The faint outlines of cathedral spires pointed shadows in the darkness. "Fay?" Bundled in a large, shapeless army coat, Renata moved toward her through the gloom. "It's me." "Can it be time?" "No, I came for company." Studied closely, feature by feature, Renata Brown was something of a covert beauty, subtle and finely made, though the impression left on the world at large was that of a woman whose surface was fashioned by the exigencies of a life lived in difficult times and places. She was 40-ish, with salt and pepper hair hacked off short, a delicate nose that reddened in the cold, and severe gold-rimmed spectacles that were continually removed so that she could rub the dent marks where they pinched. A Berliner, she carried with her the sophisticated aura of that city, and was sharp-witted and sharp-tongued, often to the edge of cruelty. Renata was Andres's friend. Fay was Andres's lover. They had, over a few months' time, worked it out from there, becoming, finally, closer than sisters, a friendship in time of war. Renata took her hands. "Ach, ice?" Fay shrugged and smiled. She had given her gloves away, and Renata knew it. She squeezed back for a moment, then put her hands in the deep pockets of her skirt. "How goes the night?" Renata made an ironic little gesture with her mouth. "Very slow," she said, "with the Sphinx at one side." Fay looked past her, saw the dark shape of Felix, the Belgian journalist who never spoke if he could help it, sitting slumped on an upturned crate beside the machine-gun. The position was backed up against the wall of a shed so that the roof overhang kept the rain off the gunners, and protected by a semicircle of meagerly filled sandbags. The machine-gun lay back on its tripod, muzzle pointed at the sky. "Hello, Felix," she called out quietly, needling him, knowing he thought her an atrocious American brat, knowing he agreed with those stern Spanish commanders who, echoing Winston Churchill, called the foreigners in Madrid armed tourists. "The poor thing," Renata said, shaking her head. Fay could not see his face, but she could imagine it. A sneer, compounded of disgust, specific, and ill-temper, general. Felix was obsessed with doom. He had come to Madrid as correspondent for a Christian socialist newspaper in Antwerp, then stopped filing stories, stopped doing much of anything. He wanted to leave the city, somehow he could not, yet he seemed to loathe everything about it. Mostly the frenetic tension of the place, which drove people into hilarious, slightly crazed companionship. Live today, for tomorrow we die. You could be married at any militia office in 5 minutes, and divorced as quickly, though many declined to bother with official sanctions in any way at all. There was an army, a real army, with tanks and planes and artillery, a few miles to the west. When the battle came, everybody in Madrid would simply pick up a gun and walk out to meet it. Such courage made them saints of a modern kind, and they knew it. They cared enough about something to die for it, and a sweet, delicious madness blew through the city like a wind. To be a madrileño was a privilege, an honor. Only a few, like Felix, could find no joy in it. Or were there, in fact, more than a few? The Moorish brigades and Spanish legionnaires of General Mola were aimed at the city in 4 columns. Mola had been asked by a foreign reporter covering the nationalist side which column would have the glory of leading the attack against Madrid. "I have a 5th column," Mola had boasted, inside the city, and it is they who will lead the attack on Madrid. This might have been a deception, meant to sow suspicion among allies of wildly different passions. Basques and Catalans seeking their own nationhood, communists of several disciplines, anarchists, democrats, idealists, poets, mercenaries, and those moths who were forever seeking the flame of the hour in which to immolate themselves. Or it might have been said merely to torment the inhabitants a little. Civil war is not unlike a fight between lovers. Each side knows precisely how to infuriate the other. During the nationalist siege of Gijón, the water supply of the defending Republicans gave out, and they suffered terribly from thirst. Quiepo de Llano, the nationalist general, went on Radio Seville every night, drinking wine and smacking his lips into the microphone. After that he boasted of the sexual prowess of his soldiers. The women of Gijón must be ready. It was a powerful station, and all across Europe people tuned in for the nightly show. Fay and Renata walked for a time, talking in low voices, circumnavigating the rooftop. The rain had stopped, though lightning still flickered over the Guadarrama. They talked about life, laughing at times. At moments like these, Fay felt she was looking down at the entire world, that it was all laid out for her. Her urge for such flights had been dealt with rather summarily at Pembroke. Those professors she'd thought to be sympathetic would listen stoically for an hour, then turn her head forcefully back to learning, study, the obligations of womanhood. Everything substantive, hard and demanding. She'd sensed a long line of romantic girls like herself extending out the doors of the little cottages where the faculty offices were located, sent home to study, marry, pray, bathe in cold water, anything but life in its purest, most abstract twirls and adagios, which was what she loved to think about. Renata was willing to talk to her on any level she chose, and Fay was more than grateful to be found worthy of such attention. She needed to be taken seriously, and she knew it. When you're outdone living for yourself, only then do you learn that living for others is the privilege, Renata said at one point. They turned a corner. "I think that is what I believe," Fay said. "I think. But perhaps not. Sometimes I feel I'm like a—" She stopped, moved to the parapet of cracked plaster that closed in the roof, stared out across the city. Renata caught up and stood by her side. "Isn't that strange?" Fay said. "What is?" "Perhaps it's a lover's signal." "What?" "The blue glow. Over there across the street, then 1, 2, 3 blocks. No, 2 blocks, 3 streets." "I don't see anything." "Here, look, squint your eyes and follow my finger." "God in heaven," Renata breathed, then turned away quickly, calling Felix in a loud, urgent stage whisper. He arrived at a trot, sorrowful eyes peering from beneath a wool muffler knotted around his head. Renata spoke to him in rapid French, then pointed. He said a few words back. She gave him what sounded like an order, and he turned on his heel and left in a hurry. "I have sent him for the street map," she explained. The blue light moved suddenly, then came to rest in a new, more visible position. It disappeared for an instant as a shape moved past it, then glowed again. "There's somebody there," Fay said. "Yes, there is." "Have you your pistol?" "Yes. Give it to me." She thrust out a hand. "We'll go together." "No. The post may not be abandoned. It must be two to work the gun. Listen, please. When Felix returns, you must remain here. I will go and see about this light. Now, please, the pistol." Her eyes intense behind the gold spectacles, she wiggled her fingers impatiently. Fay got angry. "You're the one on guard," she said, voice rising. She glanced at her watch, a tiny thing her grandmother had brought from Russia. "It is 2:20, she said triumphantly, "and I'm the one who's going." "Fay, no!" Renata shouted and hurried after her. Fay opened the door to the hatch, started to climb down. Renata held the door and watched her descend. "Amen, then," Renata said. "Be careful." The door clicked shut, and she was in darkness. It gave her heart a twinge. She'd expected Renata to argue further, finally to insist on going along. Holding the revolver tightly so that it wouldn't fall through her waistband, she galloped down the marble staircase. As she reached the door, she heard Felix running down the hall somewhere above her. Lieutenant Drazen Kulik, 2nd Section, 4th Directorate, Special Operations, NKVD, had waited 3 days for the thunderstorm in the Guadarrama. With the lightning as cover, he intended to make a great flash of his own. Without the storm, the great flash would bring down nationalist units from everywhere. There would be a ratissage, literally rat hunt, a counterinsurgency sweep, and he had little confidence in his guerrilla band's ability to elude it. They were not mountain people, they were railroad workers and boiler makers and machinists, UGT communists to a man and very brave, but they did not know this terrain. If they had to move too quickly through the forests, there would be lost weapons, excessive noise, and sprained ankles. Those who could not keep up would have to be sacrificed, and, worse yet, it would have to be done by hand, since a pistol shot was unthinkable. He'd seen townspeople attempt to fight in the mountains of Yugoslavia, and he was damned if he was going to add one more ghastly scene to the tragicomedy of the Spanish War. Earlier that day he'd sent his least valuable man down the road. Disguised as a cripple, they'd cut him a primitive crutch from a tree branch, he'd walked up to the roadblock carrying a newspaper packet of dried beans. They'd done the thing right. It was even a nationalist newspaper, ABC, the monarchist daily. But to no avail. The sentries at the roadblock wanted a password. They were very sorry. They knew how bad things were in the village, that his poor sister needed the habituelas, but no password, no going down the road. They took the beans, saying they would take them to the sister, but they hadn't even asked her name. The convent schoolhouse in the village was being used as a nationalist armory, logistical support for the Falangist columns in their advance on Madrid. The radio message sent to Kulik's group in the Guadarrama from the Soviet base in Madrid had been specific. Take the armory. Well, he couldn't take it, with 20 machinists. But he could blow it up, and that he intended to do. He had 14 time pencils, virtually the same explosive device that had accidentally killed T.E. Lawrence's lover and bodyguard, Daoud, as he tried to blow up a train. After Arbat Street, Kulik had attended a special school deep in the Urals, and he'd had to read the 7 Pillars of Wisdom very thoroughly. What Lawrence did to the Turkish supply columns in World War I, he was now trying to do to Franco's fascists, with time pencils manufactured in 1914. No matter. He would find a way once they broke into the armory. Theoretically, you could sink a battleship with a candle. Theoretically. But first he had to get his people down a road. For that he needed to steal the password. Thus, at 4 p.m., as the mountain skies darkened and the wind blew hard from the west, they'd set up their own roadblock 2 miles east of the nationalist sentries. Along came 2 Guardia in a small truck. Kulik's men, acting like normal sentries, had demanded the password. Rosas blancas, came the answer. White roses, a Carlist symbol of purity. At 10:30 p.m., with the storm very close, a light rain pattering down on the road, they marched to the roadblock, gave the password, and walked into the village. A company of Navarrese infantry was assigned to hold the area and protect the armory, but the rain had long since driven them back into the convent of the Sacred Heart, where they were billeted. Kulik set up his machine gun facing the doors of the convent, and sent a small ambush team back down the road to wait for the sentries, in case they returned once the gunfire started. A shipfitter, an agile little spider of a man, accustomed to riveting in the steelwork of half-built freighters, climbed a drain pipe to the roof and set the convent on fire by dripping gasoline down the chimney. As the soldiers ran out, the 16th century abbot who designed the place knew that the greatest security lay in a single access point. They were killed. Those who remained inside died in the fire. The convent schoolhouse, a separate building, was piled to the rafters with rifle and machine gun ammunition, but what most gladdened Kulik's heart were 80 cases of artillery shells for the nationalists' 105mm field guns. He now had the power for the explosion, but no lightning. A few minutes after 11 p.m., there was gunfire on the road, and the ambush team returned, having chased the nationalist sentries into the forest. At 11:30, the thunder and lightning finally started. By 12:05, after 4 failures with the time pencils, Captain Drazen Kulik had his big flash. A burning school desk spun brilliantly through the rainy air high above the village, trailing smoke and sparks before it fell to earth and disappeared from view. Kulik and his band vanished into the mountains. A number of villagers died in the explosion. It couldn't be helped. Fay Burns moved through the dark streets of the city, hemmed in by buildings that rose steeply above her like a corridor in a dream. A small wind, suddenly warm, touched her face. A dog was barking some distance away. She could tell it had been barking for a long time. Its voice was almost gone. But, she realized, it doesn't know what else to do. So it barks. A sense of infinite, indescribable loss rolled in from the night and filled her heart. If I were Catholic, I'd cross myself. She did it anyhow, quickly, a rapid figure 4 in the style of the Spanish women. There was something malefic in Spain that she knew for a surety, and it was out that night. From the apartments high above her came a sense of restless sleep, disturbance unquiet, as though every man and woman dreamed they heard a door click open. Spirit wanderers are out, she thought, who cannot find their way home. Perhaps her own ancestors, burned alive in the Inquisition. The blood carried more than oxygen, more than anyone knew, and once the streets were dark and deserted, the bad memories of this place returned. Too many terrible things had happened here. Walking in the center of the narrow street, she could hear water running in the drains, and with every breath came the chill odor of anciently decayed masonry. 3 streets, 2 blocks. From down here she would never find the blue light. It was like being in a deep canyon, but she would find it. She listened to her footsteps, tried to walk more softly. Her fingers crept beneath the sweater and touched the butt of the revolver. She seemed alone in the world, but maybe that wasn't so bad. The Republican Cheka, modeled on and named after the Soviet intelligence Cheka, often roamed at night through the neighborhoods. It was better not to meet them. Calle de Plata, where the medieval silversmiths had kept their workshops. Her cousin Eric, who graduated 3rd in his class at Erasmus High, took jewelry making at the Art Students' League. Now he was a communist, like Renata and Andres. Was she one, too? No, she didn't think so. She was a passionate idealist, in love with the idea of democracy. Certainly she dreamed, like Andres, of a world without oppression and cruelty. She had come to Spain to put one more hand on the wheel that turned toward justice. Were all Jews communists? Hitler said so. Her father grimaced at Hitler's name. "Why don't you kill him?" he asked the sky. Jews hated injustice. That was what it was. Fanya Kaplan, a Jewish girl not much older than herself, with family in Brooklyn, had shot Lenin through the neck because he betrayed the revolution. But Lenin survived. She would like to shoot Hitler through the neck. They would, she knew, march her in glory up Flatbush Avenue if she did that. Even Mr. Glass, of Glass Stationery, and he was a Republican. Avenida Saldana. There was a big market here on Thursdays. An old lady with a mustache gave her something free every time, radishes, parsley. The fish stall man had once picked up a red snapper and bobbed it up and down as though it swam toward her, and everyone had laughed and made Spanish jokes. Now the street was deserted. On the roof of one of the buildings across the street she had seen a blue light. She had come here to find it. Of course, she could turn around and go back and tell Renata that she couldn't find it. Nobody would be the wiser. In all likelihood, the light didn't mean anything at all. Simply one more inexplicable event in this inexplicable country. So go home. No. Well, perhaps. But at least, she told herself, examine the buildings. The numbers ran differently here, but the third one from the corner, 52 Avenida Saldana, roughly corresponded to 9 Calle de Victoria. That meant she might be on the wrong street, because 52 Avenida Saldana was a 2-story factory, where they made wooden chairs. 54 Avenida Saldana, that was a possibility. She counted up 6 stories. Number 56 was not a possibility. An old hotel for commercial travelers. It had a steep roof sheathed with green copper. Number 58 was a rather smart, private house with little balconies and French windows 3 stories high. It had to be 54. That's good, Faye. You figured it out. Now go home. Report the incident to the Cheka. Let them worry about it. She crossed the street. Avenida Saldana was a bit fancier than Calle de Victoria. Narrow sidewalks ran along its edges. She stood at the base of the building and stared straight up. No blue light. But on the top floor, just below the roof, a window was open a few inches, and very faintly she could hear a woman singing. She had heard the song before. Mothers sang it to babies to put them to sleep. Good, darling, very good. Her upbringing came through loud and clear. And brave, in the middle of the night, in Madrid, all alone, with only Nana's watch and a big Spanish gun. Such a gun! Myself, I'd be afraid to touch it. Which was probably why, more or less, she simply went into the building and up to the roof. Because the blood did carry more than oxygen. Because there was something there that, when it was crystal clear that retreat with caution was the only sensible path, took the first step and the second step and all the rest of the steps. She had some help, on the order of, I'm an American and I can go anywhere I want, but she had something a little older than that as well. It didn't precisely have a name, or maybe it had too many names, but it got her up to the roof. And surprise of surprises, at a time when so much bravery bled itself out into nothingness, it turned out to matter a great deal that she went there. It saved lives. First she removed her boots. Leaning against a cold wall in the dark hallway, she worked them off and tied the laces together and hung them around her neck. Drew the pistol from her waistband, cocked it, held it before her with a finger hooked securely around the front of the trigger guard, put her left hand on the wall, and walked slowly in her socks up the stairs to the roof, the sound of the lullaby getting closer as she climbed. The door to the roof was chained, and the chain was padlocked. Breathing hard from the climb, she stood there frozen, so deeply enraged that her cheeks were hot. After all that, she'd seen her friend at Pembroke, Penelope Hastings of Hyde Park, New York, fiddle a lock with a hairpin. 2 problems. She didn't have a hairpin, and it wasn't that kind of lock. It was like a bicycle lock with a combination. Olive green. Scratched and worn as though it had been well used. First, to lock up a bicycle, perhaps at a place like a college where unlocked bicycles were frequently borrowed, then to secure a big trunk which had to travel aboard a transatlantic liner to Europe. That sort of lock. The sort of lock that, if you turned 4 right, 16 left, and 27 right, snapped open. Though it took one last little jiggle, requiring a practiced twist of the hand to make it spring cleanly. It was, she was sure, her very own lock, which she'd put in the back of a drawer some months earlier, thinking it was something that she didn't need then, but would desperately want the minute after she threw it away. She was shocked to find it. But there was something much too eerie to contemplate in such a coincidence, and she had no time to think about it anyhow. Explanations would have to wait. In the silence at the top of the stairs, she could hear the singing woman 1 floor down. A child coughed. The woman murmured in Spanish, then began humming softly a song without words made up as she went along. Faye put the lock and the gun between her feet, slipped one hand beneath the chain, drew it slowly, link by link, across her palm until it was free of the door handle, then laid it silently on the floor, kneeling slowly. Retrieved the gun and held it in her right hand, then put the lock inside one of the shoes hanging around her neck, took a breath, and pushed gently against the door with her left hand. The door made one small squeak as it opened. The humming stopped. Faye took a step onto the roof. She was wound tight as a spring, but not frightened. She didn't think it through, but some part of her mind was trying to let her know that when a door is chained and padlocked on one side, there is rarely anybody on the other side. At least, not anybody who wants to be there. The roof was deserted. On one wall stood a blue lantern, a device used, perhaps, on a ship or in a railroad yard. She could see the shape of the flame burning behind the blue glass. She went up to it, opened the little door, and blew it out. Squinting against the darkness, she peered out over the intervening rooftops, but could not make out her own building. Then, close to where she thought it might be, a match flared. The flame lingered for an instant, then disappeared. Renata. No signal had been arranged, but she knew absolutely that Renata had been watching the blue light, had seen it go out, and had contrived to make a visible acknowledgment. Now she flew. Lantern swinging from her left hand, gun clutched in her right, shoes banging against her breasts, she ran down the stairs and out into the street. Her socks got wet and her feet hurt, but she wasn't going to stop for anything. Pumping her arms, hair flying, she tore down the side street, past Calle de Plata, into Calle de Victoria, almost slipping as she went around the corner into the building, past her bomb shelter alcove, up the stairs, up the ladder, onto the roof, rushing into Renata's arms, and yelling at the top of her lungs, yelling with triumph. In Seville, it was the custom of Hauptmann Bernhard Luders, of the Luftwaffe's Condor Legion, always to have a woman the night before he flew a mission. Such sport maintained the traditions of that city, where Don Juan had been born and raised, and where, as a young man, he had observed with horror that the corpse in a funeral procession was his own, and resolved to fight death with lust from that day forth. It cooled him, Luders said, left him calm and level-headed for work the following day. It gave him also a reputation, and that he enjoyed immensely. He was 21 years old, with a small angry face and a small transparent moustache. At his direction, Feldwebel-Kunkel, his Batman, would sit in a gilded red plush chair outside the room at the Hotel Alfonso XIII, an apparent guardian of lovers' privacy, but in fact an advertisement for the heated Wurstverstecken hide-the-winner games being played on the other side of the door. After midnight, when the officers came upstairs from drinking in the hotel bar, they would nod to Kunkel. He would rise and salute. "He is in tonight?" someone would always ask. "Yes, sir," Kunkel would answer. "But he flies tomorrow." Ah, they would nod approvingly, aware of his custom, then add the obligatory joke, "We shoot by night, that bomb by day." In response to the joke, Kunkel, a man who understood loyalty at its root, would offer the obligatory response, a slow raising of the hands and eyes to heaven. What lovers, these pilots! Luders's latest was 16. Evangelina. Evangelina. To Luders, even her name reeked of Spain, of Catholicism, of darkness, ignorance, superstition as black and wild as the unruly bush between her marble legs. She drove him insane. He had frolicked a bit at university in Heidelberg among the properly raised dome maidens of the city's aristocracy, but nothing had prepared him for what he took to be the true Spanish passion. The Mediterranean Sudan, the South, tickled his northern European fantasies to begin with. It was so hot and filthy and poor, one could do anything. Anything. The little witch would crawl about the hotel carpet, wearing nothing at all, catch hold of his boot, and plead with him. It was Spanish, the pleading, but somehow the meaning worked its way through. She was defiled, worthless. He had led her into the temple of sin, and now she was lost in its vast recesses, a maddened novitiate. She could think of nothing else. Nothing, all day long. Devils whispered in her ear of practices so demonic she dared not speak them aloud. For such thoughts, he must punish her. Now. For if he did not staunch this frightful thirst, she would tear her hair in frenzy. She sobbed and moaned and wriggled like an eel and begged him to put out the fire that burned her alive. Poor Kunkel. He had to sit there and listen to it night after night, and privately wondered how the man ever got any rest. Also, it fell to him to ferry a constant stream of gifts to Evangelina's family, who lived in a neighborhood that frightened him, in a house that made him ill. He had not joined the Air Force with such adventures in mind, but what was one to do? Hauptmann Luders wasn't a bad sort, a smart Rhenish lad with a rigid back and a taste for a fight who liked his stinky little cigars. Yet he plunged into the Spanish mysteries up to his very neck. Ah, well, these Condor Legion pilots believed themselves to be of a higher order. Perhaps they were. At 1:30 a.m., Kunkel knocked discreetly at the door. It was time. Luders disentangled himself from the girl, washed quickly, and arrived at the airfield, a little north and west of the city, a half-hour later. There was excellent coffee in the briefing hut, and von Emel went through the usual drill: weather, situation on the ground, little enough happening, although someone had blown up an armory in the Guadarrama, and mission. But some things were not as usual. There were 2 SD types in attendance from the Nazi Party's Foreign Intelligence Service. Small men in expensive suits, sharp-eyed and silent. Luders did not mind the Abwehr. They were military and had kinship with the airmen, but these 2 made him nervous. They stared at him. The other variation concerned the mission itself. Von Emel handed him a circled street map of Madrid and explained at length. He rather hurried the takeoff because he had to reach Madrid while it was still dark. That would require some fast flying, but Luders was an excellent pilot, and his Messerschmitt had airspeed tucked here and there that only he knew about. Willy Messerschmitt himself had come to Spain in August to tour behind nationalist lines and visit the places where his planes would be tested and proven. In fact, the 109 was well suited to what Luders would ask of it. The 500-pound bomb slung beneath the belly of the plane didn't slow him down, though it did drink a little extra gas. Just before sunrise, the dawn no more than a faint blur behind him, he came skimming in over the city from the east. He could not hear the rattle above the engine noise, but a few yellow pinpricks of anti-aircraft fire were evident as he flew over the Paseo del Prado. However, he was really too low and going too fast for the Spanish gunners to have any patience with him. He steadied his foot on the bomb release pedal and kept a light thumb atop the joystick where the machine gun button was located. You never knew what was waiting on the rooftops. It was wiser to sweep up as you went. He moved closer to the window, body tensed for action. He had been born with the eyesight of a hawk, and now scanned the dark blocks below until he found what he was looking for, a pinpoint of blue light. From there it was all instinct. He banked hard, came sideways through the turn, the aeroplane slicing neatly through the bumpy air above the city, wound up in a shallow dive with the nose of the plane in perfect line with the beacon. Then, several things happened very quickly. a red flickering that seemed almost to come from the beacon itself. He drove his thumb down hard, but the joy point, the angle where his tracer bullets came together, was high. He corrected. The red flickers got much larger. There were 3 figures on the roof. One of them, perhaps a woman? Shoved his foot to the floor, felt the plane kick free of its dead weight, then banked hard to the south, laying all the juice he had into the engine. It took quite some time before he realized that he had a problem. Nothing like a 6-second bombing run to ice over the nervous system, but as he flew over a small forest of pine and cork oak, he discovered that his right foot was throbbing like a giant clock. He looked down, moved the foot, saw a finnick-size half-moon of rushing treetops flanked by 2 bright red droplets. As sweat stood suddenly on his brow, he clutched frantically, testicles first, at his body. Even as the throbbing became hammering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, an honorable wound, and no more. He climbed, to make sure the 109's innards were not damaged, waggled the wings, and headed for Seville. Something else had gone wrong, but that he did not notice for some time, and by then the nationalist airfield at Almodovar was out of the question. He tapped the gasoline gauge, but it refused to change its mind. Actually, he'd been extremely lucky. A bullet had ruptured his gasoline tank, and by rights he should have been blown all over Madrid. As it was, he'd simply showered the rooftops with aviation gas. He spent only a moment hating himself for not checking the gauge, then concentrated on surviving the error. He needed a field, not a potato field, too bumpy. The 109 would hammer itself to pieces before he could get it stopped. Prevailing pilot mess opinion was that the smoothest emergency landings were made on wheat fields. The ochre patches were detectable from the air, and by late September the wheat was cut and the ground tended to be smooth, without surprising contours, to wreck you just when you should be rolling to a safe stop. And looking down, he was in luck. Everything was going to work out after all. The early sun lit up a few yellow squares beneath him, and he chose one and hoped it was lucky. He had to keep his attention focused. The foot was beginning to gnaw and bite, and he didn't want to stall on the way down. It would be an excellent emergency landing. He'd fly again as soon as the foot healed, and the aeroplane could be trucked back to Seville. Since there was hardly any gas, the danger of fire on impact was minimal. In a way, his luck held. It held all the way down the chute to the field. It held as he bounced. It held as he braked with the flaps, held as the 109 rolled to a stop. Everything seemed to flood out of him at that moment, and he fell back against the seat and let his hands dangle and closed his eyes. The engine had stalled. He turned the key to off, listened as the birds began to sing again. It had been a woman at the machine gun. He was sure of it now. The long hair stayed printed on his memory. These Spanish women, he thought. You had to admire them. Still, it would be wiser to leave that fact out of his report. That was the sort of story that got around, and stuck to your career like glue. He came to suddenly. Had he blacked out for a moment? Somehow he had to find a telephone. Recollecting his error, he wondered idly if he had not been ever so slightly unprepared for the mission. Too much Evangelina, perhaps. A fighting man could not leave his wits in bed. He moved the foot and grunted with pain. He needed a doctor. That thought got him moving. And he shoved the canopy back, grabbed the sides of the cockpit, and hoisted himself to a sitting position directly above the wing. And luck held. Here came some people to help him. Peasants, no doubt, in their dark blue cotton shirts and trousers. These must be the peasants who cut the wheat, he reasoned, for they are carrying scythes. But he looked around to make sure. The wheat was already cut. He briefly fingered the flap of the holster holding his sidearm, but there were at least 20 of them. So he threw his hands into the air and called out, "Rendición! Rendición!" meaning that he surrendered. But at this, they only laughed. Faye shut her eyes, when Senora Tovar, the janitor's wife, soaped her breasts. Despite herself, she was very embarrassed to be touched in this way, and the woman noticed and said, "Pshaw," in amazement at American notions of privacy. Did this girl not know that it was a woman's destiny to have her hands in everything unsacred, from placenta to horse manure and all that flowed from babies and wounds and old men? That by the time a woman was 20, there was nothing in the world she had not touched? She shrugged, smiled, and moved the girl's delicate little washing cloth to spread lather across her shoulders. Just down the street, at 14 Calle de Victoria, 3 women were hard at work on her clothing, rubbing it furiously on washboards as the fume of gasoline rose in their faces. As the glorious hot water poured down on her, Faye bubbled inside. It had been the most exciting day of her life. It had to be shared, but with who? Her parents would be frightened, badly frightened. Penelope Hastings? Penny would be most deliciously envious, but she would, Faye knew, show the letter to her mother, an endearingly foggy society lady who always asked Faye, "Is there, dear, anything you don't eat?" Poor Mrs. Hastings, entirely flustered by the fear of feeding something wrong to Penelope's Jewish friend from college. And poor Mrs. Hastings was just the type, she was certain, who would simply have to telephone the child's mother. The Pembroke Alumni Magazine? Fran Bernstein, class of 33, pens a note from sunny Spain to say she's enjoying her visit with Bolshevist elements of Republican forces defending Madrid. Recently our Franny shot it out with a Nazi fighter plane and got herself doused with aviation gasoline in the process. A victory celebration followed as ladies of the neighborhood forced the janitor to turn on the water, at which time shy Fran was unceremoniously stripped down and washed. Obediently she let Senora Tovar turn her around and scrub her back. Her eyes still burned. She knew they'd be bright red for days. Andres, of course, would suggest visits to doctors, would insist. This was a less than happy thought. She would have to tell him about her bicycle lock, and she knew this would create great stir and turmoil. Clearly, somebody in the building was a traitor, a fifth columnist, and a sneak thief. She had told the excited men of the neighborhood Cheka that she'd found the lock open. One of them, she knew from his cold stare, had not believed her. But he had said nothing. She was the hero of the hour. Not only had she retrieved the lantern, she had helped to shoot up a plane, though the damn thing had flown away to safety, and certainly, everybody said, spoiled the Nazis' aim. The bomb had fallen in the street, breaking every window for 100 yards, but sparing the gas and water mains, which allowed, when the Cheka men had been shooed away, the triumphal procession first to Tovar the janitor, then to the aqua-tile bathroom on the 3rd floor. Number 54 Avenida Saldana, it turned out, was a Republican armory, a secret one. If the blue lantern had been left in place, half the neighborhood would have gone skyward, and the people in the building, including the humming mother and her child, would have gone with it. When Faye had returned, ecstatic, to the rooftop, Renata had lit the lantern and placed it on the parapet. "Let us discover who seeks such a light," she'd said grimly, running the bolt on the Hotchkiss gun and centering it on the trapdoor to the roof. When the plane came, though, it was Faye who grabbed the handles and Renata who fed the bolt. Curiously, she had heard nothing, had seen the twinkling on the 109's wings, but had never, she admitted to herself, realized what this meant. Had, in fact, moments later, burned her fingers on a silvery lump half buried in the roof tar, and only then had her mind made the connection that sent a single racking shiver from shoulders to knees. Renata, too, had been soaked by gasoline, but, being ever and truly Renata, had insisted on her own bathing arrangements. "Estás limpia, yo creo?" Senora Tovar said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. "Gracias, mil gracias, senora," Faye said, turning the water off and taking a rough, clean towel that had appeared from a hand in the doorway. The woman waved away the thanks, singing "De nada," as she left the room to an uproar of Spanish from friends waiting without. Faye's bare feet slapped down the marble-floored hallway toward the staircase that led to the room under the eaves. Life was better than a short story, she rather thought, with an O. Henry twist at every turning that caught the heroine unaware and stunned her with the peculiarity of fortune. Could anyone have predicted that in the fall of 1936 a machine gun would buck and vibrate beneath her hands as a German plane swooped toward her from the sky? Not with any Ouija board she'd ever heard of. That her best friend would be a German communist named Renata? No, no, no. That her lover would be a 42-year-old Spanish draftsman from Ceuta named Andres Cardona? No, 1,000 times. Oh, if they could only see her now. It was a narrow lane, barely one car wide, that wound its way up to San Jimene, and Khristo drove slowly, conscious of the roadside vegetation, lush and bursting weeds in every shade of purple and gold, as it whispered against the doors of the Citroën. At this speed he could hear the whirring of insects, could study gates made of twisted boughs that appeared from time to time, guarding dirt paths that wandered off into the fields. Once a week they drove to San Jimene, and he was beginning to recognize individual gates. Each one was built of twisted boughs, crossed and braced in every conceivable style. Once a week was probably too often to visit a safe house, but Yasirica had ordained the schedule, and his word was law. Sasha, after a dreadful week, had at last discovered that vodka could be replaced by Spanish brandy, and was his old self again. "Flies for Yasirica," he would call out as they started off. Not so loud, Khristo thought, but said nothing. Sasha was a spring river in full flood, which went where it liked. Khristo loved this car, a 1936 Citroën Deux Chevaux Normal. Its long hood suggested luxury, its short, boxy body suggested frugality, and the curved trunk in the rear suggested yet another French preoccupation. The sober black body was accentuated by fat white-walled tires in open wells and shiny headlamps. The spacious windshield seemed to draw every yellow bug in Spain, but he kept the glass immaculate with wet, crumpled copies of La Causa. Soaked newspaper was the thing for cleaning car windows. He'd learned that from a former Riga taxi driver who forged travel documents for the Comintern office in Tarragona. Even the car, he thought ruefully, had a file. The Citroën had been donated to the Comintern by a furniture manufacturer in Rouen. Amazing, really, how the rich in this part of the world worshipped the revolution of the working classes. He loved driving. He was the first Stoianev ever to operate a motor vehicle. He learned quickly, mastered the gear shift after a few head-snapping stutter stops brought on by a popped clutch. It was fortunate that he loved it because he spent a great deal of time behind the wheel. Intelligence operations, he had discovered, consisted principally of driving a car for hundreds of kilometers, sifting through an infinity of reports and memoranda, endlessly locking and unlocking the metal security boxes assigned to each officer, and writing up volumes of agent contact sheets. In the latter regard, thank heaven for Sasha, the drunker he got, the better he wrote. And he had such mastery of Soviet bureaucratic language, a poetry of understatement and euphemism, that Yasirica mostly left them alone. That was fine with Khristo. Colonel General Yadomir Ivanovich Bloch, the illegal NKVD resident in Catalonia, as opposed to the legal military attachés and diplomats under Bierzin and the GRU, was secretly called Yasirica, the lizard, because he looked like a lizard. He had a slightly triangular head, the suggestion of flatness on top emphasized by stiff hair combed directly back from the forehead. His thin eyebrows angled steeply down toward the inner corners of his eyes, which, long and narrow, were set above sharp cheekbones that slanted upward. Those eyes stared back at you emptily, without expression, watching only to determine if you were easy or difficult prey. Sometimes he licked nervously at his upper lip, the gesture, Sasha claimed, an unconscious throwback to the age when reptiles ruled the earth. "Flies for Yashiritsa." Sasha was awake. Where the white boxes of San Jimene towered above them, Khristo rolled to a stop. Sasha brushed the hair out of his eyes and blinked for a moment, then drew the bottle of Fundador from the glove compartment and took a few swallows. Slowly he twisted the cork back into place, then slapped it dramatically with his palm. "Now the Colonel is ready for agents and debriefings," he announced. "The following 6 measures can be recommended in support of the secure continuance of said operation. 1. It is geese who fly the summer night to Sonia's heart. Right, Stoianev? We trap good flies, the best flies? Only the finest, served by the finest kitchens. Forward, then!" The Citroën climbed through the tight maze of alleys to the northern edge of the village. The doorways were covered by cloth-strip curtains, each one, Khristo suspected, with its own pair of watchful eyes. He knew such tiny villages in Bulgaria. They made your heart go fast. Perhaps the next lost little place was the one where they still drank strangers' blood in a toast to forgotten gods. Still, one had to have safe houses, and it was best to have them in the middle of cities, concealed by crowds, or in desolate, out-of-the-way places like San Jimene. The agent they called Andres was doing a dangerous job infiltrating the phalange. The Residentura in Tarragona had a long shopping list. Names, addresses, planned operations, logistical systems, and, ultimately, the discovery of the identities of German intelligence officers in charge of liaison with Franco's Fifth Column in Madrid. To prove himself worthy of trust, Andres had to commit an act of sabotage against the Republican forces, his own side. Thus he was vulnerable to friend and foe alike, could at any time be executed as a spy or traitor, depending on who caught him. And this, Khristo thought, was only what he knew about. There could be more. The Russians had a genius for these games, a love of darkness, a reverence for duplicities that hid deeper strategies. They came to a small, whitewashed house with a tile roof at the end of a dirt street. A cat was sleeping on the windowsill. In a field across the road, a few kids in short pants were fooling with a battered soccer ball. The air smelled like onions fried in oil, and sun-heated plaster, and a radio was playing music somewhere nearby. The man known as Andres Cardona was down on his knees in the midst of a wild garden of daisies and fuchsia geraniums surrounding an old, twisted lemon tree. As they drove up, he was yanking weeds from the dry soil and throwing them over the garden fence. He stood up, wiped his hands on his pants, and called, "Buenos dias! Buenos dias!" in the voice of a man pleased to see his employees. "Ah, yes, there you are, fellows. So good to see you. In your absence, I've thought of 1,000 things we need to do." All of that in the tonality of a simple greeting, the way he stood, the expectation in his eyes. He was, Khristo realized once again, so very, very good at what he did. And the name? Farmacia Cortés. Cortés refers to what? The name of the square, I suppose, though it is near the Cortés. The Cortés, the Spanish Parliament. Ah, so it is not owned by a man named Cortés. No. Sasha said, tapping the end of the fountain pen against his teeth. Locate it further for me, will you? The Plaza de Cortés is elegant, fashionable. There is a hotel, the palace,
As in English? Not Palacio? No, Palace as in English. A fine hotel, quite luxurious. Who stays there? Diplomats, journalists, those who seek to approach the Cortes. Zolot. Gold. Perhaps. Nothing perhaps, it is certain. Comb this one out thoroughly, you understand, and there would be treasure. Who has a prescription for heart medicine? Who has the clap? Who must have the laudanum syrup every week? More secrets in a pharmacy than in a woman's heart. Better than a bank, my friend. So specific. Yes, but one could not comb him out. Sasha clicked his tongue and wagged a naughty finger. Well, yes, if you tied him to a chair and all that, of course. But no other way. Not money? Never. Be sure now. I am. He likes women? Girls? Boys? Cats? No, he is purity itself. The pig. Cardona shrugged and smiled, a soft gesture that forgave the world everything. Would you care to hear about procedure? Oh, yes, we like procedure. Khristo, you're getting all this? Yes, most of it. He wiped sweat from his face. Because they spoke Russian, the windows were shut tight. The sun beat down on the tile roof, and the still air was wet and hot and blue with drifts of smoke. The roll of blueprints he'd taken from the trunk of the car was spread across the table, covered with coffee cups used as ashtrays, half-empty glasses of red wine, and sheets of paper covered with Cyrillic scratchings. One heard rumors of a machine that recorded the human voice on a spool of wire, but it was not to be had outside Moscow. Cardona lit a ducado and blew smoke at the ceiling. The procedure is to enter the Farmacia Cortes on the Plaza de Cortes between 4 and 4:30 in the afternoon. Go to the rear of the store, inquire of the clerk, always a young woman in a grey smock, if El Patron is available. El Patron. The owner? Literally, yes, but it's a grander term in Spanish. The boss. Ah. She goes into the office, then he appears. What does she think you want? Some personal thing not to be mentioned to a young woman. Prophylactics, perhaps. And do you buy something? No. Isn't that asking to be noticed? Cardona pondered this for a moment. Such things go on at Spanish pharmacies. It's not so unusual. Men, you know, and their intimate problems. Sasha shot an eyebrow and snorted. Intimate crabs. Certainly, and everything else. Anyhow, he gives me the time and place of the meeting. His name? According to the tax clerk's office, the Farmacia Cortes is owned by Emilio Quesada. El Patron. That's an assumption. Sasha sighed. The more they knew the craft, the more they wriggled off the hook. Cardona was exactly right, but it was just such ephemera that drove intelligence people crazy in the long term. Very well, make a note, Khristo. He turned back to Cardona. I don't suppose you'd want to ask the clerk just once if Senor Quesada is available. Cardona simply smiled. Sasha said, I rather thought not. He comes to the meetings, this patron? Of course he does, but I can't say that. We are all hooded. Describe the hoods. Silk pillowcases, a sort of light brown color, with slits cut for eyeholes. Tan, would you call them? No, not really. It's what a Renaissance painter would have known as ecru, I believe. Good God. Sasha held his head and shook it. Khristo, make them light brown. Ecru, indeed. Moscow would love that. Each meeting is held at a different apartment, never the same one twice. I suppose you don't go hooded in the street. No, that's done just inside the front door, but the arrival times are staggered, and we leave one at a time. Cautious, yes. And the meetings? Fascist mumbo-jumbo. A red candle burning in the middle of the table, a prayer to start out, a little speech. Quite ferocious, really. You know how they are. Christ and blood, back and forth. Then there's news of the phalange. Military victories, piles of dead miners, nothing you wouldn't find in the newspapers. What is their morale, would you say? Cardona paused a moment.
Well, it's hard to tell with the hoods on, but I would say they're pretty scared. Most of them, their political views were well known before the Asanya government took over. They fear their neighbors, co-workers, tradesmen. Does only the leader speak? No, after he has said his piece, an unsheathed bayonet is passed from hand to hand. Each of us holds it and makes a statement. For example, a Republican gang marched into a monastery near Albacete. The monk in charge was tied to the altar and a crucifix was forced down his throat. Others? Nuns raped and murdered, priests strung up in trees. Phalangist propaganda, of course. A muscle ticked briefly under Sasha's eye, and he blinked to make it stop. Naturally. But they are conscious of the gangs. Oh yes, they fear them, with the fear of children, and recite their names: lynxes of the Republic, red lions, Spartacus, the Furies, strength and liberty. It is almost as though a constant naming of the terrors will keep them away in the night. The purpose of terrorism. Sasha quoted half the Lenin axiom. A shrug in his voice, Khristo finished the phrase silently. Is to cause terror. These two, he realized, had something between them quite outside the agent-case officer relationship. They were not the Mitya type, blunt-headed peasants with a red catechism in their mouth and a rifle in their hands. They were intellectuals. They would say the catechism and use the rifle, but they would not delude themselves. Their status demanded knowledge and admission, no matter how inferential, of the truth. Now, Sasha said, shifting in his chair, we come to the Blue Lantern. Cardona drew a deep breath and expelled it slowly. I'm still piecing it together. General Bloch was quite pointed in his remarks on the subject. I can imagine. Well, you may tell him that I do not think it mattered that the action went awry. They accept the hand of fate, even if General Bloch does not. What matters to them, the Phalange, is that I executed the plan. Its failure, I think, will not damage their trust in me. But you've not met with them since it happened. Nor was I scheduled to do so. Tomorrow I go to the pharmacy. Have you any idea what went wrong? Not really. I went to the roof, lit the lantern. Somehow the lantern was removed, taken to another building, and the attack failed. Another building? Yes. We are told there was an American involved. A woman. Neighborhood gossip. I've heard it. Find out for me who she is. Her name, anything you can learn. There are many Americans who come to Spain now. Moscow perceives this as a critically important opportunity. Thus, if you wish your star to shine, I'll do what I can. Tell me, was there no guard at the Avenida Saldana? Did they simply fill up a building with guns and ammunition and leave it there? This is the Spanish War. They were both silent for a moment. Then Cardona went on, leaning across the table. A story, if you like. One of the cinemas on the Paseo is showing Duck Soup, the Marx Brothers film. I attended last week. The theater was packed full. In the row in front of me were 3 artillery officers on leave. For most of the time they were silent, but then there is a scene where Groucho Marx is playing a colonel, and he stands before a map and says, "A child of 3 could solve this problem." He pauses, then adds, "Bring me a child of 3. At that, the officers laughed bitterly, one could say, and nudged each other. Khristo and Sasha both smiled. "Humorous," Cardona continued. "It is that, but maybe not so funny, when you reflect on what it implies. To answer your question directly, I will tell you that the Avenida Saldana armory was protected by the POUM, the anarchists. And in all probability, the guard had something more important to do, and off he went and did it. I carried the lantern up there with a knife in my hand, but there wasn't a soul." Dutifully, Khristo tried to keep up with him, writing as fast as he could. Sasha sighed and sat back in his seat. "Bloch and the others," he said, "are getting quite fed up with the anarchists. Quite thoroughly fed up. And, given the great Stalin's attitude toward Trotsky, who sits in Mexico and pulls the strings of his puppets, this lack of discipline is going to receive close attention. I advise you to stay away from them, Andres, if you wish to keep your knees unsoiled." Naturally, Moscow is upset. Obedience is everything to them. But this is the way of it, and you will not change the Spaniards. They have itched all their lives to stop dreaming, to act, after 20 years of talk. And it is their freedom they love most of all because it is chained to their manhood. Stick your nose in at your peril. Sasha held his hand up like a traffic policeman. "No treason, comrade. It's too hot today. I intend none. But find a way to tell them the truth." The implied ending of the sentence, "for a change," hung in the smoky air. Sasha brought forth a crooked smile in which all the ironies in his life danced and played. "Very well," he said. "I shall certainly start tomorrow, but for today, let me first put you on the proper path. We have an alternate plan. Not so good as the armory, but it will have to serve." "Of course, comrade." Cardona smiled. "Do you have a camera?" "I know where to get one." "Good. Make certain the film is especially light-sensitive. Thursday morning, the first Soviet tank column will reach Madrid, an historical moment. It is moving up from the docks in Alicante and will take a route from the east, entering the city on the Paseo de la Infanta Isabela. We are timing the arrival for dawn and taking other measures to ensure that the entry is as secret as possible. What we want you to do is to take a roll of photographs of these tanks. Not the entire roll, of course. Shoot the first few frames on something mundane, as though the film were already in the camera. Invent a good story for being out there in case they ask. Take the roll, undeveloped, to your contact at Farmacia Cortés. The photos must be clandestine in nature, of course. Tilted horizons, out of focus. Let them see what a brave fellow you are. You'll want to be discreet anyhow, for those tank commanders are country fellows, and they'd as soon make daylight shine through you as anyone else. Make sure you photograph the relevant items, tank numbers, commander's insignia, the usual drill. It is our intention that the photos soften the blow if your new friends are distressed over the failure at Avenida Saldana. But, most important, we want you to become the keenest sword in the fifth column. We want you to glitter in their eyes, so that they will show you off to their superiors. Eventually, we think, you will see a German. Now, need I go back over the ground? No, I understand, and it will be a pleasure, Cardona said. A great pleasure to see a German.
Poor Andres. Is he tired of being a Spaniard?
In truth, yes.
Do not despair, Andrushka. Just a little while longer.
It was dusk. Fields shadowed in purplish light. Sunset faded to a few red streaks in the western sky when they wound their way down the hill from San Jimene. Sasha seemed exhausted. He lay slumped against the passenger door and worked hard at the fundador until he conquered it. A bottle, new that morning. It was, Khristo thought, the performance that sucked the life out of him. The role of case officer demanded an actor of extraordinary range. Mother's warmth, father's discipline, the acuity of a favorite teacher, the strength of a playing field hero. Cardona was betting his life that Sasha was good at his job. It was that simple. For months, Khristo had watched him rise to the performance time and time again. "Should you not turn on the lights?" Sasha asked. "I will in a while. The windshield bugs are terrible here." "How can you see to drive? It's a white road." "Oh. I'll stop if you want to get in back." "No, I'm better up here." They drove in silence. When it was finally dark, Khristo turned on the headlamps and watched moths dancing in the beams. When Sasha spoke again, his voice was thick with exhaustion. "Save him," he said. "I want you to promise me that." "Who? Andres?" "Yes. You promise?" "Of course. You will be at my side to make certain of it." "I think not." No point, Khristo thought, in pursuing this. Sasha trailed these hooks until you bit. He was, like other intelligence officers, stricken with an urge to confide. It was too strong, like a devil that beat you over the head with your own secrets, until you had to let one out. To relieve the pressure, you would tell half a secret, or an old, used-up secret, or boast of the secrets you knew. The cursed things had a life of their own. Like weeds, they threatened to grow right out of your head into plain sight. "You've read his file?" The voice picked up a little. Not aloud. "Shit. The junior officer is confined to knowledge of tactical intelligence. Strategic intelligence is the sole responsibility of senior staff. Section 3, paragraph 8. More shit. I quote you gospel. You are like a market peddler, Khristo, like a Jew, you count kopecks. Tactical intelligence, strategic intelligence, the difference between waiters' gossip and ambassadors' gossip. What notions, really, the thoughts of men whose backsides have grown into their chairs." Khristo laughed. "I'm funny. That's Sasha. He will make you laugh. Thank God. I'll miss you." For a time Khristo thought he had gone to sleep. But then his voice returned from the darkness. "Rubenis. That is Andres' true name. Rubenis. Avram Rubenis." "Greek?" "Armenian, at least his father was Armenian, with a Greek name. As for his mother, she was the unhappy result of an amour between a German commercial traveler and a Turkish hotel maid. In a word, a little of everything." "Just so. Thus he speaks Turkish, Armenian and Demotic Greek, also Russian, as you have seen, Spanish and English, and he can swear handsomely in Arabic. He was first a spy at the age of 14 in 1908. He would sneak up on Turkish encampments, listen to the chatter of the guards, and inform the villagers. To hide or not to hide, that was how they fought back. A survivor, then? The word does no justice. A monument, perhaps, to stepping through the fire quickly and going on with life. He was born under the Ottoman Empire, in a little village near Yerevan, Armenia, at the edge of the Caucasus Range, just north of the border point where eastern Turkey meets northern Iran. In the year 1909, the Turks murdered 200,000 Armenians, including the father. They cut off his head with a sword. Avram and his mother saw it happen from where they were hiding, in a rooftop cistern. Their mother was a great beauty, blonde hair like a Fräulein, black eyes like an Anatolian Turk. The soldiers would have made short work of her. There was cruelty beyond imagination. In reprisal for an attack against an officer, hundreds were blinded, left to walk around as living reminders. But Avram and his mother escaped. She sold herself to a merchant, and he took them west, all the way across Turkey in a horse and wagon. I believe there was a baby sister who died of cholera along the way. Eventually, they reached Smyrna. You know it? A disputed city, first Greek, then Turkish, on the Aegean coast of Turkey.
There the merchant determined that he would enjoy both mother and son in his bed. The mother was cunning. As the merchant undressed, she pulled his shirt over his head, and Avram killed him with a brick he had hidden in the wagon. They dragged his body into a marsh and took his gold. Soon they were in business. They found a family that made strong gloves from uncured hides to sell to the Greek dock workers, and bought the business from them. They prospered. Avram went to school, then to university in Istanbul, later in Athens. He became a draftsman and an engineer. Then, in 1922, it happened again. The Greek-Turkish War, and Smyrna was burned to the ground. Almost the entire Greek population was massacred. Avram rushed home from Athens, where he had a job as a clerk in the office of the civil engineer, but he could not find his mother. She was gone. The house was gone. There was nothing. In despair, he returned to Athens. He was a lonely young man. He did his work and lived in a room. One day he went to a Communist Party meeting. It was a way to meet people. In time, he discovered he had a new family, a family that loved and sheltered him, but, most important, a family that did not suffer injustice meekly. At party direction, he took a new job working for a British company contracted to improve the water system in Baku. At this time, Baku was a British enclave protected by Czech mercenaries and White Guards, an imperialist island in a sea of revolution. The British could not resist Avram. His softness, apparent softness, appealed to the bullying side of their nature. He rose within the firm and reported to the Cheka. There was on his part never a moment of hesitation. Spying came to him as making love comes to other men. It is his belief, in fact, that his father may have had relations with the Okhrana, the Tsar's intelligence service, though his murder by the Turks was haphazard, simply one act in a village slaughter. But Avram knew them. Whether they were Turkish agas or British officers, he always understood how they worked, where their vulnerabilities lay. Thus he was able to penetrate the phalanx, simply by saying the right things to the right people, being patient, waiting for them to come to him. And thus he will find his way among the Germans. That is, if we do not kill him first. At first, Khristo did not entirely trust his voice. All through the history of Rubenus, there were edges that cut sharply against his own life. He felt ambushed, as though the story had come out of the night and attacked him. There were people in Vidin who had lived under Ottoman rule, and it was something they simply did not speak of. And he had seen his brother die under the boots of the fascists. Poor Nico. Poor, sad, stupid Nico, and his big lip that called the world's bluff. And when the dirty work was done, and the blood long since washed into the earth, both he and Rubenus found themselves in the service of Russia. And that was a locked room, once you were inside. Back in Moscow they had quite a taste for suffering. How well they understood it, used it, made great profit of it. Unconsciously his left hand moved from the steering wheel and traced the outline of the white pawn in his pocket. Poor Osanov, he thought. This piece of painted wood, perhaps his only estate, all that remained of his existence. Finally, Khristo rose to the baits Sasha had strung for him all day long. Why on earth would we kill Andres? Sasha laughed, a shrill, violent laugh. God in heaven, cover your ears and hear no more of this, he cried out. This Bulgarian dolt has been with us 2 years and more, yet he has seen nothing, heard nothing, learned nothing. He still thinks, this trusting child, there must be reasons. Then the hell with you, Khristo thought, and bit his lip to keep the thought from being spoken aloud.
He was tired of Sasha, of webs and coils and plots, of lies that sounded like truths and truths used to prop up the lies. He was tired of being afraid. His heart ached terribly, and he wanted to go home. They came to the main road, 2 lanes wide, that ran along the floor of the valley between the railroad tracks and the river, and turned east toward Tarragona. Khristo drove fast. The hard-sprung Citroën bounced over potholes and cracks, sometimes edging right when a car or truck came toward them. Little towns on their way were dark, though sometimes a cantina was open, light spilling from its windows onto the cobbled streets. The road veered and cornered in the towns, and Khristo downshifted aggressively, making the engine race and sing, making car music in the night. Outside Ribarroja de Ebro there were dancing lights spread out before them in the red glow of a fire, and Khristo slowed. Then, in the middle of a long curve, a man appeared on the road, and Khristo rolled to a stop when he was clearly in the beams of the headlights. From Sasha's side of the car came the little popping sound made by disengaging the button and grommet that held a holster flap in place. "Just let him come," Sasha said, fully awake and not at all drunk. But the man stayed where he was, swaying back and forth, his palms held toward them in the universal stop command. The more Khristo stared at him, the less sense he made. He wore a khaki uniform in the style of Republican officers, yet not the same, and he had no insignia at all. His feet and lower legs were wrapped in dirty white bandages that threatened to unravel, and his face was webbed with dried trails of blood that seemed to have come from a wound just above the hairline. "Sorry, gents," he called out. "There's no way through." Khristo put his head outside the window to see better. "English?" he asked. "American," the man said, squinting in the light. "What is the matter?" Khristo asked. Phrases from the tattered book came back to him. "There's bodies and railroad cars all to hell up there. Just before dusk, the Nazis bombed a train, hit the engine, and we went off the tracks." He pointed at his bandaged feet and said, "Hospital train." "What is it?" Sasha said in Russian. "He said a bomb?" "A hospital train was blown up." "Ah, that explains the bandages. He is American?" "Yes, he must be with the International Brigade." "Are we supposed to talk to them?" "No, but we are here." The man hobbled over to Khristo's window. "You're Russians?" "Yes," Khristo answered. "And you speak English?" "A little, yes." He smiled. By the light of the headlamps, Khristo could see that his eyes were gray and his face was young and pleasant. "My name is Robert King," he said, and stuck out a hand. Khristo shook it, reaching over the edge of the rolled-down window. "How do you do?" Khristo said. "I am Captain Markov." He had, like all NKVD officers in Spain, a nominal cover supported by 1 or 2 documents, a nom de guerre meant only for superficial deception. "Russians? I've met Italians and Germans and Danes and a Hungarian, but you're my first Russians." "Do you need aid?" Khristo pointed at King's forehead. The man touched the place, winced, looked at his fingers. "No, seems to have clotted up, but if you want to help, move on ahead. Go slow, it's pretty bad up there." "What does he want?" Sasha asked. "They need help. Drive slowly." As they moved forward, King stepped aside and saluted with a clenched fist and a smile. Khristo returned both. Sasha took a small notebook and a stub of pencil from the glove compartment. "He said his name was King?" "Yes, K-I-N-G, I think, like the ruler of Britain." "Ah, of course, I remember. And his patronymic?" "Richard." Sasha paused in his writing. "You're sure that's it?" "Yes, I'm sure," Khristo said. They worked until dawn. It was hard, dirty work, illuminated by torches and flashlights, amid the drifting smoke of small field fires started by the bombing and a ground mist that rose like steam from the river and its banks and blew gently across the road where they labored. To avoid the consequences of the periodic flooding of the Ebro, the builders of the railroad had designed an earthen ridge for the tracks. The embankment wasn't very high, perhaps 8 feet, but it had added to the velocity of the plunging train and sent the engine and half the cars down onto the road in a tangle of splintered wood and bent iron. At the start of the bombing run, the train's engineer had 2 choices: stop the train and have everybody run for the fields, or, on the theory that a target in motion is harder to hit, give it full throttle. The engineer had taken the second option, from pure instinct for flight, no doubt, and had been wrong. He'd had no way of knowing that motion in a train is completely predictable, and even less could he have been aware of how moving trains excite bomber pilots, who usually can see little but a column of smoke for their efforts. But it was most of all, Khristo thought, as he heaved on the end of a railroad tie pressed into service as a lever, an intelligence failure. Someone, not knowing the range of the German bombers, had decreed that trains could run during daylight. And here was the result of such ignorance. As they took the wreck apart, pulling away boards, manhandling cast-iron wheel carriages and axles, they came upon the bodies. Most of them, like the American on the road, already wounded and bandaged. Now and then they found one still alive and carried him down to the road, to be taken back to Tarragona by a fleet of private cars and taxicabs called in from surrounding towns. But mostly these wounded, who had expected to live, who had had the luck to survive gunfire or artillery bursts, were dead, twisted into impossible positions by the force of the wreck. From the survivors, who worked along with local policemen and firemen, Khristo learned that they had been fighting against the Asensio column to the west of Madrid, and it had been a nightmare. They had retreated from Navalcarnero across the Guadarrama River all the way back to Alarcón. They had been, like Republican forces throughout Spain, very brave but poorly armed. The nationalist field guns had chewed them up from a distance, and forays against the gun emplacements brought them into enfilading machine-gun fire, which mowed them down in long lines. A company of miners from Asturias had arrived to fight by their side, but they had no guns whatsoever, and fought with dynamite. When civilians took the field against organized forces, Khristo realized, they learned the simplest tactical truths at brutal cost. And they lost. Lives, armaments, strategic support, positions, and ground, everything. Like the Crusaders of old, they believed the justness of their cause would somehow protect them. And they were equally wrong. The rescue effort was led, brilliantly, Khristo thought, by the chief of police of Ribaroja de Ebro, who had made his way to the scene in pants, boots, and pajama top. He was a tall man with a pitted face, and he seemed to be everywhere at once, directing, encouraging, ordering, in total calm and with total authority. When Sasha had tried to explain using his garbled Spanish that their mission precluded any possibility of helping in the effort, the man nodded in sympathy and, saying, "Si, si, 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 si," had taken him by the arm and led him around the Citroën to the trunk. How like those in Moscow, Khristo thought, to teach you French and English, and then send you to Spain. When Sasha had refused to open the trunk, the policeman had patted him on the shoulder, and, his face full of apology, called for "una barra," a crowbar. At that point, Khristo stepped in and opened the trunk. The policeman, knowing what he wanted, dug down through the Fundador bottles, Degtyaryova machine pistols, and debriefing notebooks, and came up with the car jack and its handle and held them up to Sasha. "Esta la hora a salvar a las vidas," he said. "Los procedimientos deben esperar." It is time to save lives. Procedures will have to wait. Then, summoning the words carefully from a very limited supply of English, he had added, "You watch or you help. A mí es lo mismo." Sasha stared at him. The policeman, to drive home the point, picked up a notebook between his thumb and forefinger and dropped it back on the pile of bottles and guns. Sasha went pale. Khristo, in response, took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. and was rewarded with a policeman's smile. 3 box cars of live steers had travelled with the train, en route to the markets of Tarragona, and a number of animals had been injured in the wreck. Some of them had managed to make their way into the fields, where they lowed ceaselessly with pain and terror, drawn-out, pleading calls from the darkness. The policeman tried to ignore it, but he could not, and finally, to everyone's silent relief, a detail of surviving wounded had been given pistols and sent off, limping and shuffling, wandering through the mist and smoke to find the animals and put them out of their misery. Thus there were shouts and pistol reports throughout the long night. Toward dawn, a train from the east had passed slowly on the remaining track, reinforcements headed for the Madrid front. All wore red scarves. They stuck their heads out the windows and gave clenched fist salutes to the workers on the road, called out, "No pasarán," and other slogans. In one car they were singing the hymn of Riego. Khristo had observed this before, a train of wounded passing a train of new volunteers, and he did his best with shouts and salutes and smiles to help them not see what was on the road. At daybreak they were relieved by a company of infantry quartered nearby, and the 2 collapsed against the side of the car, sitting in the weeds by the side of the road. Khristo stared sorrowfully at his hands, black with axle grease, soot, and dried blood. 2 nails split all the way to the base, a slice across the palm that had bled itself dry. It had been a long time since he'd really worked. Every muscle in his back told him that. He sat quietly, in a kind of stupor, hypnotized by light as the first sun found the river. He watched the mist burning off, the pale green water moving lazily in its autumn flow. It looked so clean to him, the way it changed itself instant to instant, brushing along its banks, running to the sea. He wanted to go up next to it, put his aching hands in for as long as he could stand the cold, but he was too exhausted to move. By his side, Sasha picked with great difficulty at the sealing tape on the neck of a brandy bottle. "Surely," Khristo said, "there will be trouble over this." "Oh, yes," Sasha answered. "Our orders are clear. Do not meddle, do not become involved. NKVD business precedes all else. For me, of course, it no longer matters, so I shall take the brunt of Yashiritsa." "Sasha, please, for once, be real. Truly, you are leaving?" "Recalled," Sasha said. The words seemed to hang for a long time. "Recalled to Moscow. That is the phrase." He put the bottle down, reached over and tore up a handful of weeds. "Let me see, we have here hemlock and wild mustard, chicory, allium, and here is the legendary asphodel, a wildflower of great antiquity. I took a year of horticulture in university, with the famous academician Boretz. See over there, those are crown daisies. There is fennel, I think, and field marigolds. Good old Boretz never hurt a fly, couldn't walk without bumping into the ground. But a Trotskyite, or worse. So, that was Boretz. They are going to kill me, Khristo." He went back to work on the bottle, at last getting it open and taking a few delicate sips, then offering it to Khristo. The brandy tasted like fire, but the bitter strength of it kicked some life back into him. "Why do you not run away?" Khristo asked quietly. "Yes, it occurs to one. But it would be futility itself to try. They hunt you down, my friend. They always hunt you down. And before they dispense with you, they make you sorry you ran. They brought one fellow back to Moscow and let us see him in the morgue. Just his face, mind you. One would not think it physically possible to open a mouth that wide." Khristo watched him carefully, but his face, coated with oily dirt, was empty. "What has happened?" he said.
is that Yagoda is finished. Now it is Yezhov, the dwarf, who runs the service. Yagoda has been accused of murdering the writer Maxim Gorky by spraying poison on his walls. Also, he is accused of complicity in the affair of Kirov. Rumor has it that the scythe is out in Moscow for real. This one will make the events of 34 seem like the nursery. So, fine fellow, what you've seen of Sasha's useless life is what there will be. Khristo tried to take this in. The utter lack of drama in Sasha's demeanor somehow acted to balk understanding. "A dwarf?" Khristo said. "Yes. The great leader exceeds himself in whimsy." "My God. The curious part is that I don't care. Oh, later on, in the Lubyanka, I shall kick and scream and plead for mercy, hug their boots and all of it. It is expected of one to do that. They demand their theater. But now, right now, I feel nothing at all. Sasha, this cannot be. Don't worry. I'll await you in hell. There we will keep track of the devils, who works, who doesn't, who makes secret plots with angels. You shall see. It won't be as bad as you think." At last, the old Sasha, he was relieved. Those devils must be watched. They stabbed the revolution in the back. Perhaps I should accompany you. Sasha smiled gently at his efforts to play along with the mood. "Application refused," he said. "Reapply in 30 days. He thought for a moment. 30 days in truth, Khristo Nikolaevich. I am only the first to go. There will be others. Many others." "You are serious?" "Yes. In their eyes we have been ruined, you must understand. We have seen the world, and we must not be allowed to tell others what we have seen. Or perhaps we have consorted with the enemy. Who among us has remained pure? Impossible to know. So safety lies in throwing out the whole batch and starting anew." Khristo felt his pulse quicken. This was not Sasha the mad poet spinning dreams. This was the Sasha who told the truth. He turned to look back at the river for a moment, but heard an odd noise and saw that Sasha was crying, hiding his face in his hands. Beyond him, out on the road, the policeman was watching them. His eyes met Khristo's, and he shook his head slowly back and forth. He did not understand them, or the world, or the carnage on the road. Nothing. "You have achieved virtually nothing, Lieutenant Stoianev." Colonel General Yadomir Bloch, Yasheritsa, touched the tip of his index finger to the end of his tongue and turned the page. It was brittle, transparent paper that crackled as he smoothed it down on the left side of the file folder. "Not here," he said, eyes running over the print, moistened the finger again. "Nor here." The Residentura was in an old hotel near the docks, and though the drape was closed, Khristo could hear bells and whistles as the night stevedore crew unloaded cargo. The boat had been there for 2 days, a rusty old Black Sea freighter, its name swabbed out with grey paint. "As you have no doubt heard, Colonel Alexander Vonets has returned to Moscow at the request of the Directorate, so you will have to carry on. But—" Finger to tongue, a new page. Yes. It was dark in the office, lit only by a tiny bulb in a desk lamp. Shadow hardened the planes of the face, sharpened the angles, cloaked the slanted eyes, set deeply in the head. Such praise, attentive, meticulous, intelligent. A new page turned back for a moment, then turned again.
"I don't believe it," he said. He closed the file, rested his chin on folded hands, and stared into Khristo's eyes. For a long time there was only silence, intensified by the low rumble of noise from the docks. "We have problems, Lieutenant," he finally said. "You agree?" "I am not aware of the problem, Comrade Colonel General." "Problems, Lieutenant, the plural. Don't fence with me." "I am not aware of any of the problems, Comrade Colonel General." "You consider yourself an able officer?" "I am doing my best, Comrade Colonel General." Colonel General Bloch seemed to be sitting still. Then Khristo noticed that his body rocked slightly back and forth as the last answer hung in the air. The longer he rocked, the less true the answer seemed, as though the credibility of the statement melted away with the motion. "Very well. I choose to believe you, and we have seen your best. The air is cleared, the mystery resolved. This attentive, meticulous, intelligent, able officer has given us his best effort. One cannot ask for more." He glanced at his watch. "It is now 14 minutes after 2. The Neva will be ready to sail at 6:30 this morning. You will gather your effects and be on it. I will have my aide assign you a berth. Good evening, Lieutenant. I appreciate your frankness." With long, thin hands he squared the file, opened the bottom drawer of the desk, and set it carefully among others. Looking up, finding Khristo still staring at him in apparent disbelief, he seemed surprised. "Dismissed, Lieutenant," he said, and kicked the drawer shut with his boot. "Comrade Colonel General," Khristo cleared his throat, "I believe your criticism would enable me to improve my performance." "What performance? You fucking parasite! Get out of my office before I have you thrown out!" "Crawl," Khristo's mind told him. "Crawl for your life." He stood up, came to attention. "Colonel General Bloch, I entreat you to assist me in the better performance of my duties, that I may better serve the objectives of my service. I entreat you, Comrade Colonel General." Bloch stood and leaned across the desk. "How you whine," he said, "like your friend Sasha Vonets of the prominent Vonets family. You are all boot-kissers at the last, aren't you? Self-satisfied little kings who drive about the countryside in fine clothes and fuck the Spanish whores, while in Moscow people eat potato peels and give thanks for one more day of existence. Oh, you should have heard him, the intellectual, what promises he made, the moon and the stars. But it was too late. Too late. Your Armenian spy, Rubenis, sits in Madrid with his American girlfriend and reports on morale. Morale? What morale? These odious little Spaniards have lost their war. They're finished, done with. Because all they've ever done is hold their pricks in their hands and dream of their freedom and liberty. Generalissimo Franco will give them freedom, all right. He'll free them of their mortal souls, and they'll go dreaming to their Spanish heaven. Morale, indeed. Is that what you think we are here for? Is that why Russia feeds you and clothes you with rubles it does not have? You foolish boy. To think we don't know such tricks. At the age of 17, I led a mutiny aboard the battleship Sevastopol. We chained the officers to their steamer trunks full of uniforms and threw them into the sea. They, too, pleaded. A great deal of pleading in 1917. One grew bored with it. Abruptly he sat down, swiveled his chair away from Khristo, and pulled the curtain back from the window. The Neva working lights, fixed to her booms and superstructure, stood hawsered fore and aft to the dock. A wooden platform on cables slowly lowered a JS-2 tank to the quay. "Sit, Lieutenant," he said. "You wish not to sail on the Neva? It is not uncomfortable.
You might spend a day or two in Odessa before transit to Moscow. No? Not appealing? Comrade Colonel General, my brother was murdered by the fascists. So it says in your file. But then both my parents were knouted to death by the White Guard. Your parents, on the other hand, have found it expedient to connect themselves to the fascists by way of your sister's marriage. This, too, it says in your file. Come to think of it, expediency rather defines you, doesn't it? It was expedient for you to leave Bulgaria in her agony, expedient to do well at Arbat Street, expedient to serve Sasha Vonets in his drunken self-pity. Very well. Look out the window. See where expediency leads. What must I do, Comrade Colonel General, to improve my performance? Go to Madrid. The time for safe houses is over. Find this Rubenus and put your boot up his ass. He attends these Cagular meetings, the phalange and their hoods. Well, enough of that. Put some men in the street. Find out who these people are, where they live, get their names. Wire those names to me. There must be 10 at least. Use the wireless at our consulate in Gaylord's Hotel near the Retiro Park. We'll take care of it from there, believe me. The American girl, I want to know who she is, what of her relationship with Rubenus. Take her to bed if you have to. If Rubenus objects, tell him to get out of your way. She must have American friends, or English. Get me something I can use. I wish to hear no more meowing about morale. Is this understood? I understand, Comrade Colonel General. I will do it. When? How many days? 20 days, a fortnight. I will hold you to that. It will be done, Comrade Colonel General. You leave here at 5 o'clock sharp this morning. I will assign you a sub-lieutenant. Observe his commitment. You can learn something from it. Now, before you go, one small matter. Tell me, Stoianev, you have heard me referred to by a certain nickname? No, Comrade Colonel General. A stupid lie. But let it pass. The name in question refers to a particular reptile. Let me just point out to you that it depends for its survival on a special principle, which is that its prey always believes itself to be beyond reach. Keep that in mind, will you? Yes, Comrade Colonel General. Now get out. By the time Khristo reached his tiny room, in another dockside hotel, his hands were shaking. Looking in the mirror, he saw that his face was gray with fear. He sat on the edge of the bed, drew his Tokarev from its holster, and stared at it for a time, not entirely sure what he meant to do with it. He noticed, finally, an unusual lightness to the weapon and ejected the magazine. Sometime in the last 24 hours, somebody had unloaded it. He ran the bolt back and inspected the chamber. It was empty as well. In the Guadarrama, Thursday had come to be known as Dia de las Esposas, Wives' Day, in the course of which the guerrilla band of Lieutenant Kulik did those chores that in normal times would have fallen within the province of their wives, excepting, of course, the happiest chore of all, which would have to await their return to home and the marriage bed. They shook out and aired their blankets, sand scrubbed the cooking utensils, washed their clothing and hung it in the trees to dry, and for the grand finale washed themselves, swearing a blue streak in the icy mountain water and splashing each other with childish glee.
Kulik's time in the Serbian mountains had taught him the critical importance of domesticity in the context of partisan operations. Being dirty and uncared for, men quickly lost respect for discipline, and operations suffered accordingly. As Kulik phrased it to himself, the more you lived in a cave, the less caveman behavior could be tolerated. They had found the deserted village quite by accident, but it was perfect for a guerrilla base. No road led there. The approaches were well covered by dense tangles of underbrush, and it lay high enough in the mountains that radio communication with Madrid base could be maintained on a more or less regular basis. There was not much left of the village. A few huts, all but 3 open to the stars, built of dry masoned stone native to the mountains. They often speculated about the place. Perhaps it had been the home of the early Visigoths, Western Goths, who had populated Spain in ancient times. It was not difficult to imagine. They would have hunted bear and wild pig in the mountain forests, with spears and dogs, and worn wolf pelts against the weather. Or perhaps another race, unrecorded and unremembered, had died out in the village, the last survivors wandering down onto the plains to become part of other tribes. In any case, with time the piled stone walls and weedy vines had achieved a harmonious truce, leaving the village a sort of garden gone wild, and an excellent hideout. On the Thursday following the destruction of the Nationalist Armory, while most of the band was occupied with housekeeping, there was a small commotion at the perimeter of the camp. Kulik, walking down the hill to see what the shouting was about, found his 2 sentries with rifles pointed at Maltsayev, the political officer from the Madrid embassy. He was a dark, balding young man with bad skin and a sour disposition, a man much given to sinister affectations. He wore tinted eyeglasses and a straw hat with top creased and brim turned down, and spoke always as though he were saying only a small fraction of what he actually knew. He had arrived alone, on horseback, having left his car in the last village before the mountains, some 20 kilometers distant. Thus it was immediately apparent to Kulik that this was anything but a casual visit. To protect his city clothing during the journey, Maltsayev had worn an immense grey duster coat which, with the hat and glasses, gave him the look of a Parisian artiste of the 1890s. An appearance so strange that Kulik was a little surprised his lookouts had not dispatched him on the spot. They sat together on a fallen pine log at the edge of a small outcrop above the village. From there they could watch the guerrilla band shaking blankets and capering in the stream, and strident voices, cursing, laughing, joking, rose to them. This was Kulik's thinking place. When the sun came out, the scent of pine resin filled the air, and blue martins sang in the trees. "You don't have it so bad," Maltsayev said, looking about him. "It is Dia de las Esposas today," Kulik answered, taking off his peaked cap and smoothing his hair. "We rest and gather our strength. It is a little different when we fight." "One would suppose so. Now look here, Kulik. I won't beat about the bush with you. My mission is not a happy one." "It's a long ride up here." "Too long," Maltsayev said ruefully. "And I'm a city boy, a Muscovite, I admit it." He took off his left shoe and pulled the laces apart. From the pocket of his duster coat he produced a razor blade and began cutting open the leather tongue, finally revealing a yellow slip of paper. "And I had to come through the fascist lines," he added in explanation. "A nervous time for you, then," Kulik remarked. "Yes, and I am unappreciated," Maltsayev said. "My poor backside has no business on a horse." He handed the paper to Kulik, then pressed the layers of the shoe tongue back together again as best he could. "Of course," he said almost to himself, "one may not carry glue." Kulik noted that he wore fine silk socks. "What's this?" Kulik asked, studying the paper. There were 4 names on it, 4 of his men. "We have discovered a plot," Maltsayev said. "Another plot? Shit on your plots, Maltsayev. These men are not Falangistas." He thrust the paper back at Maltsayev, who was busy putting on his shoe, and declined to take it. "Nobody said they were, And please, don't swear at me. Give me a chance, will you? You field commanders have short fuses. A little bad news and boom. Boom is what it will be, Kulik said. Shoot me, comrade, by all means. There'll be 10 more tomorrow. Spetsbureau types, Ukrainians, just try reasoning with them. Very well, Maltsev. Say your piece and ride away. If that's how you want it. These 4 are members of POUM. There's no question about it. We have copies of the lists, right from Duruti himself. Duruti? The anarchist leader? He claims these men? Well, from his office. And so? Maltsev made his hand into a pistol. Bent thumb the hammer, extended index finger the barrel, then pulled the trigger with his middle finger. Are you insane? Is Madrid? Moscow? These men are fighters, soldiers. You don't execute your own soldiers. Only for cowardice. And these are not cowards. They've stood up to gunfire, which is more than I can say for some people. Yes, I'm a coward. Please do abuse me. I don't mind. But you must take care of the problem. That's an order from Madrid. Markin, the second name on this list, climbed to the roof of a convent and poured gasoline down the chimney, which enabled us to blow up a Falangist armory. Is this the behavior of a traitor? Besides, all these men are of the UGT, not the POUM. Kulik. No, Lieutenant Kulik, you've been given an order. Have a trial if you like. Just make sure it comes out right. The sad fact is that the POUM, Trotskyites, to give them their proper name, are fouling up this war. Sometimes they refuse to fight. They won't take orders. They roam about like a herd of wild asses and cause everybody trouble. Generalissimo Stalin has determined to purify the Spanish effort, and Director Yezhov has ordered that the POUM be purged. These 4 men claim UGT association, but their names appear on POUM membership lists obtained by our operatives in Barcelona. You're ruining me. You know that, don't you? 4 men amount to nothing. You believe the other 16, having witnessed their comrades' unjust executions, will fight on? Maltsev thought about that for a time, studying the ground, pushing a pebble around with the toe of his shoe. Your point has merit, he said. Then he brightened. One could report... Yes, well, one could report that the disease has spread throughout the group, and it was determined to be of no further operational use. I could try that, Kulik, if it would help you. They would transfer you elsewhere, but your record would be clean, at least. Better than clean, now that I think about it. Fervor, that's what it would show. It's just the sort of thing Yezhov likes. You know, going it one better. Kulik stared down the hill at his men. A word to Maltsev, and they'd all be dead. Julio Markin, the spider-like little shipfitter who'd climbed the convent drainpipe, was poking at a pot of rice over a bed of coals. They cooked by day. There could be no fires at night in the Guadarrama. The fool. Why had he gone and gotten his name on the wrong list? He despaired of the Spaniards. Their instinct for survival had been eaten alive by their political passions. The Spanish Legion, under Yagüe, had a regimental hymn announcing to the world that their bride was death. And the Republican side was no better. Thus they slaughtered each other. What did it matter if 4 of them went to heaven early? His own pride was in his way, surely. How he protected his men, took every care to protect them, to keep them from getting hurt. He recalled suddenly that he'd killed his first man when he was 15, in a tavern brawl in Zvornik. Such strength and determination it had taken to do that. Where was it now? Well, Maltsev said, how shall it be? The best time... He took a deep breath. Is during battle. All sorts of things happen. It could not be arranged for all 4 at once, of course, but over time, in a few weeks, say, they would be honorably slain in action against the enemy. I'm sorry. I appreciate your thinking, but it just won't do. Who gave this order, Maltsev? I can't tell you that, and you know it. Then you do it. Me? I'm a political officer. I don't shoot anybody. He took off his straw hat and examined the inside of the crown. The leather band was sweat-stained, and he blew on it to dry it out. Kulik knew he was trapped. He wanted to cut Maltsayev's throat. But then they would all die. The Ukrainians would come, and once they arrived, all the talking was over. So it was 4 now or 21 tomorrow. He stood up. "Sergeant Delgado," he called. Delgado stood up naked in the stream. He was a boilermaker by profession, a man in his 40s. His arms and neck were burned by the sun. The rest of his body was white. "Yes, comrade," the sergeant called up the hill. "I need a patrol of 4 men," he answered in his rough Spanish. He called out their names. "To gather wood," he added. "We have plenty of wood," the sergeant responded. "Sergeant!" Kulik yelled. Nodding to himself that officers were crazy, Delgado picked his way delicately among the rocks in the stream bed and went off to gather the patrol. Maltsayev was finished blowing on his hat. "You'll see," he said. "Everything will work out for the best." He put the hat back on, carefully adjusting the angle of the brim so that his eyes were shaded from the sun. They went up the mountain to gather firewood. Kulik was armed with his pistol and, slung over his shoulder, a Spanish bolt-action Mauser rifle, the basic weapon of the Spanish War. The 4 men were not armed, the better to carry the wood. They chattered among themselves, enjoying their holiday, drawing pleasure from the work detail. Now and then they looked over their shoulders at Kulik, but he waved them on. At last he found what he was looking for, a small glade, an utterly peaceful place where no people had been for a long time. They began to gather wood, snapping dead limbs off fallen trees, bundling up twigs and sticks for kindling. They worked for an hour, tying the wood with hempen cords in such a way that it could be harnessed to their shoulders, leaving their hands free. It was the way he had taught them to do it. He knew also that once they were laden in this way, it would be nearly impossible for them to rush him successfully. When they were ready to go, he held up a hand and unslung the rifle, holding it loosely at port arms. They stood there for what seemed like a long time, watching him, their faces slowly growing puzzled. One of them finally said, "Capitan," a term of honor they had granted him. "I am sorry," Kulik said, "but I must ask you to sit down for a moment." Carefully they knelt, balancing their loads, then sat, lying back against the wood bundles. "I am told by the Russian who came to the camp this afternoon that you are members of the organization known as POUM, an anarchist group. Is this true?" "Our politics are complicated," Markin answered, making himself spokesman for the group. "We are members of the UGT, the Communist Party, but we have all attended meetings of the POUM in order to hear the thoughts of Comrade Duruti, who is a greatly gifted man and a fine orator. If you are victorious, he has said to us, you will be sitting on a pile of ruins. But we have always lived in slums and holes in the wall, and it is we who built the palaces and the cities, and we are not in the least afraid of ruins. We are going to inherit the earth. The bourgeoisie may blast and ruin their world before they leave the stage of history, but we carry a new world in our hearts." Kulik was impressed with the speech. "You can remember all that?" "All that and more. So many of us do not read or write, you see, that memory must serve us." "But you are not members." "No, but we do not disavow them. They, too, are our brothers in this struggle. We attended their meetings before we came out here to fight the fascists, gave them a gordo for the coffee, signed petitions in favor of freedom for the working classes. Can this have been wrong?" "I am afraid so." Sitting next to Markin was a fat man. How he had managed to remain so, despite forced marches and the unending physical demands of partisan life, Kulik had never been able to figure out. He had, when he spoke, the piping voice of a fat man. "Then we are to be shot," he said. Kulik nodded yes. Two of the men crossed themselves. Marquine said, "We are ready to die. It is in the nature of this work we do, but to die dishonored, by the hand of our leader." The pause became a silence as he realized that nothing he could think of would finish the thought. "You are not dishonored, and I myself do not understand this. And I do not agree. I am, like you, a soldier, and I have been given an order, and because I am a good soldier I will carry out that order even though I believe it is wrong. All I know is that we are involved in a great revolution. It began a long time ago, far from here, and it will go on for a long time after we are gone. The POUM is in the way, it would seem, of victory in Spain. A sacrifice will have to be made. That is everything I can say." One of the men struggled suddenly to get up, but the wood borne by his shoulders held him back, and the fat man seated next to him put a hand on his shoulder, making it impossible for him to move. "No, no," the fat man said. "Let it be. Our enemy is not in this place." Marquine spoke up, his voice absolutely calm. "I wish to be the first," he said, "but I want to stand up." He wrestled the load of wood from his shoulders and stood. Straightened his mono overall so it hung properly, combed his hair into place with his fingers as though his photograph were about to be taken. His eyes looked directly into Kulik's. Kulik worked the bolt on the rifle and brought it to his shoulder, sighting on the man's heart. He had never known the name of the man in the tavern in Zvornik. That had all happened too quickly for any but a perfectly instinctive reaction. The man had rushed at him with a piece of wood. Kulik had plunged a knife into the very center of him. He had seemed to swell up suddenly to the size of a giant, then twisted away, wrenching the knife from Kulik's hand and falling upon it so that the steel hilt banged against the cement floor. After that there was only the sound of the last breath rushing from his lungs. Kulik tightened his finger on the trigger. The Spanish Mauser was a simple weapon, made to work for a long time, and there was nothing delicate about its mechanism. The trigger was on a hard spring, and it had to be pulled with force. Slowly, Kulik lowered the rifle. He forced the bolt back and, as the ejected cartridge spun into the air, caught it cleverly in his right hand. Then he put it in his pocket. Slowly at first, and then more rapidly as they understood what was happening, the other three men unburdened themselves and stood up. Kulik nodded his head toward the west. "Portugal is that way, I believe." "But we have no guns," one of the men said. "You will draw less attention without them," Kulik said. He was not to hear Marquine speak again. The man studied him as his friends walked slowly west along the curve of the mountainside. There was no gratitude in his eyes. Perhaps a veiled smile, perhaps the faintest hint of contempt. It occurred to Kulik then that Maltsayev might have been right in ways he had not understood. But it was much too late to have thoughts like that, so he turned his attention to other matters. He waited until he could no longer hear the departing men, and when the forest was again silent, waited another 20 minutes, sitting with his back against a tree and smoking a cigarette. He enjoyed the cigarette immensely. When it was finished, he took the clasp knife from his pocket, used it, then put the cartridge back in the rifle, stood up, and fired into the air. This act he repeated 3 more times. His remaining men could make a small but important difference behind the lines in this war, but they could not keep a secret. As the echo of the final shot rang away down the side of the mountain, he shouldered the rifle and headed for the camp. Looking back for a moment, he saw 4 bundles of well-bound firewood arranged in a line in the middle of a clearing. Whoever might chance to come this way would find them and think himself lucky that day. In all likelihood, he would make no sense at all of the Cyrillic letters and numerals carved into the trunk of a pine tree. BF 825. At 5 in the morning, Khristo made his way to the Citroën parked in front of the hotel. Across the street, the Nevaz stacks showed curls of dark smoke as the boiler room got up steam for the 6:30 departure. He had not really slept. Yasyuritsa's face and voice hammered against his consciousness all night long, and had climbed out of bed in the last hour of darkness with a sick stomach and hot, sandy eyes. At the car, the new sub-lieutenant awaited him, sitting at attention behind the wheel. "Good day to you, Lieutenant Stoianev. Allow me, please, to introduce myself. I am Sub-Lieutenant Lubin, reporting for duty." It was rehearsed and formal. A squeaky little whine of a voice. Khristo took a step backward and stared at the boy in the car. He had the face of a malevolent baby. A grossly overfed baby, with rat-colored hair combed and pomaded to a stiff pompadour that rose above his glossy forehead and tiny china blue eyes. A mama's boy, Khristo thought, perhaps 17, who would sit on Yasyuritsa's knee and tattle at every opportunity. "Yes, hello," Khristo managed. "Usually I drive," he added. "Begging your pardon, Lieutenant Stoianev, but I have been instructed by Colonel General Bloch that as junior officer it is my duty to drive the car. Let me assure you that I have been trained extensively in the proper driving of automobiles." At a steady 25 miles per hour, they left Tarragona at dawn, Lubin holding the wheel with both hands and driving like a puppet, correcting, Khristo counted spitefully, 8 times in a single slow curve. They would be all day getting to Madrid. "Stoianev, I believe that is a Bulgarian name?" Lubin said. "Yes, I am Bulgarian." "Then you will not have heard of my family. My father is associate director of the All-Soviet Institute of Agronomy. Leonid Trofimovich Lubin is his name. Is it known to you?" "No," Khristo said. "I don't know it." "It is not important." As Khristo stared glassily ahead at the endless road, however, he did recall something of the All-Soviet Institute of Agronomy. Sasha had one evening told him the story of one of its most prominent members, O.A. Yanata, the Ukrainian botanist who had set up the first chair of botany at the Academy of Sciences. He had proposed to the Academy that certain chemicals could be used for the destruction of weeds. This was an entirely new concept, since the only known method to date was continual use of the hoe. A lengthy political investigation of Yanata was instituted, at the end of which he was accused of attempting to destroy all the harvests of the Soviet Union by the use of chemicals, and was subsequently tried and shot. At the end of an hour, Lubin pulled to the side of the road and stopped. He got out of the car, walked around it 3 times, then returned and drove away. "Why did you do that?" Khristo asked. "A rule of driving, Lieutenant," Lubin answered proudly. "To maintain concentration, one must dismount the vehicle hourly and exercise lightly." Khristo put his head in his hands. "Buenas noches, mis amigos. Buenas noches todos los peleadores bravos que pueden oír mi voz. Y buenas noches, Madrid. Son las 20 horas y la hora para el jazz hot. La selección primera esta noche es una canción del norteamericano Duke Ellington llamada In a Sentimental Mood, con Luis Vola tocando el violón, trom, 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 Marcel Bianchi y Pierre Ferré en guitarras, Django Reinhardt en la guitarra sola, y entonces el grande Stefan Grappelli tocando el violín. Que les guste bien todo el mundo, les guste bien." The Emerson, in a tan wooden case with white dials and a little light that made the station band glow green, played best on a table beneath the window. Fay angled it slightly to the left, then fiddled with the tuning knob until the signal came in clear. Andres had gone out to yet another meeting. She was exhausted, and she was going to wrap herself up in a quilt, listen to the radio, and read a Juna Barnes novel that Renata had discovered somewhere. All day at work, mailing out fundraising letters for various defense committees, she had planned to spend the evening this way. She really liked the Ellington song. It boded well for the radio program and for her private evening. Lately, too many people, too many rumors, too much jittery bravado. The antidote? Spend some time alone, doing things one liked, The more the better, and do them all at once. She would have made herself a cup of tea, but lately, inexplicably, there was no tea to be found. She would go to bed early. She didn't have to man the machine gun until 5:30 the next morning, and that was hours away. In a sentimental mood. The music that Django Reinhardt and Stefan Grappelli made was very spare compared to the lush crooning of the big bands. It was thin and plain, hardly anything at all. The rhythm guitars and bass plunked away on the same note, a 1-2, 1-2 beat on the chord that changed rarely, and the tempo of it was peculiar. Should you dance to it in an embrace, you'd have to move quickly, a foxtrot in a hurry. But if you danced apart, like the Charleston, it would be much too slow for the dancers to do any tricks at all. Soloing above the rhythm was first Reinhardt, a gypsy guitarist with 3 fingers burned off in a wagon fire, then Grappelli, a classically trained musician who played nightclub violin. Take away the other instruments, and he sounded like a violinist at a wedding. All perfumed sentiment. Reinhardt's playing was jazzy. Long rhythmic runs, the perfect counterpoint to the too-sweet violin. The two men were, Faye thought, opposites bound together, tenderness and cold passion. She wondered if they liked each other. The record had been made at a bistro in Paris called Le Hot Club. Listening to the song, she could see it. Dark and smoky and close, a tiny dance floor, a thin woman in pearls with vacant eyes, barely dancing. Faye looked up from her book, head propped on elbow, and had at that moment a premonition. There would come a day when this song would bring back everything of her time in Madrid. It made her, a bizarre trick, long for a past that was still in the future. She burrowed deeper into the quilt, returned to her book. Sometime during the last flourishes of the violin, Grappelli playing notes that sounded like musical tears, a crazy kind of sadness that wasn't serious at all, yet hurt in a special way. The door opened. Andres came in, but she did not see him, not really. She saw the man who stood by his side. Immediately she began writing short stories about him, because his presence came to her in metaphors, eyes like tank slits. He had blue eyes hidden away in there, and black hair, and pale skin, and square hands. He wore a dark blue shirt buttoned at the throat, and a soft gray suit. And when he leaned over, formally like a Slav, to shake her hand, she could see an automatic pistol holstered at his waist. Andres was so dear to her. He approached her always like a clumsy man asked to hold, but only for a moment or two while its owner was occupied, a priceless glass vase. She lived in this body every minute of every day. It was just herself. But to him, she was treasure. He ran his soft hand along her body and said, "Silk." To be glass and gold and silk was a great honor, she knew. But she also knew it took living up to. The curious thing about Andres was that he was two people, quite distinctly two people. Andres at a distance was a malleable, hesitant man who moved invisibly in the crowd. But when he spoke, he changed. He was then the opposite of malleable and hesitant. Spending time alone with him in a room, you met the strange thing that lived inside him, a fierce and clever animal, a beast that might hunt you down if it decided you'd somehow hurt it. For some reason, Andres had not expected her to be there. He was unpleasantly surprised, and his eyes moved around too much. For the sake of appearances, he introduced the other man, but gobbled his name so that it was simply a syllable or two. The man took her hand briefly, here and gone. His face seemed closed with tension. The two of them, Andres and his friend, made together a magnetic field of such exclusionary force that she was surprised her very body did not fly right out the window. But they could go to hell. She, too, fought in this war, and what she had learned about war was that slowly but surely it sucked your strength right down to the marrow. She held this ground, and her forces were arrayed about her, the jazz on the radio, the quilt, the book, the bed. The two men would attack at their peril. So they left. Andres mumbling something or other, the Slav honoring her with a little bow. His eyes were curious, she noticed, finding everything in the room, taking a few notes, and finding her as well. Toward the end of October, the weather turned sunny and soft for one last spell before the fall rains set in, and during that time the city of Madrid began to die. The consulate people at Gaylord's Hotel managed to find a cot for Khristo and set it up in a hallway. And there he snatched a few hours' sleep when he could, couriers and code clerks and military attachés rushing past him at all hours of the day and night. Lyubin, whining incessantly of his family connection, was nonetheless dispatched to a nearby apartment building where a junior officer's dormitory occupied the upper floors. His days were filled with researches through Madrid's birth and marriage records, land ownership deeds and tax rolls, as he built up dossiers on a long list of Spanish citizens compiled for him by Khristo and Andres. These individuals represent the gravest threat to world socialism, Khristo told him. You must get me everything you can, and tell nobody what you are doing. The names had been picked at random from Madrid telephone directories. Lyubin naturally wanted to tail them from home to office and wherever else they went. But Khristo warned him that these dangerous persons must not be alerted to NKVD interest. At the consulate, Khristo had a day-by-day view of the war, and visitors represented a cross-section of the Soviet intelligence and military elite. Walter Ulbricht, head of the German division of the NKVD, passed through, as did no less than 3 Russian marshals, Konev, Malinovsky, and Rokossovsky, who had come to Spain to learn all they could of German tactics and, most especially, the capabilities of German aircraft and weapons. People at the consulate also kept track of the other side. Admiral Canaris of the Abwehr was known to be based near Madrid, sent to Spain by Hitler to study the effects of aerial bombing on a civilian population. This had never before been tried in Europe. Mussolini had used the tactic in Abyssinia, but that proved nothing. And the Germans urgently wanted good intelligence on the subject. Thus, beginning in late October, the bombing of Madrid began in earnest. What happened when you bombed a hospital, a school, a column of refugees on a road? With the aid of the Condor Legion pilots, flying Junkers 52 and Heinkel 51 bombers, these questions were soon answered. By October 20th, in an attempt to relieve the pressure being applied by Mola's 4 columns, Republican forces attacked the town of Illescas, west of Madrid. Singing and chanting slogans, some 15,000 fighters rode out from staging areas on double-decker city buses to attack Moroccan and Spanish Legion forces under Baron. The Republican forces fought bravely for 3 days and gave not 1 inch, until, on October 23rd, they were outflanked by a relief column of cavalry under Tea that came north from Toledo, and they had to retreat back to the city. Seeing the bloody, exhausted fighters returning, the city's population began to feel that the end might be nearer than anyone would admit. This same nationalist cavalry column was then confronted in the streets of Esquivias by Russian tanks under Pavlov. A Republican victory was sorely needed, and this was one way to get it. But the tanks, impossible to maneuver in the narrow streets, could not hurt the cavalry, and the horsemen could not hurt the tanks. So the confrontation was at best a draw. But for those who could read the signs, 2 particular events signaled the beginning of the end. The national gold went out, and the refugees began to flow in. The gold, some 63 million British pounds in value, was taken first by rail to Alicante, then on to Odessa by Russian freighter. Those who were responsible for guarding and counting the gold soon disappeared. Some time later, the Soviet Union announced major gold strikes in the Urals and, for the first time, began to sell gold on the world markets. The refugees from outlying towns fled to the streets of Madrid and there set up housekeeping amid pigs and goats and dressers and mirrors, building small fires to cook whatever food they could lay their hands on. There was, it seemed, less available every day. The battle at Illescas was plainly audible on the streets of the city, and on October 23rd, Azaña, the Prime Minister of Republican Spain, fled the city in secret. His cabinet was not told he was leaving. He made his way to Barcelona, as close to the safety of the French border as possible, and declared the government of the country officially relocated. The exit of Castillo, the Minister of War, was even less illustrious. He went mad and had to be carried, foaming at the mouth, from his office. The rest of the government would stick it out for 2 weeks. Then they too would head east. They left the city in a caravan of cars, loaded down with state ministers, bureaucrats, government records, wives and children and pets. A little way outside Madrid, the caravan was halted by a group of hooded men carrying rifles. Go back, they were told, and lead the people of Madrid in their hour of crisis. The caravan turned around, went west a few miles, turned again, and achieving maximum speed, went barreling through the roadblock. The city would fight on under siege until March of 1939, when Madrid fell, and the Spanish War ended. Sasha arrived in Moscow on the 9th of November. Mitya was waiting for him in a light snow at Pavelitsky station. On the train ride north from Odessa, he had in essence said goodbye to himself. A teary, miserable business as the train crawled across the southern steppe. In his colonel's uniform, he stood in the doorway of the passenger car as it crawled into the station, floating past a sea of anxious white faces in the waiting crowd. Then the train ground to a halt with a great hiss of steam, and the people behind him began to press politely. One did not shove a uniform, to get off. He braced himself to attention, then stepped onto the platform. Somewhere in his imagination he had expected to be shot then and there, before his foot touched the earth of Moscow. But the reality was a sudden bear hug from Mitya and affectionate obscenities shouted in a blast of garlicky breath. Mitya drove him home. His apartment, in a quiet little street behind Kutuzov Prospect, was untouched. In the car, he had obliquely referred to Yezhov and the new purge, but Mitya had waved him off. Gossip, old women's tales. Yes, there had been changes. A few fools had managed to get themselves shot or sent off to the Siberian camps. But they stole too much, conspired for advancement beyond what was good for them, or screwed the wrong people's wives. Not to worry, they had put Sasha up for an Order of Lenin, 2nd class, for his service in Spain, and he was certain to get it. Everybody knew Yasiritsa was a bastard. He would stay in Spain forever. Nobody wanted him back. Not to worry. Not to worry. On Monday he went to work at the NKVD complex on Dzerzhinsky Square. All were delighted to see him. There were 6 daisies in a water glass on his desk. His boss, General Grechko, a ham-fisted peasant with a sprouting mole on his nose, pounded him on the shoulders and called him all the old affectionate names. Sasha, my poet, my dreamer, my Chekhov. Took him into his cluttered office and closed the door, knocked back a few shots, accompanied by heartfelt toasts, and told him, yes, the medal would go through, even those pansies in Section 9 wouldn't dare stop it. Sasha must learn to squeeze himself small so that Yezhov, all 4 feet 10 inches of him, could give him the requisite hug and kiss when it was presented. So, for a week. And he relaxed. And then they took him. According to the rules, it was to be done a certain way. Each step in the process had been worked out laboriously over time, and thousands of arrests had fined the system down to a jewel-like perfection. Instance: at the moment of arrest, the criminal must be beaten. From the moment. He opened the door to his apartment, and they were waiting on the other side, and they hit him in the kidneys so hard he saw a black sun haloed by white lights, came to his senses on the parquet floor of his living room, and threw up, and for that they kicked him behind the knees. They showed him a fury he had not believed possible, and they knew all the places to hit, wasting not a single punch. It was the ferocity of Russia itself, for that was who he had betrayed, and it had 1,000 fists. The intention was that he understand this lesson from the beginning. They threw him into the car like a weightless doll, and there they started on him again. The car was an old GAZ M1, and the back seat smelled of what they had, these past several months, been using it for. Pushed face down on the seat, he offered to confess then and there. "Confess what?" a voice asked. "We already know." And they beat him all the way to the Lubyanka, according to the rules. They wished him to understand that he had crossed a line, that he was a non-person. All his special friends, relatives, bosses, no matter who had protected him all through his life and career, they no longer mattered. He was no longer somebody. Now he was nobody, crossing into an endless darkness peopled by other nobodies that nobody could help. They beat him with fury because the German ideal, the slow, nasty, pants-down business so dear to the hearts of the Gestapo on their western border, was repugnant to them. Sadism was despised as an integral aspect of fascism. This was righteous workers' anger, justified. Thus, after some endless, numberless group of nights in a wet cell, when the interrogator beat him up, he did it with a leg torn off a chair. The book of instructions said to do that very thing. So, on the day when they would finally permit him to talk, when it was convenient for them to listen to him, he talked. They guided. It was clearly volume they wanted. They were sweeping with the big broom this time. Under Yagoda it had been a flick here, a flick there, specific enemies, definite plots. The Yezhovshchina, Yezhov terror, wasn't like that. A big net, lots of fish. Clean 'em out, boys, and get ready for the next batch. He tried to give them Yasheritsa, but they just laughed at that. So he gave them Stoianev, the Bulgarian. Not much, but something. Those Bulgarians had too much Turkish blood for their own good, and it made them plot and scheme like pachas. Who else? They knocked out a tooth over Mitya's name. He was theirs, and they knew better than that. Sent him back to the wet cell and cut off the fish-head soup for 2 days, so that without food he began to hear buzzing flies that didn't exist. When they brought him back, he offered them Rubenis, the Armenian presently posing as Andres Cardona, who had not delivered fifth-column names because he had secretly gone over to them, with Stoyanev's cunning assistance as conduit directed to the Nazis. Good, more of that. But the names of some old schoolmates at Frunze Military Academy did not much excite them. They had apparently already mined that vein. Finally, at the end of his strength, when he knew for a certainty he had begun to die, he gave them General Grechko, his boss, who had maneuvered Stoyanev to an assignment in Spain for the very purpose of collaboration with Hitlerite elements. Suddenly the interrogation ended. They left him alone in his cell, in an area where the guards wore slippers, so that the prisoners could not hear them coming. They had what they wanted, what they'd wanted all along. Grechko. The others were merely spice in the soup. In the basement of Gaylord's Hotel in central Madrid, in the code room, Khristo Stoianev closed his eyes with relief, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly, read the cable again. Yes, it was true. Yasheritsa had, 1 day before the deadline, let him off the hook. He would be part of the operation known as Sanctuary. He was instructed to work with Rubenus in this new effort. The leader of the operation was expected the following day, Captain Ilya Goldman. Good luck. Good hunting. They used 2 cars. In the Citroën, Lyubin sat behind the wheel with Andres in the passenger seat. Khristo and Ilya Goldman were in back. They'd taken the Degtyaryova machine guns from the trunk and held them across their knees. In the second car, a dark green Opel Capitan parked across the street and up the block, sat 4 Spaniards in black suits. They were members of SIM, the Servicio de Investigación Militar, the Republican intelligence service most closely controlled by the NKVD. The building in question was a 4-story white house with a marble portico in the elegant diplomatic area near the Parliament buildings. The Finnish flag, a blue cross on a white field, hung limply in the early morning drizzle. A tarnished brass plaque beside the front door was inscribed Embajada de Finlandia. The last of the Finnish diplomatic staff had cleared out some days earlier when the Republican government had left the city. "It moved," Lyubin said. "I'm certain of it." All of them stared up at a curtain hanging at a window on the second floor. "It looks the same to me," Khristo said. "I beg to differ." "Shut up, Sub-Lieutenant," Ilya said. "It does not matter if they see us. The phone line is dead." Lyubin opened his mouth to argue, then thought better of it. Khristo was amazed at the changes in Ilya Goldman. He had become a captain, which meant he had proven himself to somebody powerful, and authority had settled comfortably upon him. He was still the same Ilya, nearsighted, physically slight, with the sharpish features and prominent ears of a rodent, not a rat, but a child's pet mouse. Women were irresistibly drawn to him, Khristo knew, finding him easy to pet, perfect to smother, adorable. Yet Khristo was certain, among all the Brotherhood front of 1934, his was the mind that moved most easily among the twisting trails and alleyways of the intelligence craft. Khristo found himself blunt and obvious by comparison. "I am a Jew," he had long before explained to Khristo at the Bielova exercises. "Survival in the shadows is nothing new to us." "There, it moves again." Lyubin was right. Damnable ambitious brat. The curtain shifted slightly, then closed quickly. "At last," Ilya said, "we've got them thinking." Andres lit a cigarette. "One could stir the pot, perhaps." "Exactly," Ilya said. "Khristo, you're the one who looks like a bloodthirsty bastard. Go say good morning to our Spanish brothers." Khristo left the machine gun on the floor. Walking diagonally across the pavement to the Opel, he kept his eyes from wandering to the second-floor window. But he had the sense of being watched, of being on stage. He just hoped they didn't panic in there and open up on him. Ilya had insisted, of course, that they make doubly sure they had adequate reason to presume, and that they didn't, by error, bag a sack full of Finns. Ilya had learned the Soviet ways in his heart. One required an incident in case the roof fell in. A moving curtain by itself wouldn't do. The man in the driver's seat of the Opel rolled down the window as he approached. His face was pitted, and he wore a thick black mustache and sunglasses that hid his eyes. The SIM were brutal types. They were proud of it, using for their executions the vile garrote, a slow strangulation device of medieval invention. The victim was seated in front of a post, and a metal collar was tightened slowly around the throat until death by ligature occurred, a 3-hour death. "Buenos dias," Khristo said to the man. "They will see you, you know," the man said coldly, eyes invisible behind the dark glasses. "That's the idea. We want to agitate them." A voice from the back seat. "We will be pleased to go in there and agitate them." "In a while," Khristo said. "Let's see some evidence first." "At your pleasure," the driver said, his voice heavy with boredom. They were here for action, would have had the door down and the victim spread-eagled long before first light. Khristo walked back to the Citroën, his face hidden from the SIM car, soured with disgust. 10 minutes later, the door of the embassy opened cautiously, and a man came out. "There he is," Lubin cried. "A fifth columnist, certainly." Walking down the street, the man was a caricature of forced insouciance. Despite himself, his eyes darted to the green opal. Once he had been fat and sleek, an arrogant bully showered with cologne and pious as a priest. Now he was unshaven and bleary-eyed, the waistband of his trousers folded beneath his belt to take up the slack. Ilya cranked his window down a half-inch, a signal to the other unit. As the man turned the corner, one of the SIM people slid gracefully from the opal and followed him. The curtain moved again. "Now," Ilya said. In a tight group, the four moved quickly to the door of the embassy. Khristo held the Degtyaryova loosely by his side. Simultaneously, the SIM men scampered around the building toward the rear door. From the back of the building came a pounding on the door and shouting in Spanish. Andreas and Khristo moved to one side of the front entrance, Ilya and Lubin to the other. Ilya reached over and knocked politely, calling, "Open, please," in Spanish. For 30 seconds nothing happened. He armed the Degtyaryova and knocked again, and repeated the please, and this time the door flew open. An old man with white hair stood with arms akimbo. A crowd of people surged and whined and prayed behind him. "Gently, father, gently," Andreas said from Khristo's side.
"Please," the man said, "do not hurt us."
They forced the crowd back from the door, closed it, and stationed Lubin in front of it, his Tokarev held before him. Lubin's face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes were wild. A strand of hair had come loose from his pompadour and lay across his forehead. "Back, back," he said in Russian. "Move from the door." "Los Russos!" a woman screamed. Lubin brought the pistol to bear on the woman. The old man reached cautiously for his wrist to push it down. Lubin shot him twice, and he folded in half and tilted over sideways onto the floor. Lubin whinnied. A burst of nervous laughter, then clamped his hand over his mouth to stop it. The frightened crowd rushed against the opposite wall. Several of the women tore the crucifixes from around their necks and held them up before their faces. Ilya spoke to Khristo in tones of barely controlled anger. "Take that thing away from him, will you?" Khristo caught Lubin's wrist and forced his arm down. Lubin turned and seemed to be looking at him, but his eyes were sightless with excitement. "Sub-Lieutenant Lubin," Khristo said, emphasizing the rank, emphasizing that there was order even here. "Give me your weapon, please." Lubin opened his mouth to speak, and the laugh poured out again. With difficulty he controlled it, shutting his eyes. "Now," Khristo said. "I cannot, Lieutenant." They both looked down at the hand, which was frozen shut on the pistol. Khristo took hold of Lubin's chubby fingers and forced them open, one at a time. From the back of the house came the sound of splintering wood as the SIM men ripped the door apart. Lying on the floor, the old man pointed at Lubin. There was red foam on his lips. "You will walk in blackness," he whispered. "Forever and forever. I curse you. I curse you." Lubin giggled, and Khristo smacked him on the ear, which turned bright red. The SIM man with the pitted face came downstairs, a baby in the crook of one arm. His other hand towed a woman along by the hair. "This one was upstairs," he explained, "trying to throw her baby out the window." After some confusion, they got everybody sitting on the floor of what had once been the reception area of the embassy. Ilya managed to count. The SIM men had things to say in a Spanish that none of the 4 NKVD could understand, but the people sitting on the floor turned gray and lifeless. They sent Lubin back to the Citroën, one of his fingers swollen to double its size, apparently broken by Khristo. Finally, a moving van rolled up to the back door, and the SIM took charge of their prisoners. Driving back to Gaylord's hotel, Ilya informed them that Operation Sanctuary would continue, though it would be more efficient than it had been that morning. All over Madrid, nationalist supporters and phalangists were hiding out in embassies under diplomatic protection. So, now that they'd cleaned out the first group of refugees from an abandoned embassy, they were going to staff it with Soviet intelligence officers playing the part of Finnish diplomats. Taking the enemy into custody would be a lot cleaner and simpler that way. The SIM, he continued, had a similar operation going at the southern edge of the city, a tunnel which supposedly traveled below ground all the way to nationalist lines, in fact, went only a few hundred yards, then surfaced in the midst of a courtyard where a gang of SIM operatives was waiting. Word was now being spread among the Phalangist cells that their members had been betrayed to the enemy. They should flee to the Finnish embassy, where they'd be protected, or use the tunnel that reached the nationalist lines. The shift in policy made sense to Khristo. Using Andres against the Phalange was a long-term operation. The new approach was clearly intended to accelerate and intensify the covert effort against the enemy inside the city. Mola's 4 columns were sharpening the pressure on Madrid. Sanctuary was clearly an NKVD response. When Yasurica had lifted the deadline for the effort against the Farmacia Cortés group, Khristo's relief had been tempered by a nagging anxiety. Perhaps they were, for their own reasons, maneuvering him. Now he felt he could relax. He hoped silently that they did not ask him to serve as a Finnish diplomat. He didn't think he had the stomach for it. He didn't look like a Finn, he told himself. He was dark, not fair. Buenas noches, mis amigos. Buenas noches, todos los peleadores bravos que puedan oír mi voz. Y buenas noches, Madrid. Son las 20 horas y la hora para el jazz hot. The young woman played with the radio until music flowed into the little room below the eaves. Andres said, "It is the singer Bessie Smith. You will like it." Khristo didn't exactly like it. It made him sad. The voice of a blues singer, stark, with only a piano, bass, and drums to fill in the spaces, reached through the crackle of the nighttime static and touched his heart. He could not understand the words, but the sorrow of it was all too clear. Enough grief for one day, he thought. The nasty scene at the Finnish embassy refused to leave his mind, and he and Andres had decided to drown their war in a bottle of Spanish gin. They'd split the cost of the bottle and taken it back to Andres's garret at 9 Calle de Victoria. For him to be there with Andres and his American girlfriend and the German woman called Renata was very much against the rules. But he was tired of the rules. He was tired of a lot of things. He stared at the bottle, which had a Spanish matador on the label, his expression rigid with pride of manhood, indifference in the face of death. For Khristo, the more he drank the gin, the less he liked the matador. Andres's girlfriend was called Faye. It was her idea to play a card game called cribbage. The 4 of them sat around a small table with a pegboard at the center and tried to make their cards add up to 31. Such achievements were rewarded by the advance of a small stick in the pegboard. He had no idea if he was winning or losing. He did know that the smarmy matador on the gin bottle had nearly destroyed what little mathematical ability he possessed. Renata, his partner, looked at him in despair from time to time. The 4 of them spoke English as they played. It turned out to be the only language they had in common other than Spanish, which they had to work at all day long. The American girl had already stifled a giggle at his peculiar diction, and he'd looked up sharply, only to be signaled by Andres that no discourtesy had been intended. She certainly was different, had caught him staring at her at one point, and had stared right back. God save her, he thought, from ever visiting Bulgaria. Where such looks had meanings, he was sure she didn't intend. Did she? No. "I went to University City today," she said casually. For a moment the game stopped dead. There was heavy fighting in the university area, where one of Mola's Moorish columns had breached the city's defenses. The Army of Africa, Franco's original striking force, had already captured the bus and tram terminals in the suburbs. "What?" Andres looked at her with horror. "You heard me. Perhaps you want to be killed. La Pasionaria will announce it on the streets. A courageous death. Our American sister. No pasaran." Well, they asked me to go at work, so I went. Why? Who asked you? A woman at work was pregnant. The baby started coming early, and the labor was very bad, so they sent me to bring back the husband, who was holding the College of Agriculture. What a war, Renata said. I met a group of British machine gunners. I'm playing the Jack of Clubs. And they told me the Moors had been holding the College of Medicine for several days. Really? Renata said. That I had not heard. It's true. Renata put a 5 down on the Jack and moved their peg. This fellow, an Oxford man, by the way, told me the Poles in the Dubrovsky Brigade won it back for an afternoon. A shambles, they said. The Moors built fires in the hallways and roasted the laboratory animals on their bayonets and ate them. Now they'll all get rare diseases. The Poles chased them out by putting hand grenades on the elevators and sending them up to the floor they were holding. Khristo shook his head in disbelief. What a war, he echoed Renata, knowing the phrase must be correct. Faye smiled grimly. 5th floor, she said. Travel accessories, kitchenware, hand grenades. What is? Khristo asked. Oh, you know, department store elevators. Ah, he said, feigning knowledge. It was his turn to play. He tried to concentrate, but the cards in his hand made no particular sense, a random collection of numbers and pictures. From across the table, Renata said, Forward, comrade, and we shall gain a final victory. He looked up from his cards, but her smile was gentle and encouraging. The telephone rang. The jingling of a tiny bell in 2 short bursts. All 4 reacted to the sound. It rang again. Andres moved toward the corner, where it was mounted on the wall. He picked up the receiver and said, "Sí?" Listened for several seconds, then said, "Momentito, por favor." Left the handset dangling from its cord and walked over to Khristo and said quietly in Russian, "Someone wishes to speak with you." Khristo carefully laid his cards face down on the table. A tiny muscle below his eye began to run like a motor. Nobody knew he was there. He searched Andres's face for a sign, but the man's expression had gone cold. In that moment they silently accused each other of betrayal. Then Khristo pushed himself away from the table and walked the few steps to the telephone. He'd become acutely conscious of his surroundings. The silent people in the room, the music on the radio, the rhythmic echo of distant artillery. He held the receiver carefully in his hand, listened to the hum of the open line, and at last said, "See?" "No names, please," said a voice in Russian. He knew the accent, the edgy, nasal tone. It was Ilya Goldman. "Very well," he answered in Russian. "I have just cast your horoscope. It says tonight is a good time to travel. It says start as soon as possible. I take this to mean right away." "Very well. Thank you for telling me." "Your friend is born in the same moon." "I understand. The time may come when we should meet again. Is it possible?" Yes, it's possible. In the north, I think." "A good choice. How can we manage it?" "Our old sign. The one we used with the dog, initials and numbers, you recall?" "Ah, yes. Very well. Where might such signals appear?" "Matrimonial ads. In the newspaper." "Sorry to see you go, my friend." "Join us." "Soon, maybe. Not now." "Goodbye, then." "Good luck." The connection broke. He hung up the phone carefully and turned to face the others. Faye saw his face and said, "My God, what is it?" "They come to arrest us," he said in English. "Me and Andres, but they will take you also." He turned to Renata. "And you." "The phalange?" Faye said, incredulous. "No," Andres said. "Not the phalange." They kicked down the door some 20 minutes later, about the time it took to drive from Gaylord's to the Calle de Victoria. Maltsayev and 3 assistants, with several more waiting in cars below. The radio was playing jazz, and there were cards lying about on a small table, and a half-bottle of Spanish gin and ashtrays full of cigarettes. One of the men silently unplugged the radio and carried it down to the car. Another one found some women's clothing from America, and he, too, left. When his comrade in the automobile saw that, he went up himself. But there wasn't much left, a combination lock, and he didn't know the combination, but he took it anyhow. Perhaps it could be traded. Maltsayev went to the telephone, but the cord had been sliced in 2. Senora Tovar, the janitor's wife, was brought up the marble stairs with her arms bent nearly double behind her back. She cursed them all the way. These tenants were 5th columnists, she was told, but she knew better. Told Maltsayev to let her go, or the women of Madrid would hound him to his grave. He nodded briefly, and his men released her. They went up to the roof and found Felix, and beat him up a little, but he didn't seem to know much of anything. At last, when they'd removed everything they wanted, they tore the apartment to pieces, but found nothing. Maltsayev and one of his men were the last to leave. "Too bad," he said. The man nodded in agreement. "One has to learn, of course, who warned them. General Bloch will want someone." "Perhaps his sub-lieutenant Lubin," the man suggested. "A logical choice," Maltsayev said. "Flies for Yasyeritsa." "What?" the man asked. Maltsayev dismissed him with a wave of the hand. Such idiots one had to work with in this profession. At least the other one, Kulik, the one in the mountains, would be well fixed. He'd made sure of that. The night's work wasn't entirely wasted. Now, for Lubin, the family was powerful, but that could be overcome with a confession. He'd get that in a hurry, he was sure. They could go west to Portugal. The Russians would not expect that because it meant crossing battle lines, then working their way by bluff or stealth through hundreds of miles of nationalist-held countryside. They could go south, through Republican territory, and buy passage on a boat across the Mediterranean to Tangiers, a French possession. They could go northeast to Port Beau, the Pyrenees crossing point to southwestern France. But this mountain pass was Republican Spain's only major overland border access and would be subject to exceptionally heavy surveillance. Crossing the Pyrenees on the smugglers' routes was not appealing. Too many travelers were never heard of again when they attempted that route. The Russians would use the telephone. The system was operated on contract by American personnel from American Telephone and Telegraph and worked well for both sides throughout the war, to alert NKVD units throughout the country. But both Khristo and Andres doubted they would have sufficient time to activate Republican forces. They also doubted the Russians would tell their allies that intelligence officers had gone missing. They decided to travel north. Khristo had overheard at Gaylord's that the Spaniards were arming fishing boats in Bilbao and using them to bring food into Spain from French coastal ports. Bilbao was 200 miles away. It would take all night. But the fastest way out of Spain was the best. Dawn found them still trying to get out of Madrid. It was a night of madness in the streets, buildings unaccountably on fire, fire trucks skidding on streets wet with a slow, persistent rain that had started at dusk. They tried the Gran Via, but found it blocked by Russian tanks brought up into battery position, their steel sides shiny in the rain, engines muttering and backfiring. Some streets were blocked by refugee campsites, tarpaulins or rain capes rigged upright with broomsticks to keep out the rain. Khristo saw a couple making love under a blanket on a brass bed in a house made of wooden crates. On one of these streets, they hit a cat. Khristo slowed instinctively, then realized they could not afford to stop and stepped on the accelerator. When it was almost dawn, they were forced to halt at an intersection as private cars being used as ambulances sped past, coming from the direction of University City. The drivers rang cowbells mounted on the roof by pulling on a rope. While they were stopped, an old man approached the car. He wore a formal business suit with vest decorously buttoned and carried a tightly furled umbrella on his forearm. His beard was clipped to a precise triangle, and a pince-nez sat squarely on the bridge of his nose. He looked, Khristo thought, like a professor of Greek and Latin. He peered in the window and greeted them as brothers and sisters in freedom. "I have been to war tonight," he said, "and I have been wounded." He half turned and Khristo could see blood seeping from a small wound at the back of his neck. "So," the man said cheerfully, "it's the hospital for me." He saluted them with his free hand and disappeared around a corner. A little later they thought, one of the infamous phantom cars packed with militiamen who arrested and executed suspected fifth colonists at night. A rifle barrel protruded from a rear window. Then, when they were almost out of the city, a Cheka unit on bicycles stopped them. Khristo chatted with their leader, holding the Tokarev below the sightline of the driver's window. He was free. It had come slowly, but when comprehension overtook him, his spirit soared with excitement. It was as though a hand had let go of the back of his neck, and for the first time in years he could raise his head and see the horizon. So they would not take him back. The Cheka man at the window was very slow. He had all the time in the world, but Khristo drew an invisible line for him and waited for him to cross it and die. Yasheritsa would get no more satisfaction from him than dancing on his grave. The man talked on and on. It was interesting about his job that he got to meet so many different kinds of people who walked about in this world. Who would have ever imagined that on this rainy night in November he would engage in conversation with a citizen of Soviet Russia? Now that was why he found this job so very interesting. Finally, Andreas leaned across from the passenger seat and whispered that they had only an hour to spend with these girls here before they had to return to the fighting. The man's face slid gradually into an immense leer. He winked, stood back from the car, and waved them through. Lascivious shouts of "Viva la Russia!" followed them down the street. For a time they traveled on the main road to Burgos, but they began to see men in suits standing by cars parked beside the road, so they moved onto the narrow lanes that went through the villages. In some nameless place in the vast wheat heartland north of Madrid, the car stopped. They opened the hood and looked inside, but none of them knew anything about cars. The engine gave off a blast of heat that shimmered the air above it. It ticked in the silence and smelled of burnt oil. A small man appeared from nowhere, riding a bicycle with an infant in the basket. They spoke to him in Spanish, but he did not understand Spanish, or perhaps he was deaf. He pointed to his ears again and again. He smiled at them, showed them his baby. Then, almost as an afterthought, he reached into the engine and did something to something and signaled Khristo to start the car. It started. The man refused to take money, waved to them as they moved off. In the car they made plans for what they would do in Paris, what they would eat, where they would go. Madrid, it began to be clear once they were away from it, had been a prison. Soon they would be in Burgos. It wasn't so far from there to Bilbao. They would get on a fishing boat and sail away to freedom. The car stopped again, on a tiny road bounded by uncut wheat rotting in the fields. There was nothing for miles. Khristo's hand shook as he raised the hood. He wanted to throttle the engine hoses until the Citroën bowed to his will. This had never happened to him before. The car had always run perfectly. They decided to walk, to march cross-country, taking only pistols and whatever else would fit in their pockets. They started out. Andres sang a song to get them moving along. Suddenly, a German spotter plane appeared and swooped low to have a look at them. Fay waved to it and smiled. It disappeared over the horizon, and they ran back to the car. Some cover was preferable to being caught in the open. The plane returned and buzzed the car, then left. Khristo, for no particular reason, turned the ignition key one last time, for luck. The Citroën roared to life, and he very nearly wept with relief. At dusk, they worked their way around the outskirts of Burgos, found a shack with an ancient, hand-operated gas pump, and bought fuel from a suspicious peasant woman in black who overcharged them mercilessly. They had to pool their remaining pesos to pay her. Khristo had been kept on a small living allowance, most of his NKVD pay banked safely for him awaiting his return to Moscow. The woman watched all this with an eye like a hunting hawk. She went into the shack to retrieve some coins for change, and Khristo and Andres whispered briefly about doing away with her. They saw her watching them through a window. Andres looked about and discovered there were no telephone lines going into the shack, then realized suddenly that all she wanted to do was steal their change. They drove away without it. The road began to climb through forests, and the Citroën stuttered and threatened to stall. Khristo pushed the gas pedal to the floor. The car faltered, then roared ahead. Bad gasoline, they thought. Watered. Late at night they came to Rio Nervion, which ran 8 miles to the Atlantic. They easily found the fishing boats, which had 101mm field pieces mounted fore and aft. Andres got out of the car and wandered down the street of dockside bars, sailors' haunts, with anchors and sextants and curling waves painted on their signs. Khristo, Faye, and Renata stayed in the car, too tired to talk. The burst of energy that had seen them through the long night had waned suddenly, replaced by depression and exhaustion. Khristo, time and again, caught himself fading out. "Where do you suppose he is?" Faye asked at one point. Khristo shrugged, told himself to keep watch, knowing how vulnerable they were. The American girl fell asleep, her head sliding along the upholstery until he felt its weight settle on his upper arm. In her sleep she turned slightly toward him until the place where her mouth rested grew warm with her breath. He remained very still and fancied he could hear in the rise and fall of her breathing the progress of her dreams. They were all asleep when a hand banged hard on the window. Khristo came to his senses in terror, then saw it was Andres with a sea captain. He didn't look like a sea captain. He was wearing a suit and tie. He had gotten married that morning, Andres explained. Khristo got out of the car and went with them to a bar down a little alley between warehouses, moving the Tokarev to the side pocket of his jacket and keeping his hand on it. The bar was only 12 feet long, with 5 stools. They drank a glass of wine and made their offer: the Citroën and 2 Degtyaryova machine guns in exchange for passage to France. Yes, good, the man said. He could take 2 of them for that. Which 2 would it be? He asked too much, they protested. He thought not. The Russians had come around, he explained, looking for them. The license plate and automobile were just as they had described. He had this very day become a married man. He now had responsibilities, and it was his wedding night. If he was to spend it on the high-running sea of the Gulf of Vizcaya instead of the high-running sea of the marriage bed, he must be well paid. The 3 of them returned to the car, Andres suggesting that the women carried extra pesos. Khristo saw his game. Without prompting, they would put a gun in this one's ear and solve the problem that way. Back at the car, they told Renata and Faye about the captain's demand. Andres suggested that the 2 women should go by fishing boat. He and Khristo would find a guide and use the smugglers' trails across the Pyrenees. Faye took a little watch off her wrist and held it up to the captain. He took it in his hand, listened to it tick. It was Russian, she explained, brought to America by her grandmother. All that time, she said, it worked perfectly. The captain agreed to take them and put the watch in his pocket. They reached France the following day, wading ashore at the fishing village of Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Shoes in hand, they walked up a narrow beach of brown pebbles to a low seawall. There was a policeman sitting on the wall. He had taken his hat off and set it on a page of newspaper to keep it from the tar, and was eating an apple with a small knife. And he arrested them. Marquin and his 3 compatriots very nearly did reach Portugal. Their method was simple enough. They walked only at night. They walked near the road so as not to lose their way, but never on it. They stole only vegetables, never chickens, to keep local anger to a minimum. A few missing vegetables, they knew, were not worth an encounter with the authorities. A mile short of the Portuguese border, their luck ran out. The army was running things in that region, and they were discovered sleeping under a bridge. The first interrogation was superficial, but in time they were taken by truck to a unit of nationalist intelligence, and there placed under the care of a Moroccan corporal named Bahadi, who specialized in getting answers to any and all questions. Marquin lasted the longest, about an hour. When the officer in charge was satisfied that he had everything he could get, they were taken out and shot in a courtyard. Never, following the session with Bahati, were 4 men happier to die. Thus the story of Kulik's mercy made its way to Nationalist Intelligence Headquarters in Toledo, and was there submitted for analysis to Oberstleutnant Otto Eberlein, one of the unit's Abwehr advisors. Eberlein, recruited by the NKVD in 1934 under motivation of political idealism, passed the information to his contact in Toledo, a nurse in a podiatrist's office. By 1938, he had surely the most pampered feet in Spain. And from there, it soon enough reached Colonel General Yadomir Bloch, who called Maltsayev and told him to take care of the matter. Maltsayev simply moved the appropriate information back through the system to Nationalist Intelligence, a time, a date, the name of the town, Estias, then had Madrid base radio Kulik, and assigned the mission. From the beginning, the attack on the police station at Estias went badly. He had 2 men sick with high fever and dysentery, and they had to be left at the deserted village, which meant he was down to 14 souls. And the ammunition situation was beginning to pinch. Madrid base had been informed by radio of the executions and sickness and the need for resupply, but had confirmed the original order. Someone, somewhere, apparently thought that the Estias police station was a critical target, and his was not to reason why. Still, a daylight attack, and with reduced forces, and with morale after justice had been dealt to the 4 POUM traitors at its lowest ebb. He was close at one point to canceling the mission and accepting in return whatever Madrid decided to do to him. Only one factor kept him from that. An initial reconnaissance persuaded him that Estias was a rather easy place to attack. Just behind the police station lay the town cemetery, a place frequented only on Sundays when the townspeople came out to place bunches of flowers on the gravesites. Scheduled to strike on a Wednesday afternoon, the raiding party could move up close before making themselves known. They got as far as the cemetery. Then all hell broke loose. Somebody knew they were coming. Because once the unit was in place, well spread out and awaiting his signal, the mortars and machine guns started in, and the mortars had been zeroed in, accurately. Betrayed, he thought. The first shells raised enormous dirt plumes in the cemetery, smashing headstones to splinters and blowing the dead out of their graves, a fountain of whitened bones rising in the air, then raining down on the heads of the guerrillas. The sergeant, a brave man, stood up and waved the men forward. Machine-gun fire stitched him across the belly, and he died, howling. Kulik fired twice at nothing in particular, then a blast concussion picked him up and slammed him senseless against the earth. His mind swayed back and forth, a sickening, dizzy rise and fall from one part of consciousness to another, and he found himself crawling. He meant not to be taken alive, felt around for his rifle, but it had disappeared. He heard some of his men weeping, managed to get to one knee before the next shell came in, felt the shrapnel take him all along the left side, knew his left eye was blinded, knew nothing more after that. In Catalonia, some way inland from the ancient spice city of Tarragona, in the valley of the Rio Ebro, lay the village of San Jimene. In the late summer of 1938, a company of nationalist infantry moved into the town and took it without a shot being fired. By then, the conquest of the province was no longer an issue, and nobody wanted to be the last to die. As the troops marched in, a little winded because the village stood high above the road, a few people lined the narrow lane, waved tiny monarchist flags, and gave the cheer heard now all across the country. "Han pasado," they called out. "Han pasado." They have passed. Don Teodosio and Doña Flora and Miguelito, the chauffeur, were ceremoniously released from captivity. Both mayors, Avena from the PSUC and Quinto of the POUM, were ceremoniously shot. There wasn't much else to do, so the captain ordered his men forward. They had liberated San Jimene, and he felt they ought to go on to Calaguer or Sandoval before nightfall. Marching out of the village in good order, they passed through an orchard of fig trees. A sergeant was sent to reconnoiter, but there was no fruit to be had. The sergeant was a countryman and told the captain that the trees had not been pruned. Branches had broken off under the weight of the fruit. Disease had spread into the trunks from the open wood, and that was the end of the San Jimene figs. Paris, 1937. Steady on. Dear boy, trod on your paw, have I? Damn near. I am sorry. Can't see a thing with the lights off. Candles are lovely in a ballroom, but they do keep one in shadow. Bloody Frenchies. If it ain't a knife and fork, they can't work it. Not the power, actually. One of Winnie's effects, I think. Makes it funereal. I'm Roger Fitzware. Jimmy Gray. West Sussex, Fitzware's, is it? C'est moi. Been in Paris long? Live here, actually, most of the time. Do you? I'm just in from Cairo, over at the Bristol. How do you find it? Service gone to hell, of course, and full of Americans. In Cairo on business. Little of everything, really. Hot as ever? Yes, damned filthy, too. Dear old thing. Not my sort of place. All those little brown men running about and stabbing each other. Oh, well, one puts up with the little brown men for the sake of the little brown boys. Wouldn't know about that. Ah, here's the lovely Ginger. Roddy Fitzware, you promised to call. Who's this? Ginger Pudakis, meet Jimmy Gray. Delighted. Yes. Well, think I see somebody I know. Good to have met you, Fitzware. See you. Roddy, you are exceptionally bad. You terrified that poor man. Oh, well, it is Paris, after all. Not here, my lamb. Here is a little corner of a foreign field, and that fellow, if I'm not mistaken, is something or other to Viscount Grey. The 1914 man. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our time. That the one? Yes. The lamps are certainly out here. Where's Mitzi? Home, in a great snit. Oh, Roddy, you mustn't be cruel. Me? Ginger, dear, I've been an absolute bishop, really I have. But he snuck out while I was having me nap, taxied off to Gabouchard and bought himself the most impossible tie. Couldn't let him wear it, could I? Not to Winnie and Dicky's. Had a sunset, some dreadful peachy-pinky sort of thing they sold him. Poor Mitzi and his filthy Bosch taste. He can't help himself at all. When I left, he was playing Mendelssohn on the Victrola and mumbling about Selbstmord or some such thing, ending it all. Too sad. All for a tie. Told him not to get blood on the drapes. You're a horrid man, you really are. C'est moi. Care to step onto the balcony? And what would you do on the balcony? Think of something, dear girl. You probably would. Speaking of that, where's old Winnie and Dicky? Grand entrance at midnight, one is told, from the ballroom elevator. Too bad Mitzi isn't here to see this. He quite loves the Teutonic style. Draped candles, urns with cypress, roses painted black. Nobody actually dead, is there? Heavens, no. On the stroke of midnight, Winnie Beale turns 39. It's a funeral for her youth. Ah. Really, one must love the Americans. You married one, my dear, so you must. Whatever became of Mr. Pudakis? In Chicago, as always, where he does something with meat. Bloody old Europe didn't agree with poor Harry. Hello, something's up. The music's gone queer. It's the funeral march, is it? Yes, I think it is. Sounds a bit odd from a jazz band. Speaking of odd, regardez the elevator. Good God, now that is courage. Ain't it, though? Throw yourself a birthday bash and make an entrance entirely bare-arsed. Bravo, Winnie, hurrah! Well, not entirely bare-arsed. The hat is from Schiaparelli, my sweet. The pearls are Bulgaria, and the little catch-me-fuck-me shoes are made by a little man in the Rue des Moulins. Still, rather a decent set of flanks. Now, Roddy, don't be boring. Tell me, dear girl, who's that hard-looking gent presiding over the salmon? Him? You know him, it's Mario Turney, the tenor, though one wouldn't exactly say hard-looking. God, not him, the waiter. Oh, who knows, some dreadful Slav from Heininger, when he finds him decorative. She's right, you know. He's quite thoroughly decorative. Roddy Fitzware, you're not to poach. Dear girl, wouldn't think of it. All his life he had handled tools, but this one had its own special set of perfections. It was made of silver, with a pleasing weight that sealed it to the hand, a broad filigree surface ending in a rounded point and a subtle edge of just the proper sharpness. He pressed it down through the pink flesh of the salmon, choosing a natural striation for the cut, deftly balanced the portion atop the server, then slid it neatly onto the maize-colored plate. With ceremony, he laid the server on a silver dish and took up a small ladle. He swirled it twice through the thick sauce diplomate, as though to banish some godlike impurity, then from the left drizzled a thin river to the salmon slice, paused to anoint the top with a decorative pool as in a garden, then ran the river to a perfect delta on the other side of the plate, stopping just short of the thick gold banding. With a tiny silver trident, he fashioned a triangle of capers on the dry land north of the river. Then the denouement placed 2 black truffle rocks at the edge of the garden pool. White-gloved hand turned beneath the plate so that the intrusive thumb barely rode the edge. He proffered the masterwork, eyes down, speaking the words, "Merci, madame," in a soft undertone. That afternoon, carrying silver trays of hors d'oeuvres covered with brown paper upstairs to the kitchen that served the ballroom, he had observed the meal's chef preparing the sauce diplomate. Fish stock, cream, too thick to pour, it had to be spooned from the bottle, lobster butter, brandy, and cayenne. Now, in a crystal bowl by his right hand, the sauce's combined scents drifted up and tormented him. Normally, when he worked at the Brasserie Heininger, he could manage a discreet sample somewhere between kitchen and dining room. But here one was in the public eye. For a moment there was no one to serve. A group of rosy-cheeked men favored the roast, and he gazed out into the crowd with a particular dead-eyed, unseeing servant stare he'd been taught, suggesting that only the ritual of the salmon could bring him to life. Yet he did see. A clever play, written out moment to moment by the guests themselves as they moved about the polished black linoleum in candlelight. Each one, he thought, achieved a sort of glossy sainthood in a special and individual way. Yes, there were trembling hands and bulging eyes and mighty bosoms and shiny pates. No different than Vidin, really. Yet here, by way of some magical process these people had thought up, the common pranks life played upon the body mattered less. The old ladies had big rings and naughty eyes. The fat men were highly polished and told jokes. The chinless girls laughed and shook their little breasts. The wispy young men with wispy moustaches leaned over cleverly and seemed watchful and intelligent. Thank God, he thought, for Omaraev, who had brought him to such spectacles. He served a plumpish, fair-haired man who seemed lost and friendless and on his way to being very drunk in a very depressing way. Then a tall dowager with heavily rouged cheeks who glared down at him with apparent anger. That he would dare to serve her? Perhaps. These were, for the most part, English people, a tribe that swathed its rituals in mystery and seemed perpetually annoyed at the world, offended, perhaps, at humanity's never-ending attempts to discover what they wanted. He did not care. He had only salmon to offer and sauce diplomate. The American woman, Winnie Beale, floated through the room, principally nude and entirely without shame, clothed only in social position, which, curiously, sufficed. He had served her table at Heininger several nights in a row. During the opera season, late suppers at Heininger were virtually compulsory, and Omarayev had informed him that he was now to work at private parties in the Beau mansion on the Rue de Varennes. Informed him on other subjects as well. Told him, for instance, that Winifred Beale had in fact begun life as Ethel Gleb, daughter of a trolley motorman in a smoky Ohio town on a lake. Worked as a telephone operator, contrived to meet and ultimately marry Dickie Beale of Syracuse, the heir to an immense fortune acquired by his grandfather through the manufacture of stovepipe. Omarayev knew everything, had thus prepared him for the inevitable grappling match precisely foreseen and described. The summons to the house, the taxi ride across a rainy Paris afternoon with a tray of langoustine on his lap, the maid's direction to bring them upstairs, the small library that overlooked the Rodin gardens, the flowered cotton shift so accidentally open, the sly look, the giggle, the teasing word-play of a young girl, the balletic sweep into his arms, the rolling around on the oriental carpet. "Meet the attack," Omarayev had said. "Respond to each sortie, but do not advance. Should she wish the cannon rolled out and fired, let her see to it, but do not permit yourself to be provoked. A single sign of passion on your part, dear Khristo, and you will work here no more." Those instructions he had followed to the letter. She was, up close, frightfully plain. Her face apparently beaten into neutrality over the years, so oiled, patted, painted, baked, kneaded, and creamed that it ultimately had neither expression nor feature. It had become a blank canvas to be turned into whatever she wished. The act was not consummated. She let him up, kissed him like a fond aunt. He became again the waiter, smoothed his hair, busied himself for a moment with the arrangement of langoustine on the tray, then returned to the restaurant by metro, pocketing the cab fare. Some of the guests were dancing. A clickety-clack step to the fast foxtrot produced by the band, 4 American Negroes, who performed most nights at Le Hot Club. The leader, chopping rhythmically at the white piano with thick fingers, was called Toledo Red, his trademark an unlit stub of cigar clamped in his teeth as he played. The dancers leaned their upper bodies together, eyes vague, flopping about like unstrung puppets. Khristo watched for a time, seeming to look through them, in fact, studying their dance in the smoked glass mirrors that lined the walls. He noticed that the drapes, black for this occasion, normally violet, had fallen open at one of the tall windows, and he thought he could see snowflakes drifting slowly past the glass. It was the last week in March. "Hello there, Nick," he snapped to attention. "Madame," he said, bowing slightly. "A bit of salmon?" "Bien sûr, madame." He took up the silver salmon knife. She was so pale and pretty, this one, like a movie star, a fragile flower in the last decline, dying in the final reel. She was often at his table at Heininger, and as the champagne bottles emptied, "More champers, Nick," they would call out. Her cheeks blushed red, and she became excited, and clapped her hands and shrieked with delight at anything anybody said. "Merci, madame. Thanks ever so much." Nick. At the internment camp near Perpignan, where the French had detained him while the socialist government chased its tail in circles over what was to be done about the Spanish War, Khristo had decided to become a Russian. He was alone at the camp. His 3 fellow fugitives had fled into the night, having decided that safety lay in ignorance of each other's intentions. Renata and Fay Burns had been released almost immediately. Andres had been held for a day, then produced a Greek passport from the lining of his jacket and was freed. But Khristo was officially without documents. The Russian passport with the nom de guerre Markov was nothing but a danger to him, and now lay beneath 4 inches of earth in a Spanish field. So was designated by French officials a stateless person. A Russian, he believed, could more easily lose himself in a city like Paris. A Bulgarian would stand out. The Parisian émigré community from that country was not large. But the plan did not work. The League of Nations official who finally processed him in the last week of 1936 was a Czech, and Khristo dared not try to fool him. Thus he left the camp under his brother's name, Nico, and the last name, Petrov, common in Bulgaria. The English patrons of the restaurant had shortened Nico to Nick. The camp had been a vile place. The internees spent their days shuffling around the barbed wire perimeter or playing cards, the deck made of torn strips of paper, for cigarettes. They huddled around stoves made of punched-out petrol tins and plotted endlessly in a stew of languages. After more than a month of it, Khristo had thought seriously of escaping. The Senegalese troops who guarded them sometimes did not bring water all day long, and the inmates were tortured by thirst, pleading through the wire while the guards stared at them curiously. Sometimes a gate was left open, a clear invitation to escape. If one were caught, however, deportation back to Spain was automatic. Yet he'd had in the camp one great stroke of luck. He'd met a Russian called Vladi Z, a soldier of fortune from an émigré family in Berlin, former harness makers to the Tsar's St. Petersburg household. Vladi Z had worked for the Comintern, smuggling guns into Spain through the mountains. He'd taken to putting a bit of money aside for himself, but greed overtook his sense of propriety, and he'd been caught at it. Snapped up by the Cheka in Barcelona, he had managed to escape, bribing his guards with gold secreted where the sun never shines. After some days spent wandering helplessly in the Pyrenees, he had crossed into France at Port-Beau with a group of American journalists. There he claimed German citizenship, but he had shed his passport in fear of the Cheka and thus was interned. No matter, he confided to Khristo, his family in Berlin would soon have him out. "You must go to Paris," he said. "Even the devil won't find you there." He had assumed, without being told, that Khristo was on the run. "In Paris," he continued, "one sees Omarayev, a Bulgarian like yourself, a great man, head waiter at the famous brasserie Hanninger. Tell him Vladi Z sent you and give him my greatest respects, and if perchance you are some provocateur Chekist piece of filth, then we, you understand, will have you in the ground by sundown." On the train north, Khristo's heart had pounded with excitement. Watching the winter countryside roll past, he touched the Nansen passport in his pocket 100 times, and hoped and dreamed more than he'd ever dared. Paris. Paris. The song ended. The dancers broke apart and applauded themselves. Toledo Red shifted the cigar stub to the other corner of his mouth and banged out the introduction to the Sheik of Araby. There were squeals of anticipation from the dance floor as the saxophone player, a great fat fellow with a gold-toothed grin, draped one of the Beale's monogrammed damask napkins over his head in a make-believe burnous. Winnie Beale had reappeared after her dramatic entrance, dressed in emerald crêpe de chine, and now began dancing her own version of the desert slave girl, Valentino's beloved, in a Balenciaga gown. She gave Khristo an affectionate leer as she swept past him. Strange, he thought, these people of the night who glittered in the world of Heininger and the Beale mansion. Mood-swept, arrogant, insecure, yet at times unbelievably kind. They were the gods and goddesses of this city, from the smoke-filled jazz dens and the Rive Gauche to the chauffeured caravans that moved through the Bois de Boulogne at dawn. Yet they took a curious backhanded pride in knowing a simple waiter. He had become, of all things, a minor feature of this world. Nick. Stranger still, he cared for them. He was younger than most, yet they played at being his children. "Nick, my button has torn loose. Be a good fellow, Nick, and help Madame with her lobster." And even, "Oh, Nick, I feel so blue." They had, it seemed to him, bad dreams. Bad dreams they did not understand. Premonitions. And they sensed somehow that he did understand, that he knew what was coming, and that when it came, he would remember their affection for him, that he would protect them. They would never admit that they were the Jews of Berlin, the aristocracy of Russia, the wealthy Spaniards trapped in Madrid and forced to flee to the Finnish embassy. Yet deep down, they sensed that the world as they'd known it had only a little more time to run. "Dear boy!" Again caught in reverie, he was startled, and looked directly at the man standing before him. He was on the short side and quite handsome, with thick reddish-brown hair swept across a noble forehead. His eyes at first seemed exhausted, dark and shadowed. Then Khristo realized that makeup had been used to create the illusion. Looking down quickly, Khristo reached for the salmon server. "Not necessary, dear boy. I've had me supper." He handed over a business card. "Give us a call, will you, sometime? I'm a photographer in a sort of way. Like to take your portrait." Then he was gone. A fine, dry snow was falling on Paris as he walked home from the party. It dusted the cobblestones, pale and sugary, and hardened the yellow beams of the street lamps into severe triangles, like a painted backdrop, he thought, for a street scene in a nightclub act. He watched a boulevard turn silver before his eyes, and some trick of the light made the spires of the churches seem disconnected, floating free in the windless night air. All for his hungry eyes, he thought, all this. He had only to open his heart a little, and the city breathed itself into him, sent him climbing in a perfect, pointless nighttime elation to a height that no sorrow could reach. A pair of policemen, rubber capes black and shining, rode past on their bicycles. A window of the Hôtel Saint-Cyr squeaked open, and a young man in gartered shirt-sleeves stared up at the sky. Framed in the oval window of a taxi, idling at a corner of the Rue de Rennes, a man and a woman kissed lightly. Lips barely in contact, then moved apart, and touched each other's faces with the tips of their fingers. At the all-night café on the Rue des Écoles, he saw a group of well-rouged old ladies, bundled into the collars of their Persian lamb coats, gathered at a table near the bar. Each one had a tiny dog on her lap or in the crook of her arm. From the way the women leaned across the table, they seemed like conspirators in a plot. It was, after all, well past 3 in the morning. What brought them together like this? The affair of the little dogs, he thought. The oddest conspiracy of 1937, a year of conspiracies. But nothing here was what it seemed. Even the grey stone of the buildings hid within itself a score of secret tints, to be revealed only by one momentary strand of light. At first the tide of secrecy that rippled through the streets had made him tense and watchful. But in time he realized that in a city of clandestine passions, everyone was a spy. Amour. Fleeting or eternally renewed, tender or cruel, a single sip or an endless bacchanal. They were the true life and business of a place where money was never enough, and power always drained away. And since the first days of his time there, he had had his own secrets. It was a long walk, from the Rue de Varennes in the 7th arrondissement, the heart of Paris fashion, to the rented room on a street of Jewish tailors and little shops that made eyeglass frames, out past the Place République, not far from the Père Lachaise cemetery. It took him about 2 hours, usually, though he could make it last somewhat longer than that, and sometimes did. He was accompanied for a time by Marco, the bartender, and his nephew Anton, who washed the crystal in the china service. All three carried parcels wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, though Khristo's was rather heavier than the others, the extras of the waiter's profession. The sous-chef had done the wrapping in the manner of patisserie clerks, who could fold paper into cones of sufficient strength that an elaborate pastry would survive a child's trip to the store. Nestled inside the packets were slightly crumbled slices of pâté of wild duck in a game jelly, white asparagus spears, and thick cuts of tenderloin beef from the Limousin, carved to the English taste. In addition, Marco kept a bottle below the bar to receive the remnants of the brandy service. The Beals had provided their guests with an Armagnac, a select vintage of 1896, and all three took sustenance from it now and again as they walked. They judged the party quite successful. Not a single fist fight and only 2 slaps, reportedly of political, not romantic origin, and therefore hardly worth discussion. The tulip-shaped elevator remained cranky, but no horrified shouts from between-floor guests had to be attended to. Nobody jumped out of a window or set fire to the drapes, or tried to drink champagne by pouring it over female undergarments and squeezing them out like Spanish wine sacks. It was the Americans who drank from shoes, under the curious impression that romantic Europeans did such things. The chef, according to Anton, who worked in the kitchen, had been at his very best. Whistling and winking, he had performed with casual speed, directing his staff like a lion-tamer in good humor, and hardly a curse all night long. This unusual sweetness of temper was attributed by the Beale staff to his near-ceaseless screwing of one of Madame's maids, a recent development. But which one? The shy little redhead from Quimper? Or the fulsome Italian Thomasina with haunches that could hurl a man into the air? Speaking of which, what of the naked Beale woman? Would the society columns consider it thrilling or déclassé? "I served her champagne," Marco said in his sturdy Slavic French, "and her left tit looks toward Prague." Together they walked nearly the length of the Boulevard Saint-Germain. Then Marco and Anton headed for their rooms by the Gare aux Stolices, the railroad terminal, while Khristo used the Pont de Sully to cross the river. Tomorrow night, he thought, he would take the Pont Marie. Well-learned instincts forbade the use of the same route night after night. One varied daily habits at every opportunity. One made prediction of time and place as difficult as possible. One did not, after all, shed Arbat Street quite so easily. His journey took him through the Marais, the Jewish quarter, a good place to quicken the footsteps. As the situation for Jews in Europe grew darker, the streets of the Marais seemed to him more and more like a maze, a trap. At the northern border of the district, he paused to warm up by the exhaust vents of a baker who had fired his pine bough ovens an hour earlier, then headed for home. A battered little Simca crawled up the Rue du Chemin Vert behind him, rather too slowly for his taste, and he stepped into a doorway and let it go past, eventually viewing the absurdly besotted driver with some amusement. But one had to be alert. To not forget everything was the way he put it to himself. And he had not. He read the Russian émigré papers, like thousands of others, with a hopeful heart. To the east, the NKVD, in fact the entire Soviet apparat, was stinging itself to death like a tormented scorpion, as Yezhov, the red-headed dwarf, rolled down purge upon purge. Good. Let them rip each other to pieces, he thought. Let them sink into the swamp of bureaucratic confusion until not a single file remained in place. The simple defection of a junior intelligence officer would drift endlessly down their lists to the bottom of a clerical sea. Or so he hoped, though in fact he knew them much better than that. He had changed the parting of his hair, grown a thick moustache. All the brasserie waiters in Paris had to be well-furred in some fashion. It emphasized the sense of midnight deviltry the proprietors wished to encourage, and, with remorse, destroyed the clothing he'd worn in Spain. Now he had an old sheepskin jacket, bought at a marché aux puces on the outskirts of the city. Beyond that there was fatalism. Refugees from Eastern Europe and Germany now came to Paris in a steady stream. He was but one among them. He worked hard at being Nick the waiter, hid his money behind a loose light fixture in the hallway outside his room, and kept all acquaintance, with the exception of the Omarayev connection, emphatically casual. He didn't need much. He had his work, he had the city, and he had a great deal more than that. In the room he undressed slowly, then made sure the shutters were firmly closed. The window faced east, and the pale light of the winter sunrise would leak in through the slats, creating a shadow light that seemed to him peaceful and timeless. She was, as usual, pretending to sleep. But if her eyes were closed, how did she sense the moment he was ready to enter the bed? Because it was always this very moment she chose to stretch and twist in such a way that she shaped her body for him in the softened outline of the blanket. "Alexandra?" He spoke softly, standing by the bed. "I am sleeping," she said, unbothered by this or any other contradictory statement. He slid carefully between the sheets next to her. A moment later, just as sleep began to take him, her hand came visiting. "You are moving in your sleep," he whispered. "I am having a dream." "Oh, a terrible dream." "What of?" "That certain things, indescribable things, are to happen to me just at dawn. It is far too wicked even to describe. My heart beats." "Very well, you must go back to sleep." "Yes, you are right." "Alexandra?" "What?" "It is dawn." "Oh, no, say it isn't." Who was she? He was not entirely sure. Her passport gave her family name as Varin, probably French, possibly Russian, and she claimed it was not the true family name anyhow. What he did know was that she wanted to be a mystery to him, wished him to see her as a creature of the Paris night, a manifestation without the claustrophobic bonds of family or nationality. It was self-conscious artifice, transparently so, but she refused to leave its shelter. "Who are you, truly?" he'd asked more than once. "Ah," she'd say, triste as a nightclub singer. "If only one knew that sort of thing." She spelled her name in the Slavic form, implied exotic connections, emigrant communities in distant corners of Europe, Trieste perhaps, and claimed that her spirit, her psyche, was Russian. In support of such claims, she owned a few rich Russian curses that were occasionally hurled his way. She was small, waif-like, unsmiling, with a thick shag of muted blonde hair that whipped her forehead when she shook her head, and cool, deep, enormous eyes like a night animal. Her coloring he found strange, dark beneath pale, as though a shadow lived inside her. She had a hot temper, would go to war on the slightest provocation. But there was also in her a peasant sharpness that he found very familiar, an echo of his part of the world. She could leave the room with a few sous and return with the most extraordinary amount of stuff. She spoke a tough Parisian street French, calling him mec, pal, when it suited her, in a hoarse, low voice, and bits and pieces of English she learned at the cinema, would surprise him with lines memorized from American movies in which men with pencil-thin mustaches dueled over business deals and won the heiress. "Now, see here, Trumbull," she would say, black beret pulled down over her mop head. She had been born in the countryside, she said, somewhere in the south of France, but of a family she claimed from elsewhere. Arrived in Paris at 16, alone, without money, and survived. Her father, according to the time of day, had been a gangster, a poet, or a nobleman. She had never met him, she said, and had few memories of her mother, carried off by the influenza epidemic of 1919. She had been raised by an aunt, or rather a woman who called herself aunt, or perhaps a woman who had known her aunt. None of her stories were ever told the same way twice, and he finally gave it up, acknowledged inconsistency the only effective defense against a trained interrogator, and consigned her to the present moment, which was where she wanted to be in the first place. He had met her in a bookstore where she worked, lost in a billowing blue smock. She had fierce little hands, and he could not take his eyes off them as they whisked piles of books into order. She challenged him. "What are you looking at?" He met the challenge. She demanded coffee. They went to a cafe. He waited for her after work. Eventually they returned to his room. The following day she appeared at his door with a cardboard suitcase. "I have brought a few things," she'd said. She had, in her own way, taught him to be her lover, using for instruction a great range of pouts and swoons and sly looks, attacks and retreats, an entire rag-bag of stratagems. She teased him until he growled, then ran away, but not too far, led him subtly to such special silky places as made her sing, and showed him how, by example, to play lovers' games. She seduced him, sometimes this way, sometimes that, with rainy-day melancholy, or by getting absurdly drunk on 2 glasses of wine. Did we do something vile? I swear I don't remember. She was clever at being naughty and making him mad. Sometimes, pretending to immense modesty, she let him have a peek at something he wasn't supposed to see. Quite by accident, of course. A stolen glimpse. She played at being his captive, squeaking for mercy, or at being his captor in the voice of a disciplinarian schoolteacher. At times she was partial to costumes, not intentional ones. It just happened that he would discover her in garter belt and silk stockings while she was looking for her earrings. Other times he would get in bed to find her in the chaste cotton shift of a schoolgirl, on which occasion she chose to address him as uncle. She taught him this and she taught him that, until at last it dawned on him that the only way a man ever becomes a lover is at the hands of a woman. Of her former lovers, whoever they might have been, he had no time to be jealous. The world seemed intent on rushing off its cliff, so, like everyone else, he lived for the moment and hung on tight. The lipstick grew crimson, hairdos were twisted about in bizarre shapes, and in some dresses a woman simply could not sit down. Affairs begun on Friday were over by Wednesday, and every woman in the world seemed to want him, sensing, he guessed, what went on in the little room. At Heininger, the screechy English girls pressed apartment keys into his hand, absolutely bent on having it off with the working class, and an evil-looking Slav at that. He smiled wistfully and returned the keys, regret for the lost opportunity showing clearly in his expression, hoping that such chivalry would spare him their anger. If he was tempted at all, it was the French women who caught his attention, especially the ones a few years older than he. It was the single glance on the street that undid him, gone in the very last instant before it actually meant anything. His eyes would roam hungrily after them as they trailed their wondrous perfume away down the avenue, leaving him to sniff great nosefuls of Parisian air. What was that? But Alexandra, who smelled like soap or lemons or someone who had just been in the hot sun, was more than enough for him. So he prayed at one church only, and soon enough woke to discover that love had got him. In Vidin, the March wind blew in hard off the river, rippling the surface of the water and flattening the reeds that grew by the wooden dock. A few snow patches remained on the dirt street that ran past the waterfront shacks of the fishermen, and the 2 old people in dark clothing, a man and a woman, moved carefully around them, bodies bent against the wind. The woman wore a black shawl over her head, and the man held his cap on with his hand. It was Sunday, and they were going home from Mass. At the path that led through the garden to the house, they stopped. The woman pointed to a small skiff tied to a post among the reeds and said something to her husband. He shook his head, then shrugged. He did not know, he did not care. When they went into the house, there was a stranger sitting at the plank table near the stove. He wore the wool cap and clothing of a river fisherman. He stood up politely as they entered.
"Please forgive me," he said, in Russian, "for coming into your house without invitation."
The woman recognized him then. He was the man who had taken Khristo away from Vidin, and her hands flew to the knot of her shawl. The old man stared at the stranger. "Who are you?" he said. "He is the Russian," his wife said. She let go of the knot, but her mouth was tight with anxiety. The old man continued to stare. Finally, as though he remembered, he said, "Oh, yes." The woman opened the door of the stove, inserted a few sticks of oak branch, and prodded the fire to life with an iron poker. She poured well water from a bucket into a kettle on the stove, and spooned black tea into a battered copper samovar. Almost immediately the room grew warm and smelled sharp and sweet from the wood smoke. The Russian spoke gently to the old man. "Won't you sit down?" The man sat, took off his cap, and placed it carefully on his knee, as though he were visiting the house, and waited for the other man to speak. From the wind, there were tears standing in the corners of his eyes. The Russian walked to the window, stood to one side, and looked out. "I came inside," he explained, "so as not to be seen by your neighbors. We know how things are going down here. I don't want to cause you trouble." The woman waited by the stove for the water to boil. "You will have tea," she said. "Yes, thank you," the Russian said, and sat down. "I've brought you a letter from your son." "From Nico?" the old man said. The woman shifted the kettle noisily on the stove. "No," the Russian said. "From Khristo." The old man nodded. "Shall I read it to you?" the Russian asked. "Yes, please," the woman said, her back to the room. He reached inside his wool jacket and took out a square of paper, unfolded it carefully, and smoothed it on the table. "There is no date, of course," he said, "but I am permitted to tell you that it was written last week." "I see," the old man said. His eyes narrowed, and he nodded wisely as though he well understood such complicated matters. "Dear Papa," it begins, "I greet you. I write in hope that you and Mama and Helena are in good health, and that the fishing is good this year. I am well, though I work very hard, and there is a lot to learn. I am successful at my school, and my superiors are pleased with my progress. All here join me in hoping that the day may soon come when I can return to see you. Please kiss Mama for me. Your son, Khristo." The old woman walked over from the stove, and the Russian handed her the letter. She could not read, but she held it up to the light, then touched the writing. "Thank you," she said to the Russian. "Look," she showed the old man the letter. "It is from Khristo." He stared at the paper for a time, then said, "That's good." "He's doing very well indeed," the Russian said, taking the letter back. "Better than most of the others." "And he is in Russia?" the woman asked. The Russian smiled, apologetic. "I cannot tell you where he is. About that I am sorry, very sorry, because he would be proud for you to know it." "Oh," she said, disappointed. They were silent for a time. Then the Russian relented. "He is in the place where he has always most wanted to go. But you must not tell anybody that." The woman returned to the stove. The water was just beginning to boil. "We do not speak of him," she said. "But you can surely guess," the Russian said. She thought for a moment. "He is in Vienna? Khristo?" "Perhaps," the Russian said. "Or Paris?" The Russian spread his hands in helplessness. He was not allowed to tell. "How he dreamed of such places," she said, shaking her head. She poured a thin stream of steaming water into the samovar. "We have never been to Sofia, even," she added. She left the tea to steep and went to her husband and squeezed his arm. "Nikolai," she said, "did you hear that? He is in a great city, Vienna or Paris or somewhere." The old man nodded. "That's good," he said. He woke at noon, lit a jetin from the packet on the night table, then lay back on the pillow and watched the blue smoke curl up to the ceiling. There was a neatly spun web in one corner of the ceiling, a small spider fussing at its center strands. Max, Alexandra called him. Their house pet. Cigarette smoke seemed to affect Max, provoking him into a spasm of housekeeping. On the top of the dresser, the food from the party was laid out like a miniature buffet, though Alexandra had pretty much done for the asparagus. The other item he'd brought home was lying, tossed casually aside, in a nest of string and brown paper. Alexandra had gone off to work at the bookstore near the Café Flore on the square in front of the Church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. It was a communist, surrealist, anarchist, Dadaist bookstore, a true rive gauche jungle of wild beards, curved pipes, black sweaters, and slow-eyed girls who stared. A serious place, at the geographical center of the city's artistic and political whirlpool, decorated with clenched fist posters of all sorts. According to Alexandra, all the local celebrities, Picasso, Modigliani, Jean Cocteau, André Breton, were seen there, as well as at their customary tables at the Café Flore. Cigarette in hand, he rose naked from the rumpled sheets, padded across the cold floor, and opened the shutters. Above the rooftops, the sky was sharply blue, with white scud racing in from the Brittany coast. There was a pale girl who lived in a room across the street. Khristo had once waved to her as she shook a dust mop out the window, and she had waved back. Her shutter was closed this morning. By opening the window and leaning well out, he could see down into the street. Women with long breads and string bags, school kids in their uniforms coming home for lunch. One of the Jewish tailors in yarmulke, black vest and rolled-up shirt-sleeves, put his cat out the door of his shop. The air smelled like dust and garbage and garlic and March weather. Not a sign of last night's snow. He put on pants and shirt and went down the hall and used the toilet, then returned to the room, adjusted the shutter so that he could still see a slice of sky but no one could look in, and took the pistol from its brown paper nest. He lit another cigarette and propped it on a Suze ashtray and went to work. Broke out the magazine and examined it in the light. It was a 9mm automatic of Polish manufacture, designated WZ-35 for the year of its design, called the Radom after the works where it was made. Large and heavy, it had an excellent reputation for dependability. He played with it for a time, discovering that what seemed to be the safety was in fact a slide lock that facilitated field-stripping the weapon. He took it apart, checked for burrs in the metal, found everything smooth and oiled. The wooden grip was scratched and nicked. The pistol had obviously been well used. He had purchased the pistol at Omarayev's request. One couldn't say no to one's friend and boss. And it had been easy enough to find. He'd gone to the Turkish quarter, well out the Boulevard Raspail, at the farthest reaches of the city. Found the right cafe on the second try. Struck up a conversation with a man named Yassin, or so he said, who, for 600 francs, had returned with the Radom after only a 20-minute absence. Khristo now rewrapped the package, glanced at the clock on the table, finished dressing, and headed for the metro. Marayev had told him they would be having lunch at a place called Bistro Yambol, a pleasant coincidence since Yambol was the name of a town in Bulgaria. But when Khristo opened the steam-fogged door of the restaurant, he realized with horror that it was no coincidence at all. The smell of the Agnieszki Drapuliki, lamb innards grilled with garlic, came rushing up at him, along with the realization that he was standing in a room full of expatriate Bulgarians, while holding in his hand a Polish pistol wrapped in brown paper. He broke into a sweat. Of all the stupid places to go, half the Paris NKVD would be hanging around. He took a small step backward, then a hand closed around his elbow. He looked behind him to discover a tiny waiter with slicked back hair and a milky eye. "Marayev?" the man said. Khristo nodded dumbly. The man had a grip like a pincers. He felt halfway to the Lubyanka then and there. "Upstairs," the man said in Bulgarian, nodding toward a rickety staircase on the far wall. At the top, tables were packed together on a balcony. "Nico!" Marayev was beckoning violently. "Over here!" He moved sideways through a sea of people, eyes rising to meet his own, talking, gesturing, observing his progress, all without missing a bite. "Zdrasty!" Marayev greeted him as he sat down. "May you live 100 years! Don't eat a lamb!" Khristo stared at the hand-scratched Cyrillic on the ragged piece of paper that served as menu. A waiter filled the cloudy glass at his side with yellow wine that smelled like resin. "What then?" "Try the skimby." Beef kidney cooked in milk. He ordered it, and the sweating waiter flew away. The room was dense with clouds of strong smoke from the black tobacco. Marayev smiled. "Just like home, eh, Nico?" "Yes," Khristo said, "just like home." Marayev described himself, with a smile, as a circus Bulgarian. His enormous head was shaved smooth, and he wore a grand Turkish moustache waxed to a fine point on either end. He looked like a strong man in a circus, an appearance that gave him great cachet as the head waiter at Heininger. To this, for luncheon, he had added a pale grey linen suit and vest, set off by a lavender silk tie fixed in place by a stick-pin of ruby-coloured glass, the entire ensemble overlaid by a cloud of cologne that smelled like cloves. He took a long sip of the resinous wine and closed his eyes with pleasure. Suddenly, a dramatic melancholy fell upon him. "Ah, Nico, how sadly we wander this world." He raised his glass before Khristo's eyes, a symbol of good times gone away. "That's so," Khristo said, not wanting to be impolite. But he could see Marayev in his mind's eye, taking supper in the Heininger kitchen before the late-evening crowds arrived. A slice of white Normandy veal, washed down with a little chambertin. Surely he made the most of his exile. "Mark my words, boy. Our time is coming soon enough." The skimbe arrived, a vast plateful of it, reeking of rose, pepper, and sour milk, and the singular aroma of kidney. Khristo poked it about with his fork and ate a boiled potato. "I've brought you a radom," he said, gesturing with a glance toward the brown parcel by a dish of raw onions. "Good. It will speak for us. Speak to the world." "Oh? Marayev said, his mouth full of stew. He swallowed vigorously. "The Bolsheviki press us too hard, eh?" He wiped his mouth with a large napkin and lifted his glass. "Tsar Boris." "Tsar Boris," Khristo repeated. The wine was thick and bitter. Loud voices flared suddenly to life. He looked over the railing of the balcony and saw two old men with white beards who had risen abruptly from their table, upsetting a plate of yellow soup which splattered on the floor. "A prick on your grave," one of the men shouted. "And on yours," the other answered, grabbing him by the throat. Diners on all sides cheered as they choked one another. Waiters came rushing in to separate them. The table went over with a crash. Several people wrestled in a heap amid the spilled food on the floor. Omareyev shook his head with admiration. "Look at that old fart, Georgiev, will you? All for honor. Hit him, Todor!" he called over the balcony. "Break the bastard's head!" He turned back to Khristo and punched a thick index finger into the brown package. "It's come to this now, you'll see." His fingernails were perfectly trimmed and had the opalescent shine produced by a suede buffer. "Perhaps you ought not to tell me too much, Dядя Omareyev. Some things are best done in secrecy." Everyone called Omareyev uncle. "Not tell you? Not tell Nico? Hell, boy, you are the one who's going to do it." "I am?" "You'll see." He raised his glass. "Adolf Hitler." "Adolf Hitler," Khristo repeated. They waited at a corner of the Boulevard Saint-Michel. The flics would not let them cross the street. Close ranks of marching men and women swept past them, chanting and singing. Omareyev wore a topcoat that matched his suit, and the stiff wind toyed with the flaps as he stood at the edge of the pavement, eyes smoldering, hands jammed in pockets as though he feared they might reach out and smack a few heads. Khristo was bundled in his battered sheepskin jacket, and they looked for all the world like a well-to-do uncle and a wayward nephew, the latter having just recently been treated to a morally instructive lunch. "And which are these?" Omareyev asked. His voice floated on a sea of contempt. "Medical students, I believe. The stethoscopes—" "Aha! Doctors!" The word spoke volumes. A young man with an artist's flowing hair turned to them and raised his fist. "Red Front," he called out proudly. A thin fellow by his side added, "Join us!" His friend completed the thought. "Bring peace and mercy to all mankind." Khristo imagined them in a room with Yasheritsa and smiled sadly at the thought. "Come on," the young man urged, observing the smile. A group of women in uniform, white hats and grey capes, marched below a banner stretched across the street, "Nurse Workers for Social Justice." Omareyev growled deep in his throat. "Go look up Comrade Stalin's rear end and see if you find justice," he said. Khristo laughed despite himself. "And powder his balls while you're at it." The nurses wore their hair severely cut, and their faces were plain and pale without makeup. He found them very beautiful. "Comrades," one of them called out, "have courage." "So God speaks to me," Khristo thought. He would need courage to contend with Omareyev. You might know a man fairly well, he realized. Then suddenly he revealed his politics and turned into a werewolf before your very eyes. Could not one be just a waiter? The nurses were followed by the municipal clerks, angry, shabby men and women with grim faces. One imagined piles of tracts in their houses, learned by rote, and shotguns in closets. The day is coming, their eyes said. They would, Khristo knew, rule the world under Bolshevism, formerly despised, at last triumphant, paying back a list of slights that reached to heaven. "Who have we now?" Omareyev asked. "The clerks of the city." "They look dangerous." "They are." Omareyev was tight-lipped. "You see what we face? When the marching begins, the next thing is throwing bombs. Well, we'll put a stop to that. Trust Dядя. For a long time I averted my eyes. This is not my country, I reasoned. Let them go to hell in their own way. What do I care? What has changed? Everything has changed. Now there are strikes, here, in England, even America, and posters and parades, and those NKVD devils are everywhere, stirring the pot. You know who I'm talking about?" "Yes." "Well, then you must share my view." "Of course," he said.
Unconsciously, he shifted the packaged radom to his other hand. "One might use it right now," Omorayev said, "and to good effect. Well, but I have bigger things in mind." There was a stir across the boulevard. A man in the crowd had shouted something that reached the marchers' ears, and one of them strode menacingly toward his tormentor. A policeman stepped out into the street and swung his cape, weighted with lead balls in the bottom hem. The marcher danced away and made an obscene gesture with an adamant thrust of both arms. The marchers, a battalion of street sweepers, some of whom carried their brooms like rifles, roared their approval. They were followed by the salesgirls of the Grand Magasin in their grey smocks. In their midst marched Winnie and Dickie Beale, arm in arm, faces set in pained but hopeful expressions, perfectly in keeping with the emotional atmosphere of the march. They were, Khristo noted, smartly dressed for the occasion. Winnie Beale had on a worker's peaked cap properly tilted over one eye, and the squarish, broad-shouldered suit offered by Schiaparelli that was popular for communist events. Elsa Schiaparelli had journeyed to Moscow in 1935 to observe the workers' styles that would, it was felt, now take precedence in the fashion world. Dickie, careful always not to upstage his furiously engagée wife, had merely replaced shirt and tie with a turtleneck sweater beneath his London suit. Omorayev shook his head in patient sorrow. "Lambs," he said. A half-hour later, they stood across the street from an elegant six-story building on the Place de l'Opéra, amid commercial luxury of every sort, marble banks, furriers, jewelers, and Société Anonyme. Money and discretion mingled in the afternoon air. The restaurant interiors were subdued and richly decorated, and the shop windows showed the latest colors, Wallace Simpson blue and Coronation purple. The people in the street were perfectly barbered and smartly dressed, their complexions slightly pink after long, elaborate lunches. Omorayev gestured toward the building with his head. "There it is," he said. "Murderer's Gold." "That building?" "Yes. The top floor is owned by a firm called Floriot & Cie. It is a gold repository for those whose faith in banks did not survive 1929. The Credit Anstalt failure and all of that. In such times it can be very comforting to have some gold locked up in a private vault." "I see. What you do not see is that the NKVD sells its gold there." Khristo's response was brusque. He was, for a moment, an intelligence officer once again, and asked the intelligence officer's eternal question. "How do you know?" "Friends, Nico. Friendship is our gold. The newspaper kiosk on the corner is owned by an old man called Leonid, who was a banker in St. Petersburg until 1917. Now he stands in his stall for 16 hours a day selling newspapers. And he is forced to watch Russians coming and going at all hours with black satchels. It is not so far-fetched to say that it is his gold, formally, that passes before his eyes. A cruel irony. But what can he do? He can come to Dядя Omorayev. That's what he can do. And he has done it." "And what do you propose?" "I propose to take it from them." "And the pistol?" "Just in case. One may meet unfriendly persons anywhere, even in the opera." "Who is to plan it?" "That's you, Nico, my boy." Khristo shook his head. He felt like a man sliding helplessly down a sheer slope toward the cliff that would kill him. "How would I know such things, Dядя? I'm only a waiter." "Not a bad one, either, I've seen to that. What else does one know? Well, you are Bulgarian, but you are not in Bulgaria. Perhaps you do not like the situation there, the way the political wind blows, yet you do not sit in the lap of the Reds either. You were in Spain, Vladi Z has told me that, and I doubt you fought for the Phalange. You are quiet, in great possession of yourself, everybody's acquaintance, nobody's friend. Marco, the bartender, tells me you take a different bridge across the Seine every night. And at last, I ask you to get me a pistol, a test of friendship, and you do get it. And not at a pawn shop, either, I'll wager. What is one to think? Khristo was silent. Just so, Omorayev said, and patted him affectionately on the shoulder. A cab dropped them off in front of a tiny nightclub called Jardin des Colombes, the Garden of Doves, in a cellar near Montparnasse. One panel of the mirrored wall opened onto a long corridor full of turnings that led to a small steam room. They were the only patrons. An old woman took their clothes and gave them towels, turned the steam vent up, and shuffled away. They had reached the nightclub in the last hour of the afternoon, as twilight gathered in the side streets, already late for work at the brasserie. Omorayev wiped the sweat from his shaven head and waved concern aside. "You are with me," he said grandly, "so you need not worry. Marco will get everything under way, and Papa Heininger never shows his face until 10. Relax, my boy. Relax. You'll work plenty in this life. Breathe deeply. Take the steam inside yourself. Let it cleanse this dirty city from your heart. Ah, Nico, I was meant to live a country life, a little farm, a little wife, someplace in the mountains where the birds sing at night." "Birds don't sing at night, Yadya." "On my place they would." "Will you permit me to advise you on this matter?" "No. Nico, no, please. Don't spoil this lovely steam." Khristo sighed and lay back on the bench until his head rested comfortably against the wall. The wood was spongy and soft from years of steam. Every man has a destiny, he thought, and this must be mine. Everyone in Vidin believed that life worked in that way. A man might kick and thrash and struggle all he liked. It counted for nothing. The old Turkish saying had it right. So it is written, so it shall be. Even now his mind toyed and played with the building on the Opera. The elevator, the hallways, time of day, a crush of people, where a car would go, how many couriers could be taken. If he read Omorayev properly, the crime was a gesture of politics. Very well, a small act would suffice. Just pray God there was not a river of greed running silently beneath the enterprise. That would make it dangerous. The Russians would not trust their couriers, of course. Their consignments would be small. There would be watchers. They bled the gold wherever in the world they could get their needle in, and there was no point in turning it into rubles. Dollars, pounds sterling, Swiss francs, that's what they would want. With that, one might actually buy something. There was so much timing to do. Did they wait at the embassy to send the next courier until the last returned, or was it a telephone signal? Oh, why did not some great devil come to the surface of the world and suck them back to hell? Alexandra, we must fly. A little refreshment? Something to drink, perhaps? He opened his eyes. No, thank you. You think too much, Nico. You'll wear out your brains if you're not careful. Omorayev stood, adjusted the towel at his waist, walked to the opposite wall and knocked twice, then returned to the bench. I have arranged a small entertainment, he said, a slight edge to his voice. Just something among friends, men of the world. You understand? Oh, God. Whores, he thought. Omorayev went too far. What he didn't need in his life right now was a dose of the ferocious Parisian clap. I understand perfectly, he said in what he hoped was a soothing voice.
Let Omareyev disport himself as he would. He had agreed to enough stupidity for one day, job or no job. One could always unload trucks at the market. The door opened, and 2 naked boys appeared, perhaps 14, dark, sullen-faced, possibly Arab. "Ah," Omareyev said lightly, "golden youth." One of the boys walked toward Khristo and sat on his knee. "Get off," he said. The boy did not move for a moment, then stood obediently. "Dear Nico, I fear I have insulted you." "Of course not. Every man to his pleasure." "Yes, yes," Omareyev said. He took the other boy by the waist and turned him back and front like an artist contemplating a sculpture. "Perhaps next time, little one," he said, dismissing him with a wave. "We must be paid," the boy said coldly in guttural French. "You will be paid," Omareyev said. His voice sounded, for a moment, faded, used up. The boys left the room. Omareyev lay back against the wall and closed his eyes. "So, you see, Nico, my boy, gold is everything." The Brasserie Heininger was quite mad that night. Khristo virtually ran from the moment he put on the waiter's uniform until the first light of dawn. It was a sumptuous place. One ascended a white marble staircase to find red plush banquettes, polished mirrors trimmed in thick gold leaf, and burnished copper lamps turned down to a soft glow. The brasseries had been started by competing beer breweries at the turn of the century, and they retained a Victorian flavor, each one designed to be that ever-so-slightly vulgar place where one could behave in an ever-so-slightly vulgar way. A place where a glass of champagne might find its way down a daring cleavage. The waiters were blind to it, their expressions unchanging grins. "Be merry," Papa Heininger insisted. They were always on the move, carrying silver platters of crayfish, grilled sausage, salmon in aspic. It was all far too overdone to be anything but deliciously cheap, a place to let your hair down. That night they had singing Germans, a table of 14 heavy red faces bawling out dueling songs as shoulders were thumped and backs thwacked with huge glee. They had an attempted suicide in the ladies' room. A Portuguese countess slashed her shoulder with the scissors, then howled for assistance before her dress was ruined. This was followed by a brief but excellent fistfight between 2 wine brokers from Bordeaux. 2 American heiresses indulged themselves in a hair-pulling contest, something to do with a husband, one gathered from the accompanying shrieks. His Most Royal Highness, the Prince of Bahadur, descended the long staircase on his backside, a series of breathtaking bumps that ended with His Highness roaring with laughter, thank God, on the floor of the lobby. A night of madness, Khristo thought. Spring was coming. War was coming. Perhaps nothing mattered very much. At dawn, in the room, Alexandra sat pensively by the closed shutters, grey light spilling over her small breasts, the smoke from her cigarette rising lazily in the still air. Very quietly he probed to see if he might get another job. There was no question of staying at Heininger if he denied Omareyev assistance. The padron system demanded favors in return for favors. That was just the way life was. But the search proved useless. Paris was a village, in some ways no bigger than Vidin. Everybody knew everybody, through some connection or other, so if it happened that you were not known, you did not exist. The peculiar French mentality, a system of locks and gates and weirs, so joyously flowing in the matter of sexual undertakings, was, in the area of jobs and money, as the proprietor of a small bistro on the Rue de Rennes put it, plus serré qu'un cul de guénon, tighter than a monkey's backside. Who were you, they wanted to know. They hired, it seemed, only cousins, first cousins. Before word of his research could reach Omorayev, he gave it up, and went to work. Not committed to it, not really, expecting along the way the usual impossibilities that snagged the vast percentage of all proposed clandestine actions. Ozunov at Arbat Street had cautioned 9 times out of 10 the answer will be no, and of course you'll not be given any such thing as a reason. But so artfully fickle was the life of 1937, it seemed to Khristo, that the great snag absolutely refused to reveal itself. The operational people turned up by Omorayev were not at all the corps of baboons he'd feared. In fact, they did quite well. Pazar, the cab driver, perhaps an Armenian, or a Turk. Justine, the stunning French wife of a Russian chocolatier. Ivan Donchev, a quaint old gentleman born in Sofia who had lived 40 years in Paris, a retired bookkeeper who wore a rosebud in his lapel every day of his life. He ran them under a cover that was marginal at best, but you couldn't just tell people what was going on. It would give them, if nothing else, a story for the flicks if everything went entirely to hell. He presented himself as a confidential agent in the employ of a man who ran a courier service. The couriers had taken to dawdling, visiting their mistresses or gambling or drinking or something. One had to know. Therefore, these couriers would be closely observed on their routes. The story fooled nobody, of course, but it was there if they wanted it. In his heart he had to admit that he was happy in the work. He was slightly horrified to find it so, but there was no denying what he felt. The incessant groveling of his job as a waiter had begun to grate on him, and he could foresee a time when he would come to hate it. Alexandra noted the change immediately. Her barometer was perilously accurate. "You seem awfully pleased these days," she remarked, head canted at an inquisitive angle. "Perhaps you have another lover? Surely her bottom is cuter than mine." Such impossibilities were duly and demonstratively denied, but she'd sensed that something was going on. "I'm thinking of starting a business," he told her. Oh? Did he think that rubbing shoulders with Café Society made him one of them? No, nothing like that. He wished to better himself. "Ah," she said. She believed she had some facility in the making of fashionable chapeaux, perhaps a small store in a reasonably good neighborhood where she could set up as a milliner. Her chum Liliane had done that very thing. Her friend had arranged it. The bookstore was boring. The beards breathed Marxist endearments in her face. It was dusty among the shelves. She sneezed. Her wage was a humiliation. A business would get them out of this room into something more suitable. She would learn to cook. She would have a fat bébé. In no time at all, they would be the most grand of bourgeoises. At which point she laughed wildly and grabbed the tip of his nose so hard in her savage little fist that his eyes wept and he knocked her hand away. "What are you doing, petit chou?" she asked, hard as nails and smart as a whip. "Money," he said. "It concerns money." She lit a cigarette and turned away. "Well, then," she said. But he knew she meant to find out the truth of it. There were 4 couriers moving from the Soviet embassy to the Florio gold repository. They had no schedule, though charts were endlessly drawn up that clocked them and their visits. The operation seemed to him a hurried one. That made sense. What with Stalin and Nyazhov attacking the kulaks, the ongoing purges turning up treasure troves in walls and chimneys, and the infusion of Spanish bullion, there was a great deal of gold that needed converting. The observers were extremely faithful. Pazar sat by the hour in his cab, even when customers in the rain beat on his doors with umbrella handles and called him every sort of scoundrel. Justine shopped herself to exhaustion, wearing out 2 pairs of shoes but never once complaining. Old Ivan bought coffees for his cronies in a café across the street until he had to submit a plea for funds, and what oceans of l'Express did to his digestive system, a gentleman would not care to describe. They called the couriers A, B, C, and D. B was a sad-looking fellow with heavy jowls and downcast eyes, nicknamed Boris by the observers. He seemed to all of them so terribly unhappy, as though someone he'd loved had died. He stared at the ground as he carried his satchel through the streets, apparently caught up in a dialogue that went on in his mind. Sometimes his lips actually moved. To test his personality, Khristo ran a prostitute at him one afternoon in the Rue de la Paix as he returned from making a drop at Fleuriot. But Boris merely snarled under his breath and avoided her with a wide swerve. Apparently the job would have to be done right on the street. The couriers were chained to their satchels, but a small channel-lock bolt-cutter could sever the chain quickly enough. Otherwise, things went more or less well. There were the normal irritations, of course, especially the grave communications problem they experienced. Khristo determined at that point that one simply could not be any sort of spy in France, because it was impossible to use the telephones. But all in all, there was nothing very troubling unless you counted the ham sandwiches. They all had to eat while on the job, and soon discovered that the grand establishments of l'Opéra itself would quickly deplete the operations fund provided by Omaraev. But Pazar found a family café hidden away in a side street where a reasonable ham sandwich could be obtained, eaten on the premises or carried away. Khristo had lunch there in the second week of April, and the proprietress made an offhand remark that rang a bell. "Suddenly all the world eats ham sandwiches. One can hardly keep the stuff in stock anymore." Someone else, it seemed, was eating ham sandwiches. But he couldn't spot them, though he gave it a try, and he hadn't the personnel to run surveillance on the gold repository and the café, so he gave up and left it a question mark. Since the intelligence craft ran so close to life, it was subject to life's coincidences. Thus one had to be a good soldier and march ahead, no matter how the hair on the back of the neck might rise. Spring came, the third week in April. Blue rain slanted against the building facades, and water streamed down the gutters. The parks smelled of earth when the sun came out for a moment, and a great unvoiced sigh seemed to rise from the city as a green cloud of buds appeared on the trees lining the boulevards. Alexandra took her entire 2-week salary off to the pawn shop and emerged with a radio that worked like a bad mule if you beat it. The radio stations competed with one another to intensify the seasonal torment, sending out the saddest songs imaginable from Piaf and the other café singers. Khristo discovered one station that played, sometimes, American jazz, and they listened to Billie Holiday and Teddy Wilson's I Must Have That Man, and Artie Shaw's sinuous Begin the Begin. Such music made both of them feel sexy and ineffably sad in the same moment, and they made love like lovers in Gothic novels. Meanwhile, the city's deep political malaise, its sense of doom, was now conjoined with the pangs of April, and some were overheard to call this time our final spring. In the mornings, Khristo smoked gitanes and collated observer reports to the sound of the pattering rain. He could find no firm structure in the courier system. They were never together. They took the same route from embassy to repository and home again. The walk took about 14 minutes. Once at the Fleuriot repository, the couriers were held up for 20 minutes or so for the inevitable clerical ceremonies, a highly developed French specialty, then took another 14 minutes to return. During the 48-minute round trip, other couriers sometimes started off on their routes, but all 4 had never yet operated simultaneously. He studied the covert photographs his operatives had taken. 4 unremarkable men in baggy suits, probably armed. To take one of them would not be too difficult. A kidnapping off the street by hooded toughs. If they found a safe place to hold him, they might reasonably wait the remainder of the 48 minutes to see if another courier started out. but each variation on the theme would, of course, substantially increase the danger. There would be police, a lot of them, and they would arrive quickly. For the finale of the surveillance, old Ivan was sent to the top floor of the building with a pair of gold candlesticks while one of the Russians was subjected to the clerical hocus-pocus. Ivan attempted to haggle over the price and made a thorough pest of himself for a time sufficient to observe an exchange through the security grill, then took his candlesticks and went off in a huff. The banknotes were delivered en paquet, but the Russian, the sorrowful Boris as it happened, insisted on counting the money, and Ivan had silently counted right along with him. It came out to more than 90,000 francs. At the equivalent of $14.28 U.S. an ounce, the European standard, he had converted almost 20 pounds of gold. One wet afternoon, Khristo walked with Omorayev in the Parc Monceau, two black umbrellas moving slowly along the gravelled path, and reported to him at length, gave him a summary of his findings and a set of photographs. After some desultory conversation, they shook hands and parted. At the gate to the park, a blind veteran, the breast of his old corporal's tunic covered with medals, stood silently in the drizzle, holding a mess kit plate before him. Khristo put a 1-franc coin in the plate, and the man thanked him solemnly, in an educated voice. He had an hour before work, so he bought a Figaro and stopped in a cafe and ordered a coffee. He put a sugar lump on a miniature spoon, lowered it just beneath the layer of tan foam, and watched it break into tiny crystals. He was glad the business for Omorayev was done with. He believed he'd carried it off reasonably well without getting his hands too dirty. From here on, they were on their own. The surfaces of the cafe windows were steamy. People going by in the streets looked like shadows. The front pages of Le Figaro were dense with reports of a world in flames. Japanese bombers taking a terrible toll of the Chinese population in Manchuria. The Spanish city of Guernica virtually obliterated by the German pilots of the Condor Legion. Nazi stormtroopers in Berlin standing outside Jewish-owned department stores with rubber stamps and ink pads and forcing shoppers to have their foreheads stamped. Mussolini had made a major speech in Libya voicing Italian support for Islamic objectives. Bertrand Russell had advised the British public to treat German invaders as tourists, stating, "The Nazis would find some interest in our way of living, I think, and the starch would be taken out of them." The local news concentrated on the particularly horrible murder of an Austrian refugee up in Montmartre. The refugee, Hugo Leitzer, had been a resident of one of the cheap hotels in the district used almost exclusively by prostitutes. At 4 p.m, he was seen to stagger through the lobby with an ice pick driven fully into his chest. He had managed to run out into the street, where he'd collapsed to his knees and pulled the weapon out as cars swerved around him. A heavy man in his 40s, wearing a sailor's sweater, had run out of the hotel, retrieved the ice pick, and stabbed Leitzer at least 6 times before the eyes of horrified onlookers. By the time police arrived, the man had disappeared, and Leitzer had bled to death. The story was accompanied by a passport photo of Leitzer. It was Karenyi, the blonde Hungarian from Esztergom, known as Plowboy, who had trained with Khristo at Arbat Street. He was exhausted when he got back to the room the following morning. He peeled off his clothes and dropped them on a chair, then slid carefully under the covers so as not to wake Alexandra. But she was only pretending to sleep. "You are so late," she said. "I fell asleep waiting. It's madness there. Everyone orders champagne at dawn, with strawberries. Of course the old man doesn't chase them away. He shakes them by the ankles to make the last sou fall out." "Strawberries? In April?" "From a greenhouse." "Like roses." "Yes, the price too is like roses." "Did you bring me some? You may feed them to me in bed." Sorry, the patrons ate every last one.
Swine.
They pay the rent.
Little enough. They live like kings, we crawl in the dust.
Alexandra.
I'll say anything I like.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Final warning.
I tremble with fear. You shall... Now, get your...
Bad little girls.
Help. Stop.
He very nearly did. Would have, had she not let him know, silently, that she wished to be courteously ravaged. How she owned him. He marveled at it, rejoiced in it even as their mood, their simultaneous appetite, began to shift. Next, she was hungry. It meant they had to get dressed all over again and go out in the rain, joining the early workers in the cafe on the corner. Every eye went to Alexandra as they entered. She peered out at the world from beneath a yellow straw hat, a boater with circular crown and flat brim, wore a green wool muffler looped around her neck, and was lost in the immensity of Khristo's sheepskin jacket while he made do with a heavy sweater. To top it off, she was smoking a thin gold Turkish cigarette. The working men in the cafe acknowledged her entrance with great affection. She was so titi, the classic Parisian street urchin given to storm-blown passions, yet impossibly adorable. Towing her coatless lover into a cafe so early in the rainy morning, so delighted with her own eccentricity, yet so vulnerable, blonde shag hanging down to her eyes, that every one of them felt obliged to desire her. For she was, if only for a moment, some girl they'd once loved. Khristo and Alexandra seated themselves at a small table by the window, shivering as the warm air drove out the chill, inhaling the luxurious morning fog of strong coffee, tobacco smoke, and bread. 2 breakfasts, please, Khristo said to the owner when she came out from behind the bar. She was back in a moment with bowls of milky coffee, a flute, the slimmest loaf with the most crust cut into rounds, and saucers of white butter and peach jam. It took both hands to hold the coffee. They polished that off in short order and ordered 2 more. "Pauvre," said the owner from behind the bar, meaning you poor starving things, a fine Parisian irony twinkling in her tight smile. It was her divine right as propriétaire of the café to make fun of them a little. "I know why you're so hungry." To the second breakfast she added, unbidden, 2 steaming bowls of soup. Last night's, no doubt, and all the better for having aged. When these did not appear on the bill, Khristo began to thank her, but she tossed his gratitude away with a flip of the hand. It was her right to feed them, to play a small role in their love affair. These were some of the sacred perquisites of the profession, to be dispensed at her whim. Alexandra took his hand on the way back to the room, tugged him off in a new direction just before they reached the door of their building, steered him to a small park in the neighborhood, but it was too wet to sit down. When he pointed this out, she accused him of being unromantic. He sighed and went off to a tabac and returned with a newspaper, which he divided and placed on the wet bench. She took his hand again as they sat with the rain misting down on them. "We will certainly catch cold," he said. "Lovers don't care about a little rain," she said. He turned her face toward him and kissed her on the lips. "I am in love," he said softly, sliding his arm beneath the sheepskin coat and circling her waist. "But I am getting wet. Some ferocious Bulgar you turn out to be, whose ancestors rode the steppes. Those were Mongols." "Oh? Well, then what did the ferocious Bulgars do?" "Stay dry," he said, "when they could." Back in the room, they rubbed each other dry with the rough towels the landlady provided for a few francs extra each week. Khristo looked up as heavy footsteps moved down the corridor past their door. Who was that? He was used to the light step of the spinster, a retired piano teacher who had rented the room at the end of the hall. "A new tenant," Alexandra said. "Mademoiselle Beckmann has gone to join her sister in Rennes." "Oh?" "Yes. Madame told me yesterday when she came for the rent. The new lodger is called Dodin. I saw him move in. He walks like an ox." "He looks like one as well," He is broad, white as a door, and he has big red hands like a butcher. He tipped his hat to me." "He sounds strange." She shrugged. "Sit down and I will dry your hair. God made you too tall." He sat on the bed while she rubbed his head with a towel. "He is just a man who lives in rooms," she said. "So do I." "Well, he is the sort who does. I mean, you just happen to." "Perhaps we should find another room." "Because of Dodin?" "No, not exactly. A change of scene, perhaps." "I like it here," she said. "It is ours." "As long as he doesn't bother you." "Don't worry about that." She adjusted his head by pulling on his ears. "I am used to big oxes." She had small breasts. They moved as she dried his hair, and he touched them. "Be good," she said, wriggling away from his hands, but he pulled her down on the bed next to him, and when she began to say the sort of things that always provoked him, when she began to tease him, he stopped her and made love to her in a way that was not their usual fashion. He made love to her from the heart. And when it was over, she had tears in her eyes, and he held her so tightly that his hands hurt. On the first day of May, the weather sparkled, bright blue and perfect, a day just barely warm enough to leave one's coat at home. Ivan Donchev set his Homburg at the proper angle and gave the bottom of his vest a final tug. In the hallway mirror his image was precisely as he wished. An older gentleman, but well-kept, shoulders set square, chin held high. He had only a minor role in the day's drama, but he meant to play it flawlessly and with style. Outside his apartment building he stopped at the flower cart and bought his usual rosebud, white for today, and adjusted it carefully in his buttonhole. He considered a taxi, but it was May Day, and many of the drivers would be marching. Huge demonstrations and parades were expected in central Paris. Busloads of police had been drawn up since before dawn in the side streets off the Rue de Rivoli. So he walked. It took him more than 2 hours, but he enjoyed every minute, flirting with the passing ladies, patting the occasional dog, swimming easily in the stream of city life as he had done for 40 years. He barely remembered Sofia, where he had grown to manhood, yet distance and time had somehow contrived to strengthen his patriotism. Besides, one could not exactly say no to Omarayev. When something went awry in the émigré community, Dyadya was the court of last resort and almost always found a way to put things right. Thus he was not a man to be casually turned aside. Just after 3 p.m., Ivan Donchev took up his position on the Place de l'Opéra, in front of Lancel, its windows superbly decorated with gold and silver and bakelite jewelry, nesting among dozens of spring scarves. When the door opened, one could smell perfume. He quite loved this store, though its merchandise was well beyond his means. The women who swept in and out of its doors were delicious, he thought, each one showing off her own special flair. He was, for women in general, a very good audience, offering now and again an appreciative nod and a tip of the hat, which sometimes drew a smile in return. Some blocks away, in the direction of the Rue de Rivoli, he could hear snatches of song and the occasional roar, quite muted by the time it reached his ears, of a huge crowd. Now and then the high-low song of a police siren cut through the low rumble of the marchers. Omarayev had, he was certain, chosen to act on May Day for 2 reasons: the evident symbolic value, as well as the fact that police cars would be well snarled up by the demonstrations. He strolled back and forth in front of the store, glancing at his watch, a man anticipating the reappearance of a woman occupied with shopping. He looked about him discreetly, but could identify none of his confederates. That was all to the good, he thought. It indicated a professional approach to the matter. At 16 minutes past the hour, the man he awaited came toward him from the Rue de la Paix. His mouth grew dry, and he felt his heart accelerate. Be calm, he told himself. What he had to do was simple. There was no question of making a mistake. The man with the black satchel moved at the pace of pedestrian traffic. He seemed, as always, terribly morose. He slumped, his shoulders sagged, his jowls drooped, his eyes were lost behind thick, ill-fitting eyeglasses. Well, he would be even less happy in a moment, Ivan thought. As the courier walked past him, Ivan gathered his wits and rehearsed himself one final time. He let the man go by, waited as he gained some small distance, then ran after him at a trot. "Wait a moment," he called out in Russian, waving his hand. The man hesitated, paused, then looked over his shoulder at Ivan, hurrying to catch up with him. "Please, sir, a moment," Ivan called. From a taxi parked by the curb and from the doorway of a restaurant, two men appeared. He had never seen them before, but there was no mistaking their trade. They were thick, bulky men who moved gracefully. One of them grabbed the courier's left arm. The courier swung his satchel. A woman screamed. Several people started running. The other man grabbed the satchel, but the Russian was strong and swung him around. Ivan stood motionless, watching the drama. The three men struggled for a moment, all tangled up with one another, it seemed. A loud voice demanded that the police appear at once. A woman coming out of Lancel lost a shoe, then stood hopping on one foot, trying to put it back on. From the driver's seat of the taxi, a hand appeared, holding an automatic pistol. There was a flash and a crack, then another, then 3 or 4 more in rapid succession. The courier leaped into the air as Ivan watched, transfixed. Then a bee stung him in the armpit, and he began backing away hurriedly. What a moment for such a thing to happen! He saw the courier on the sidewalk, a handful of pamphlets sprayed across his chest, his satchel gone. The other 2 men were disappearing into the taxi as Ivan turned away and trotted off. A siren approached in the distance. He was, at this point, supposed to go home. But he didn't feel well. His left arm was numb, and he had now come to realize what had happened to him. Still, it couldn't be terribly serious, and the most pressing need at the moment was to remove himself from the immediate area. There was a small cinema just off the avenue, and he paid and went in, letting the usher guide him to a seat on the aisle and remembering to tip him. Of the movie he could make little sense. A man and a woman lived in poverty on a barge that sailed up and down the River Loire. They were lovers, but the anguish of the times was driving them apart. The girl was called Sylvie. She had hooded eyes and a down-curved, unhappy mouth. When she lit a cigarette, she watched the match burn almost to her fingertips before blowing it out. This she did continually. Her lover was called Bruno. Was he German? A rough sort who wore a sleeveless undershirt and a neck-scarf. Only one thing interested him, that was clear. But he was too much the primitive for Sylvie, a barbarian who thought himself clever. Ivan kept moving about in the seat, trying to get comfortable. His skin felt clammy, and there was a hot point beneath his shoulder-blade that seemed to move about, as though the bee had burrowed well in and was now building a hive. He checked his watch. Amazing. Only 15 minutes since he had hailed the courier. Much too soon to be out on the street. He settled himself back in the seat and tried to concentrate on the film. A vagabond, a stooped old man with a wild beard, had joined the couple. Sylvie kept staring at him from a distance as though she had encountered him in a past life. Bruno noticed this but said nothing about it. He drank wine with the vagabond, who began to tell a story about a traveling circus. The movie was definitely making him drowsy. A dog at the edge of the river barked at the moon. The vagabond cleaned his nails with a long knife. Bruno grabbed Sylvie by the arm, and the camera showed his fingers pressing into her skin. It didn't matter much to Ivan. His chin kept dropping onto his chest. Then he would snap awake. The idea of an old man sleeping in a movie house in the middle of the afternoon was very depressing, simply not the sort of thing he would do. But there seemed to be no way to avoid it. They didn't find him until after midnight, when an usher came down the aisle to wake him up, and couldn't. On his way to work, Khristo saw the headlines. Diplomat soviet assassiné. La mort a visité l'opéra. Jour du mai et jour du mort pour diplomat soviet. There were photographs. It took him a moment to recognize Boris, a dark shape tossed carelessly on a grey pavement. He stood in a small crowd in front of the kiosk and read the secondary headlines and lead paragraphs. Trotskyist pamphlets had been found on the body of Dmitry Myagin, assistant cultural attaché at the Soviet embassy. Ivan Donchev, a Bulgarian citizen, but long a resident of the city, had been discovered dead of a gunshot wound in a movie theater near the site of the assassination. The DST, the French Internal Security Service, was treating the death as associated with the Myagin shooting. All émigré groups in the city would be questioned regarding the incident. An anarchist splinter party, LEC, Liberté, Égalité, Communauté, had claimed credit for the action. The Soviet ambassador, in a written statement, had decried violence and murder in the streets and lawlessness in general as maladies of an oppressive capitalist system. What would be said to the grieving widow, the fatherless children? Khristo, standing in the sunlight, went cold. Fools, who could not accomplish a simple street robbery without killing. And old Ivan, what in God's name had Omorayev been thinking of to permit an innocent like that in the vicinity of an action? The assassins reportedly fled in a taxi. Was that Pazar? In his own taxi, perhaps? It was unspeakable. Nobody could be that stupid. There had been a good chance that a simple, quiet robbery might not even have been reported by the Russians. One little crime was nothing compared to their obsession with gold, for it would have imperiled the operation at Floriot. But murder in front of witnesses in the middle of the afternoon in a good neighborhood with obvious Balkan overtones, that would stir up the newspapers for weeks, and the police would be forced into making a serious effort. And the searching finger, he knew, would be scratching at his door soon enough. The Russians would find a way to break into the investigation. The Paris NKVD residency surely had its friends in the DST. Perhaps his passport photo was being studied by the police right now. His assumed identity would not hold up under scrutiny. Omorayev had seen through it easily enough. In addition, the death of Karenyi on a Montmartre street still gnawed at him. He wasn't at all the type to look for a fight in a whorehouse. He, too, might have defected from Spain or wherever they had sent him after Arbat Street and hidden out in Paris. If the man who'd killed him was a Spetsbureau assassin, evidence pointed to a desire for publicity. An ice pick. The Russians knew all about newspapers. Perhaps they were sending a message, trying to panic other fugitives in Paris. Perhaps they had succeeded. He was ice-cold, but a droplet of sweat ran down his side, and there was a claw in his stomach. He had money, hidden in the light fixture in the hallway outside his room. Perhaps they could run. Where? Into Germany? Into Spain? That was madness. Holland, then? Or Belgium? Very well, then what? They would have to work soon enough. That meant permits, and police, and no Omorayev to smooth the way. But if the murder of Karenyi had been NKVD work, and the more he thought about it, the more he knew he had to make that assumption. It was intended to flush the game, to make the rabbits run. Thus, if he ran, he was playing into their hands. They would snap him up. And he knew what came next. By the time he was pounding up the Rue du Bac, a few blocks from Heininger, the blackness had come down upon him hard. Everything he had so carefully pieced together, from love and work and a few tenuous dreams, was trembling in the wind. How flimsy it was, he thought, built on sand. How he had deluded himself that he could make what he wanted out of his life. It wasn't so. "Dear boy!" He stopped dead and looked for the voice. It came from an open two-seater, a forest green Morgan parked at the curb. Recognition arrived a moment later. The reddish hair swept across the noble brow, cool eyes shadowed with dark makeup. The man who had given him his card at Winnie Beale's birthday party on the Rue de Varennes. "Hello there, Nick. Come sit with us a minute, will you?" It wasn't precisely a request. He walked around the back of the car and climbed in. The upholstery on the bucket seat was worn smooth with time and care and smelled like old leather. "Roger Fitzware, remember me?" They shook hands. "Yes," he said, "at Madame Beale's house." "You are going to come round and get your picture took, you bad boy." Khristo shrugged. "I am sorry," he said simply. "No matter, no matter. Everybody's so blasted busy these days, even old Nick, eh?" "Yes, even now I was going to work." "Oh, let's steal a minute, shall we? First of all, you must say congratulations." "Congratulations, Mr. Fitzware." "Plain Roddy, dear boy, and I thank you. Seems I've got me a job, of all things. The old family back in Sussex would absolutely perish from the shock if they heard, but there it is." "I am glad for you." Thank you, thank you. Sort of a society column kind of thing, it seems. Fellow wasn't all that clear about it. Just a few tidbits, dear boy, he says. The odd item, you know. Who's been with who, and what did they do, and what did they say, and so on and so forth. You know the sort of thing." "Yes, I think so. Bits. That's it. And from me you want—" "Tidbits, dear boy, just as you said. You're in the way of finding out all sorts of things, aren't you? One goes here and one goes there, and one finds old Nick chopping up a salmon, eh? It's a natural, that's what I say. Here you are, having to listen to every sort of prattle all day and half the night. Now, here's the chance to make the odd frank at it. Oh, say yes, Nick, I'd be truly grateful." "I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzware, I must not do such things. My job—" "Dear boy, don't even think it. You must, you know, really, you must." Khristo, not Nick the waiter at all, gave him a long look. Fitzware sat casually, half-turned, at the wheel of the Morgan, his dark blue blazer, double-breasted and stoutly made, hung perfectly, and the striped tie meant something, though Khristo wasn't sure exactly what. A man who had everything he wanted, yet his face was tense and pale. In fear, evidently, that he would receive no tidbits. "I must?" "Yes, well, damn it all, Nick, there it is. You must." "Be your spy, you mean?" "Dear boy, such language." "But that is what you mean. Who goes in bed with who? What people say when they drink too much? Who doesn't pay their bill at the restaurant? That is what you want from me. And you will pay for it." Fitzware, in one fluid motion, produced a thin pack of 100-franc notes from somewhere, laid it on Khristo's knee, and patted it twice. "Smart lad," he said, in a voice entirely different from the one he always used. Khristo picked up the banknotes, wet the tip of his thumb, counted them, there were 20, folded the sheaf twice to make it a thick wad, then reached across the car and stuffed the money in the breast pocket of Fitzware's blazer. "Well, now you've surprised me, Nick, and you can't imagine how difficult it is to surprise me." His eyes were wide and unmoving like an insulted cat. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzware, but I must go to work now. Last thing. Have a look in the glove box, will you?" Khristo turned the knob, and the wooden panel fell open. There was an envelope lying flat on the felt interior. He opened it up and looked at the photograph. Saw himself sitting on a wooden bench, wearing only a towel, with a naked boy on his knee. "Shocking, eh? Not to worry, Nick. Your little secret is safe with me. On y soit qui mal y pense, and all that. Love makes the world go round, variety the spice of life. Dear boy, one couldn't guess what goes on in wicked old Paris." Khristo smiled, stopped himself just short of open laughter. "Omareyev is yours?" "Oh, who is anybody's anymore, really. Just let friends do each other favors now and again. Makes the wheels run smooth." He handed the photograph to Fitzware. "To remember me, you keep this, dear boy," he said. "Don't you realize this trick works, Mr. Fitzware, only if there is somebody to show the picture to? Who will you show? Omareyev? Papa Heininger? What would he think of you to take such a picture? Or perhaps my lover? She would be surprised, perhaps, or a little sad, maybe, or she might laugh. With her, you see, it's hard to tell. Goodbye." He got out of the car and closed the door carefully. walked away leisurely down the street. "Damn your eyes," he heard behind him. Again, not the usual nasal whine, not at all. Real British fury. A voice he'd never, in fact, heard before. The heat of it surprised him. At Heininger, a few minutes after 5, he saw Omareyev enter the restaurant, a newspaper folded under his arm. His face was rigid. Khristo stared at him, but he refused to make eye contact. The regular patrons who filtered in just before midnight were excited by the news of the moment, and the waiters found themselves momentary celebrities. "Uh-oh, here comes Nick. Quick, everybody, under the table." He grinned at them tolerantly and shook his head, these grinning aristocrats who kidded him with their hands formed into children's revolvers. In honor of the assassination, they called out "Na zdrovia" as they guzzled their champagne and tried on a variety of Eastern European accents for his benefit. Omareyev stood at attention before the roast with a long knife, directing an assistant to wrap up a nice fatty rib for the deerhound of a favored customer, and accepted the tireless joshing with a thin smile. Later that night, he sliced his thumb to the bone and had to be taken off to a doctor. As Khristo hurried to and from the kitchen, his mind wandered among the small, insignificant events of the past week. Simply, there were too many of them. He felt like a blind man in a room full of cobwebs. There was Dodin, the new lodger, the blind veteran in the Parc Monceau with an educated, cultured voice, wearing a corporal's tunic. Small things, ordinarily not worthy of notice. The death of Karenyi. Sad, surely, and perhaps without meaning. The clumsiness of the gold theft, ineptitude could be, he knew, an effective mask for intentions of great subtlety. He feared that something was gathering around him, strand by delicate strand, and that, when its presence was at last manifest, it would be one instant too late to run for freedom. At 3:30 in the morning he went home, walking quickly, head down. Reaching his building, he felt a stab of panic, foreknowledge, and rushed up the stairs to the room. He threw open the door to find darkness and silence. He was silhouetted, framed in the doorway, and he flinched, moved sideways against the wall, just as the timed light in the hallway went off with a pop. In total blackness, he closed his eyes in concentration and raised his hands before him. He could hear, faintly, the sound of labored breathing. A match flared, and a candle came to life. Alexandra, dark under white skin, glowing amber in the tiny flame, moved toward him in a trance. A piece of rope was knotted low on her waist. She stared at him blindly, lips drawn back, teeth exposed. As in a dream, her hand reached out, fingers curved into talons, and she spoke very slowly, in English shaded by the harsh accents of the Balkans. "Welcome to my castle," she said. Later, as he lay awake in the tangled bedding, he heard the heavy footsteps of the new lodger as he walked down the corridor. The next day, and for a week thereafter, in the section of Le Figaro where various bureaux de matrimony listed the virtues of their clients, the following advertisement appeared. Number 344. Monsieur B.F., a prosperous gentleman owning 82.5 hectares of farmland in the Auvergne, wishes to meet a woman of honesty and sincerity. Monsieur B.F. is recently widowed and quite youthful in appearance, and will treat all inquiries with discretion. Please write, describing desirable arrangements for meeting, to number 344, Bureau de Matrimony, Vigo, 60 Rue Saint-Martin. He received 4 responses. The first 3 were handwritten notes on inexpensive formal paper. Annette scented hers with eau de violette and would meet him for tea at the house of her mother. Françoise, age 39, wrote in purple ink, including precise directions to her family home near Port d'Ivry. Susie suggested dinner at any restaurant of good standing he might choose. The 4th letter, was typed. Ilya would be pleased to meet him on the third Sunday in June at 2 p.m. at the Père Lachaise cemetery by the crypt of Maria Walewska, Napoleon's Polish mistress. Moving down the gravel paths among the black-clad French families, a small bunch of anemones in his hand, he saw Ilya Goldman standing contemplatively by the Walewska tomb, a small, grey, temple-like structure with an iron railing across the front. Even from a distance, Khristo could see the changes. Formerly boyish and exuberant, Ilya had grown older than his years. He wore a well-cut suit with a wide handkerchief in the breast pocket, a soft grey fedora, and a black mourner's armband. His hands were clasped behind his back. Up close there were lines of fatigue around his eyes, and when Ilya greeted him, they spoke Russian as always, he seemed to animate his face with effort. They shook hands warmly, embraced, then spent a moment without words, staring together at the Walewska tomb. "Well, then," Ilya said at last, "what is the report from Shoemaker?" "Shoemaker?" "Yes, we are using professions lately for operational names, even banker and moneylender. Out of deference to me, I think the latter is not simply due." "Ah, who am I, then?" "A countess of obscure origin and terribly poor, alas, with a French fascist for a lover, naturally. Very gamey stuff. Their views on love-making are quite unusual. You would enjoy reading about it." "You've had somebody watching the matrimonials all this time?" "Oh, yes, since the day after you left Spain, in fact. Don't be too flattered, though. We have many hands, and the busier they are kept, the less mischief they cause us." "Ilya, I must ask you, are they getting close to me?" He didn't answer for a time. "They are looking. I can promise you that. Looking hard. But I am not in the Paris residency, you see, and I don't know what they're doing here. For the purposes of Shoemaker, I am permitted to travel. Now, at my residentura, Copenhagen at the moment, but I may be moved any day, you are safe enough. We have a very long list. Since the Yezhovshchina purges, we seem to leak defectors everywhere. Finding them takes a cursed amount of time. And you, how safe are you?" He shrugged. "Who can say? Who can say? They've shot 90% of the army generals, 80% of the colonels. Who will fight the war? There won't be one. Stalin will keep us out of it, I can promise you that. We haven't the officers to fight a war. There are some who say that the doubt cast on the loyalty of the army, generals, plots, and what have you, was in fact the work of German intelligence. Reinhard Heydrich and his so-called intellectual thugs. Quite good they are. Quite good. Meanwhile, on our side, the old guard is just about gone. Berzin, who ran things so well in Spain, was recalled for discussions. He went, thinking that all could be explained. And they killed him, of course. All the Latvians, in fact. Latsis, Peters, the whole crowd. The Czechist Unschlicht is dead. Orlov has defected and is said to be writing a book. A grand house-cleaning has been undertaken. All the Poles, Hungarians, Germans. We're to be quite thoroughly Russian in future. Will they purge Romanians? Like me, you mean? Yes. One would suppose so, though here I am. Hard to say for how long. However, I do not intend to die. And that's where you come in, my friend. The time may come when I will need your help. I sleep a little better having a friend on the outside, someone I can trust, for the day when I have to scamper. You saved my life in Spain. Anything you want, thank you. They realized you had been warned, Maltsayev and his pals. But they stuck that one on Lubin. Did his family connection save him? No, they died too. One is never quite sure which way it will go. Khristo mused for a time, then shook his head. We should kill him, Ilya. Somebody should. Stalin? The great father? Yes. Will you do it, Khristo? Die for the good of all mankind? If I thought one could actually get at him, perhaps I would. By joining the Guards Division or something of that sort. A little late for you to join the Guards Division. He must be insane. A mad dog. No, you are wrong about that. That's what Europe thinks. Those who aren't in love with him. Here he might be mad, but in truth, he is no more than that lovable old character, the wicked peasant. I'm sure you've known one or two. He hits his neighbor on the head, steals his gold, rapes his wife, and burns his house down. Who knows why? If he is reproached, he swears that a fiery angel forced him to do it. They strolled for a time, two acquaintances in mourning, through the maze of pathways lined tightly with the tombs of aristocrats and artists, some of which had received Sunday flowers. "What of the others?" Khristo asked. "Well, Kulik is alive." "Was he arrested?" "No, he was blown up by a mortar shell in the Guadarrama, leading an attack of partisans. The Germans had him for a time, but we found a way to get him out. A Yugoslavian fascist group, the Ustachi, asked to collect him for interrogation. They are Croatian and Kulik is Serbian, and the Germans appreciate such differences, so they released him and we got him back." "How?" "It's our group, this particular band of Ustachi. You know this business, Khristo. One needs a little of everything." "He must be well regarded." "Somebody thinks he might be of use. Otherwise—" "And Voluta?" Ilya paused for a moment. "Probably I shouldn't tell you." "Well, don't if you can't." "No, it doesn't matter. You of course recall that girl, Marika, at Arbat Street. You knew her somewhat, I believe." "Yes." "One day she disappeared. Well, it seems that somebody had hidden a list of the names of the Brotherhood Front of 1934 in a most ingenious place. Scratched on rubber, washed down the sink, but the rubber was just heavy enough to stay caught in the trap. Marika's bad luck was that some fool tried to get rid of a condom in the sink. No doubt the throne was occupied and he was in a hurry. And that stopped it up, but good. Next, an unfortunate miracle, a plumber actually appeared one day and unplugged the drain. He knew what he had, went and barked his head off in the right places, and down came the counterintelligence types. They pinned the thing on Marika, I don't know why, and away she went. Ozunov as well, of course. Later, much later, they found out some other way that it had been Voluta, all along. Now the best part. He was a priest. Part of a Polish nationalist movement called NOV, made up of priests and army officers, not fascists, though Moscow would certainly call them that. Patriots, I think, in a conspiracy to preserve Poland as a national entity. They are very much on our watch list, because they are very dedicated and have enjoyed some significant success. Witness Voluta, he penetrated the Arbat Street training facility, noted every personality and physical description in the place, and then, when he was assigned to the Residentura in Antwerp, simply got off the train and has not been seen since. The problem with this NOV is that it spreads among the priests, outside Poland, among other nationalities. And there is reason to believe that the army officers have made similar connections. This is not exactly the Polish government, you understand, but a conspiracy that hides in its shadow. Thus our assets in Warsaw can do nothing about it. Our friend Voluta is quite a famous priest in Moscow. "My God," Khristo said, truly amazed that he'd been deceived along with everybody else. "I never thought." "He was very much in himself, you'll remember." "Yes, and always helpful, willing to do more than his share." "Priestly, eh? And we suspect that this NOV shares information with Poland's dearest ally, British intelligence. Heaven only knows where it might go from there. I expect we are all quite famous by now." "Where do you think he is?" Ilya smiled and spread his hands to include the entire world. They walked for a time, past the tomb of the Rothschilds, the graves of Daumier and Corot and Proust. "Do you know the Mur des Fédérés?" Ilya asked, standing by the cemetery wall. "No. The last of the Paris communards died here in 1871. They fought all night among the gravestones, then surrendered at dawn. The soldiers put them against this wall, shot them, and buried them in a common grave." "Are you a communist, Yulia? In your heart?" "Oh, yes. Aren't you?" "No. I just want to live my life. To be left alone." There was a moment's silence, then Ilya said, "Now, a matter of some delicacy." They turned and began to walk again, their steps audible on the gravel path. "What is that?" "This business of the assassination of our courier." "On May Day?" "Yes." "What about it?" "The Residentura here is frantic. They are under the gun. Believe me, Moscow is entirely outraged. They've sent in thugs from everywhere, specialists, and activated every net in Paris. So far, no fish." "Perhaps that was why it was done. To see who showed up, to learn from the activity." Ilya looked at him sharply. "The old Khristo," he said. When there was no response, he went on, "Anyhow, they really want to know. What's come in to date is the usual plateful of crumbs: White Russians, phony princes, Cossack doormen, a Mills grenade with Stalin's name painted on it. But Yezhov's not buying any of it. And so, if you should happen to hear something, then what?" "I believe you mentioned being left alone to live your life?" "Yes." "That's what." Khristo spoke carefully. "I asked you earlier if they were getting close to me. Is this your answer?" Ilya shook his head violently, like a wet dog. "No, do not misunderstand me. I said they were looking for you. I don't know they are. I assume it. But you had better assume it as well. A favor might turn the pressure off, though nobody can guarantee it. Not me, not anybody. On the other hand, what have you got to lose?" They talked for an hour after that, reminisced. Arbat Street, Belova, Spain, Yasheritsa, Sasha. Then they parted. Khristo returned to the room. Alexandra wasn't there. It was Sunday. She'd mentioned something about a picnic in the park, but he had talked to Ilya longer than he'd intended. Perhaps she had given up on him and gone to the cinema. That was probably what she'd done, he decided. He waited for her, smoking gitans, watching the square of sky in the window turn slowly from blue to dark blue, from hazy lavender at sunset to the color of dusk, and then to night. At first he expected her to return and waited. Later, for a time, he hoped for it. The hour for him to go to work passed unnoticed. He paced the room, moving from the battered armoire that served as their closet to the open window. He would pause there and look out, sometimes seeing, sometimes not. The shops were closed, their metal shutters pulled down. A few people hurried along the sidewalk, 1 or 2 cars went by. Sunday night, and everyone was locked up in their apartments, hiding from whatever it was they hid from on a Sunday night. He could smell potatoes frying and the damp scents of the Paris street. It was so quiet that sounds of clinking plates and bits of conversation, once a laugh, floated up to him. Then he would turn away from the window, move to the foot of the bed, and back across to the armoire. At one point he opened it, found all her clothing in place, including the white Marlene Dietrich trench coat, a fashion necessity that spring in the city, her pride and joy. But it had been warmish in the afternoon. She could have worn only a sweater. In the drawer of the night table she kept a box of small things she believed to be valuable, bits and pieces, a silver button, an American coin, a cameo of Empress Josephine from a souvenir shop. Her perfume was heavy on the treasures, as though she had once kept the bottle among them. On one of his trips past the small mirror, he discovered a red, angry mark on the skin beside his eye, realized it hurt, realized he had put it there himself. He looked at his hands, knew for a certainty that if he had a gun, he would kill himself. She was lost. He knew. He had lost her. He would not see her again. He lay down on the bed, on his side, and drew his knees up to his chest and pressed his fingers hard against the sides of his head to stop the pain behind his eyes. But they didn't work. Later he woke up with a gasp, dizzy and lost, and felt the weight of sorrow return to him. Discovered the side of his face was wet. He forced himself off the bed and started searching the room, but he missed it on the first search. Found nothing out of the ordinary, a 10-franc note hidden in a shoe, that was all. At 1:30 in the morning, he opened the door and listened for a long time at Dodin's room down the hall, heard only silence. He kicked the door open, went over the room slowly and carefully, as he'd been taught, but there was nothing there at all, only dust balls beneath the bed. Nothing in the drawers, nothing in the armoire, nothing taped anywhere out of sight, nothing. He tried to close the door, but the lock mechanism wouldn't work any more where he'd sprung it, so he simply left it open. He checked the light fixture in the hall, took his money out and put it in his pocket. That was all he could do. He went back to his room and watched the night as the hours passed by. Sometimes he swore revenge quietly under his breath, a stupefying and obscene anger that meant nothing. At dawn, moving mechanically, he began putting his own things into a pillowcase. When everything he wanted was there and he was ready to go, though he didn't know where, he forced himself to search the room once again. He willed his mind clear and did the job as he knew it should be done, an inch at a time, starting in a corner and expanding outward and upward in imaginary lines of radiation. He got down on his knees, the lamp by his side, wherever the cord would reach an outlet. He found it, an hour later. There was old wainscoting by the door, poor quality wood with the varnish flaking off, and as he moved the lamp, the shift of angle in the light revealed the marks. He moved his fingers across the wood, confirming what he saw. She had, after all, left him a message. He sat down heavily and cried into his hands for a long time. He didn't want anyone to hear him. Time and again he touched the wall, traced with agonizing slowness the faintly marked outlines of the 4 scratches her fingernails had made as she'd been taken through the door. The guys out in Clichy absolutely loved it when Barbette came around. They'd run their pools off and set him up at one of the tables at Le Maroc, or the Dutchman's place on Rue Triot that everybody called the Cul de Cochon, and let him buy them drinks all night. He was the strangest thing they ever saw out there, where people didn't come unless they had to, and then always in daylight, because he had the money, and he liked to spend it, and he liked to spend it on them. He was tall for a Frenchman, and he stood straight up and looked at you with those little dark eyes that always seemed to catch the light, and he had a big, false laugh. You could tell him you just stole your mother's teeth, and he'd laugh. Even his name, Barbette, what did that mean? A nickname? The word meant little beard, and he had one of those, a devil's beard from sideburn tight along the jawline, sweeping up to join the moustache, so closely pruned he must have nipped it with the scissors every night. But a barbette was also a nun's veil that covered the breast, and that expression in turn was used in slang to mean sleeping on the floor or guns firing in a salvo. The word sometimes referred to a water spaniel, the efficient sort that always brought in the kill. They asked him in their own way, but all they ever got was that laugh. They didn't really care. He was the kind of guy you liked even better because he wouldn't tell you what you wanted to know. It meant he wasn't in the habit of running his mouth, and that mattered to people out in Clichy. Johnny Laflamme, and Porge Vintre, and Escaldo from Lisbon, and Sarda the deaf-mute, who watched your mouth when you talked, and knew what you were saying. They were all the family any of them had, and they looked out for one another in their own way, and they could smell a cop 3 blocks off. Barbet was no cop, but he wasn't one of them either. He was something different. The girls all said he was crazy, that he went for the petite sœur like a maniac who'd been marooned on an island. Maybe a bit of a show-off, they said, and he really liked that fancy stuff, nothing standing up, that went on all afternoon and left them worn out for their real work at night, down in the Rue Saint-Denis, near Les Halles, or up in Montmartre. But the guys put up with it. Barbet was always good for a touch when you came up short, and he never asked for it back. Everybody had to have one of those long coats like they had in Little Caesar or Public Enemy, and you couldn't steal those. The great Capone, they fancied, would have told them they looked just right. Then one day he went off with Escaldo and Sarda, and when they showed up again they were richer than they'd ever been. Sent away the rotgut the Dutchman dished up under the name Vin Rouge, and ordered the real stuff, for themselves and everybody else. One couldn't ask questions, but the new wealth came from Barbet, and it put matters in an entirely new and very interesting light. He'd gone from putting money in their bellies, drinks and what-not, to putting money in their pockets, and that made him really important, no longer just a guy who came around. They were a little jealous of Escaldo and Sarda, why not me, but they had nothing but time, and maybe it was their turn next. Escaldo and Sarda, in the beginning, didn't say all that much. Sarda couldn't, not without a pencil and paper, and who wanted to bother with that? And Escaldo wouldn't. He looked like a pimp, dark and slick and vain, and he kept one of those Portuguese fish-gutting knives strapped to his ankle. You didn't press him too hard. The girls had found that out pretty quick. As for poor Sarda, his face was carved into deep lines from trying all his life just to do things that everybody else took for granted. When he got agitated, he made noises in his throat, and privately they all admitted they were a little bit afraid of him. So, for a time, the wine flowed, and the beef sizzled, and everybody just shut up and waited, patiently. But in families, everything comes out eventually, and Escaldo got drunk one night and let them in on part of it. He was, also, under some pressure to explain things. Some smart guy figured out that maybe Barbet banged the girls so hard to prove he wasn't a fairy, which meant maybe he was, which meant that Escaldo and Sarda had sunk to a level where it was definitely out of the family. Escaldo couldn't afford to let too much of that go on. So he sang. The money they had now, he explained, was only the beginning. There'd be more. Maybe a lot more, maybe the big one they all dreamed of and talked about. Barbet had taken them to an abandoned farmhouse, somewhere to hell and gone outside Paris, and he'd showed them these, things, and run them through a little schooling, and let them even use them a few times. Bon Dieu! Quelle machine! Quels instruments! His eyes glowed as he talked, and it only took a few more glasses of Mark to get the whole story out in the air. Les machines à écrire de Chicago. There it was. Now they had it all. Chicago typewriters. That's what Barbet had to show them on the broken-down farm outside Paris. Escaldo spread his long coat apart and took out 2 little pimp cigars and lit one for Sarda and one for himself. Did Bottles Capone, Al's brother, or Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik have anything they didn't? Not anymore. Machine guns. Around the table, nobody could say anything for a long time, thinking about that. Khristo found a room deep in the Marais, on a dark side street off the Rue des Rosiers. It was an ancient building, narrow, 7 flights to the top floor, with rusted iron pipes crossing the ceiling and a small window on a courtyard where it was night time from dawn to dusk. He rented the room from an old Jew bent in the shape of a C, with black side-locks, beard, coat, and hat. "Who wants you, little one?" the man asked in Russian. "I don't understand," Khristo answered in French. The man nodded to himself. "Oh, pardon me, then," he said in Russian. The thought of Alexandra's things in the treasure box, left to be pawed by the landlady, haunted him, but a return to the room was out of the question. Surely they had him spotted at Heininger as well, but it was less likely that they would snatch him there. He considered finding Yasin again in the Turkish quarter out on the Boulevard Raspail and acquiring another weapon, but he put it off. Ilya had given him a telephone number. That was his best weapon now. Had Ilya set him up? Kept him at the cemetery while Alexandra was taken? Perhaps. Perhaps Ilya had been set up to set him up. At least he knew where he was now. On the NKVD chessboard, all his moves known and predicted, hostile knights and bishops dawdling while he figured out how to move onto the very square where they wanted him. Somehow it didn't matter. Fate was fate. He would play the game out to checkmate. They would all meet again in hell. Sweating in the late June weather, he stood in a telephone cabinet at the neighborhood post office while the call was put through. They answered on the first ring. He merely said, "I want a meeting." They told him to be at the church of Saint-Julien-le-Pauvre at 6:30 the following morning. For early Mass, Ilya was in workers' clothing, a copy of L'Humanité, the communist daily, folded under one arm. Khristo watched him move slowly down the aisle, kneel briefly, then enter the pew. They were virtually alone. The place was empty except for a few shawl-covered women in the front row and a priest who sped through the rite in mumbled Latin. The high ceilings held the church in soft gloom as the first sun touched the tops of the windows. "You are very quick," Ilya said, speaking in an undertone. He glanced at Khristo suspiciously. 24 hours, he mused. "Have you considered a career in this business?" "I want her back," Khristo said, his voice tight with anger despite an attempt at neutrality. "Do what you like with me, but let her go." "Who?" "She calls herself Alexandra." "I'm sorry," Ilya said. "I know nothing about this." "You lie," Khristo said. "No, not true. I may just cut your throat right here, Ilya. You're close enough to heaven for a speedy trip." "Khristo, blasphemy? You don't like it? Stop it. I don't know what you're talking about." "To hell with you, then." He stood, began to move down the pew toward the aisle. "Khristo, wait, please," Ilya called in a loud whisper. He remained standing, but moved no farther. "They are outside, all over the place. They'll cut you down." "In front of a church? In the street in broad daylight?" "Yes, of course. Just like Myagin." "Good. You'll die first." "You think they care?" Khristo sat down again and shook his head in disbelief. "You feel no shame, Ilya. How do you do it?" "Don't attack me, Khristo. I'm trying to help you. Fold up your scales of justice and put them away, and don't make judgments. I know nothing of this Alexandra, but I promise to do whatever I'm able to do. There are so many of us, you see, each one under orders, and it is all compartmentalized, so one doesn't always know." "Enough. We're here to bargain." "We are not. There is no bargain." "Then what?" "Give us Myagin's murderer, Khristo. First the girl." Ilya gestured no and closed his eyes for a moment. "Please," he said gently. "Omorayev," Khristo said. "Who is he?" "The head waiter at Brasserie Heininger, a Bulgarian." "For God's sake, why?" "I don't know. Patriotism, perhaps. There's a chance the British are involved."
And you? Are you involved? Marginally, Ilya. I did a small favor, then I walked away from it. You didn't like the plan? No, Ilya, no. I had something. For the first time in my life, just living like a plain man, working at a job, coming home to a woman. Nothing I did mattered at all. It was a joy, Ilya. Incomprehensibly a joy. I am sorry. Can you get her out? I don't know. You remember how it is, all blind passages. But I swear to you I will try. I have friends, I'm owed favors. But I must be discreet. Can I walk out of here? No. I must leave first. Then you will be left alone. He thought about the signal, its simplicity. All Ilya had to do was let him go first, and he would be dead in a few seconds. God help you, Ilya, he said. Let me help you first. If this Omarayev is pressed, will he sing your name? A certainty. Very well, that I can fix. I don't care. So you say, but I want you alive. For the other... You must, Khristo said, pleading. Ilya nodded, looked at Khristo for a moment, then stood. Goodbye, my friend, he said, and offered his hand. Khristo did not take it. Ilya shrugged, tucked l'Humanité beneath his arm, and walked up the aisle. He saw them as he left the church, some of them. One in a car, another reading a newspaper in the little park that surrounded the church. A tourist couple at 7 a.m. taking pictures of the Seine on the other side of the quay. His picture, too, no doubt. As he turned north, a car pulled out of a parking space and trailed him. It was the battered Simca that had appeared one night in early spring as he walked home. He remembered the driver, drunk and grinning as he aimed the car up the middle of the street. They had, he realized, been with him for a long time. How long? Had Vlade Z, his companion in the internment camp, been one of them? If so, they had been running him, an unknowing provocateur, since the day he left Spain. And he had fled from Madrid after a telephone call from none other than Ilya Goldman. Yet Yashiritsa's threats had been real enough. Or maybe not. Had they tried to panic him that far back? A bullet-headed thug with pale hair sheared to a bristle swung out of a doorway and matched his pace. All sorts of specialists, Ilya had said, were now operating in Paris. The city would be crawling with them. He knew that NKVD search brigades, the sort of units that descended on suspicious activity in the villages, could be 10,000 strong. Not that they would try anything like that in France, but they had people in abundance, and they used them abundantly. He wanted to go to the bookstore where he had met Alexandra, and he wanted to go alone. So he lost the cars by taking the metro for 2 stops. That left him with Bullethead and a fat-faced man in the Moscow version of a business suit. They stayed with him as he wandered around the back of the 5th, the university quarter, among students hurrying to early class at the various facultés of the Sorbonne scattered through the district. He entered one of the classroom buildings and moved through the corridors and up and down the staircases in a tight press of humanity. When he finally left the building, Fatface was gone. Perhaps he had given the whole thing up, Khristo thought, humiliated by student derision at his colossal suit, and defected to the registrar. Khristo glanced behind him, not even deigning to use the standard shop window as mirror, and saw that Bullethead was sweating up a storm, the last man left. A passenger got out of a nearby taxi, and Khristo waved it down, then watched through the rear window as the NKVD man ran in frantic circles looking for another. He rode 3 blocks, paid the driver, and stood back in a doorway as Bullethead sailed by in his own taxi, terrified, surely, that such an expense would not be approved by his bosses. Later that morning, Khristo stood in the bookstore, browsing among the thick, uncut volumes on surrealism and Marx.
On the far wall was a poster in livid red and black celebrating the Republican effort in the Spanish War. There were stark crosses above graves and a shadowed face of great determination and strength looking into the near distance. In fiery letters, lines from the poet John Cornford were spread across the paper. Cornford, a poet and Marxist from Cambridge, had died at 21, a machine gunner in one of the international brigades. "Nothing is certain, nothing is safe," the lines read. "Everything dying keeps a hungry grip on life. Nothing is ever born without screaming and blood." He watched the clerks in their blue smocks moving about the store. How had Alexandra fitted into this milieu? Her politics, he knew, were the politics of survival, her own survival. Larger questions were not germane. Theories bored her. Passions belonged in bed, not on the speaker's platform. Her absence stabbed him suddenly, and he said her name silently and dropped the book back onto a table. "Captain Markov?" At that name, his cover in Spain, he froze, turned slowly to the source of the voice, and found Fay Burns. His first impression of her was long hair, washed and shining, and jade-colored eyes lit up with recognition meeting his own. On second glance he saw that her face was sallow and exhausted, that life had not been easy. "Did I startle you?" she said. "Yes," he said, "a little."